show.
The 2026 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
What a fly! An unbelievable mark from Elliott. And it's one of the best he has ever taken.
That is wizardry at its finest. Holmes to go all the way home. The superstars rise when the occasion comes.
Every game, every week.
Short to Dacos from 50 on the arc. It's a thumping drop punt. And as if written by the gods.
Oh, there's a bit on in the aftermath too.
Watson front and centre from impossible angle. Watson! Unbelievable!
Runs in, kick on goal, Jackson.
It rolls, it tumbles, it skids, it is over. It is over. The Lions go back to back, and it stands to be admired as one of the greatest premierships ever won, enshrining the legacy of Chris Fagan.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
It's round one for real now. Carlton and Richmond at the MCG with all its possibilities, largely fueled by the events of a year ago on this night. Gloriously unpredictable. Richmond fans will be walking and driving to the grounds, dreaming that they can pull the same trick twice. And Carlton fans are having to endure the dread that it might happen all over again. The Blues have the chance to set things right after a week in which all manner of pressure has been applied externally. How did Michael Voss and his team absorb all of that? And the Tigers, the third year under Adam Uze, they've gone 2 wins, 5 wins. They'll look to vault from here. Gerard, Whateley with you from the MCG, which looks splendid. Overcast skies, but the surface looks ready for a footy season. The Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Dwayne Russell's been taking the temperature of the community today, and never a better day to do it, Dwayne.
Well, tomorrow might be a good day to do it. If certain things happen tonight, Gerard, tomorrow I might have to do 4 hours of Midday Madness. If a certain scenario happens tonight, but I don't think that certain scenario will happen. I'm looking forward to it, though. I think Carlton will get their season going in the next couple of weeks. And they've got a couple of really good players. Saw Grill last week in Ballarat, look really good. There's a lot for the Tigers to like about this team on the rise. But don't start with me. You've got a couple of superstars. We crowd the box with Eddie Moore aura.
Well, we have our coaching dream team in place tonight. I was thinking of the old Paul Keating saying, if you're not living in Sydney, you're camping out. If you're not listening to Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson tonight, you're camping out. Hello to you, Kenny.
G'day, Gerard, Dwayne and Simo. It's great to be back. I've had one little trial run with you up in Sydney, and I look forward to being here at the home of football, the G. It looks a bit better, Gerard, than NG Stadium, doesn't it?
It does.
Bugs Bunny's not here, is he?
No, he's not. Tom Hanks won't be here, but everything else is superior. Adam Simpson's by your side. Hello, Simo.
Good evening, boys. Yep, I might be first caller tomorrow if the Blues go down. Mind you, I'm on the book, so...
Hey, if the Blues go down, you'll get a mention, don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, look, my first gig was this time last year, and it was just a remarkable turnaround halfway through that third quarter, Gerard, when we're sitting here, and it was like, okay, well, this is just going to be a run-of-the-mill game, and then something happened, and they couldn't stop the run on, and there's no doubt you reflect a little bit, Ken, on what happened the last time you played, and especially if you're Richmond, and they won 4 or 5 games in the end, and this was probably their best one. So you'd think about that a little bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they'll be up and about. The Tigers will see it as an opportunity. They'll see all the similarities from last year, and they'll think, yeah, we're young. We've got a couple of young blokes out of the side. We get close at halftime. We just don't need to be winning. We just need to be close, because then we'll run over the top of them like last year. They'll have that belief in the rooms if they get to halftime in good order.
Now, your coaching careers run in parallel, so I'm fascinated to see how the two of you see the game, whether it's a little bit different, is where your commonalities are.
Yeah, it'll be different. There's no doubt. He won a flag. I never got near it.
Oh, turn it up. You didn't finish lower than 5th.
No, I did a few times. 13th in the last year, remember?
Well, I have the honour of finishing first and last.
That's a good honour.
Yeah. Well, is it?
Well, at least you've experienced the whole spectrum of football, haven't you?
Yeah. I wonder how many premiership coaches have also won wooden spoons, Gerard. There's been probably a couple. Maybe Woosh has done it at West Coast. So,
Clarko, would he have now?
I don't think
at North Melbourne, have they been there?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. But, I mean, Clarko, and when you start off as a coach, and Adam Uzo's going through a different... He's probably similar to Clarko in 4 or 5 when you have a good draft, and suddenly 2 years later you've gone, geez, we've nailed that draft and everything's a little bit easier. I'm not quite sure if that's the same case at North at the moment.
No, I don't think so. Not from what I'm looking at.
So Simmer had this great revelation for us this time last year, Kenny, that he doesn't really watch the ball. He watches everything else, everything behind the ball, everything in front of the ball. We've had to train him to watch the actual ball. How are you finding watching the game?
Yeah, I'm looking for the things I was looking for as a coach, I reckon, still, and that's probably not watching the ball as much. It's watching behind the ball, what the shape looks like, what's going on in front of the ball. Are they lengthening early? Are they staying up? And are they going too early? What's the stoppage looking like inside? What's the stoppage looking like on the fringes? So plenty of things that, as a coach, I'm looking for, and I'm still looking for and identifying, I hope, the best players because they influence the game the most, and you've got to be able to be quick enough to know who they are, I reckon, to slow them down. And I think Ross maybe missed it the other night with Nick.
Just for a little bit. Do you think he's admitted it deep down?
Ross,
the coaches' votes have sort of declared, we've given Dacos 10.
What about
you got me?
What about Pez not getting a vote?
Well, yeah, and he had.
He had 20.
Yeah, he only had one kick to half time, apparently. Just 5 handball receivers that would score assists.
But he kept potentially the best player out of the game.
Yeah. It was interesting. It was, look, I mean, the press conference after a game is something I don't miss.
No.
So.
You should try doing them in Adelaide.
Or you should try doing it in Western Australia.
I reckon we had something similar there.
I think I've got you covered.
What do they call the West Australian paper?
I don't know. You tell me.
What's it called in Adelaide, Dwayne?
The Agoniser?
The Agoniser. That felt like the Terroriser to me.
Adelaide Agoniser.
Well, I mean, there's a little bit of you get what you deserve sort of in football, and when you are, I tell you what's a worry, that the bottom 6 is a worry for the top 6. And we did a little exercise last night on 360 about what the talent looks like on the top 4 or 5 sides, and it's actually, I think it's getting bigger.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I did a list analysis myself of every team.
Right.
With A grade.
Spare time?
Yeah, just a bit of spare time with nothing to do. And I had A graders versus, and top 26 players. So I went for a top 26 in my lot. I didn't go for 35 or 44 because I think the 26 win you and lose your games more often than not.
Sure.
And if you get down to 35 to 40, well, you're hoping a bit. But if you lose your top 8, you're gone. And I thought that, last week GWS got away with 3 of their top 5 players, I reckon, missing and still won. That's a worry for Hawthorn, I thought. But the gaps in the list, like Brisbane's list is ridiculous, and it needs to be at the moment because there's nearly no one left.
Yeah.
And then you got Gold Coast and GWS, you've got Fremantle. They drop off a little bit for Hawthorn, I think, from memory, and I've missed someone. Geelong,
Kilda, Collingwood.
Sydney.
Where do you see Collingwood?
So I see them outside the top 4 or 5.
I do too.
And with just quality of list.
Yeah, which tells you the system probably that they're trying to implement is held them in pretty good stead to get to a prelim last year without those top 6 or 7 players.
Yeah, I think what they have is this incredible depth in the middle because of their age, I reckon. What I'd call B pluses, or they're the players who are not quite A's yet, but there's so many B's. And I think Geelong are like that.
What was Dwayne back in the day?
Dwayne was a really solid B player, B grader.
Yeah, I think that's you're complimenting
So
you
you're
there.
pretty quick to acknowledge that.
As opposed to A minus. Yeah.
Is he A minus?
Oh, well, he won a best and fairest. Let's remember Ken Hinkley won a best and fairest.
Okay.
You've got to be A somewhere to win a B and F, especially in a quality team.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that too. I'm taking A minus.
Would have won a
I only played 130.
Would have won a Brownlow in a circumstance as well.
Yeah, it was a bit tight
We're
once.
talking about guys not getting votes with a tagging job. Back in our day, I think Chris Langford got in Hawthorn's best players in the 89 grand final for keeping Ablett to 9. When in the grand final they won.
Wow.
Because
And
without
Ablett won the
Langford-
Norm Smith.
Yeah, that's right. Without Langford,
Yeah.
Ablett probably would have kicked 12 and Geelong would have won.
I misheard you before. I was talking about Pendlebury's influence on the game.
Oh, sorry.
And what-
I thought you
and
said Pez's.
No, he said Pez.
I said Pez.
I was
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Pendlebury and the influence he's still having at 38 years of age. That's unbelievable.
What about the use of Pendlebury?
Well, that's interesting tonight. I mean, we're not going to see a rhythm for a few weeks yet about what we do with the 5th man because the rotations dictate you can't. And I heard this pre-season about, I hope the coaches don't start pretending they're a sub, this 5th man. But when you've got the rotations not changing, you have to do something a little bit unique. You can't just rotate the same. They're not going to get the same look. So someone's going to play 50% of the game.
Yeah, that's just what's going to happen in it.
Yeah.
Bar injury. I mean, injury will happen in every game almost. Someone will come out, I reckon. So it won't interrupt you too much with your numbers. But I don't get why we still have caps or not caps on rotations. I don't understand why it's a big deal to anyone.
I don't. When Malthouse exposed everyone around the 2010 mark, when there's 150 rotations and they started to cap things, I sort of understood that. But to get down to 75, to say, that'll fatigue the players and the game will open up, I never agreed with that. I just thought that doesn't make sense.
Really interesting, because we had Darren Burgess on Sports Day a couple of weeks ago from over in Italy, and he was talking about his view is, and Virgo I rate as the best in that area, his view was less on the bench, less rotations.
Right.
And he's a sports science man who wants as many fresh players as you can possibly get, but he thinks that will slow the game down, open the game up. I wasn't as convinced, but he's convinced me on most other things he's gone with, so it's hard to go up against him at times.
That's a fair call.
All right, give us a picture of Richmond and Carlton before we dip into tonight. Start with the Tigers. They're doing the big rebuilds by getting a critical mass of draft picks. The curious part of tonight is they've taken 12 picks across 2 years, but only 4 are playing tonight. And a couple of them are not playing through choice. There's a couple of injuries, but which gives you an idea that they must think they're going all right coming into this season.
Brown and Sonsi not playing. Brown's a big surprise.
Trainer too.
Yeah.
He would have played 20.
Well, look, they're clearly on a pathway where they've brought in the talent, and I don't know if it was through choice, Ken. I mean, it was players wanted to leave there for a couple of years ago, and they've taken the opportunity. They went really hard at one draft in particular, and then last year sort of complemented the year before. So the jury's out whether they've made the right selections. I've heard Kingy say the Ferraris and all this type of stuff. I think it's just a little bit early to tell whether and you know what it's like. Sometimes you can tell straight away, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
This kid's got something. And
Butters and Rosie looked all right from the day they got Harley.
Yeah, well, Harley, before the draft, I knew he was going okay. But, to say that we've nailed the draft because we've had 6 picks inside the top 20 doesn't mean anything right now. So Adam's message last year was he wanted some real spirit and fight. He just wanted to compete harder. So I wonder what their direction is this year about, is it time to win a few more games? Did they get in front last year with the win-loss tally? Because I don't think they were chasing that. They were chasing being more competitive. So it'll be interesting to see what they deliver. And it feels a bit weird because we're now round 1 when last week, we weren't talking at all about Richmond. So now eyes now go straight towards what they're doing, what they got on the track and who they're playing against.
Yeah, I think the 2 tall forwards for Richmond, the youth, the real young ones, Jonty Fall and who's the other young, Harry Armstrong. They're both 195, 96s. You're never going to know whether they're going to be absolute A-grade gun players until year 3 or 4. So there's a bit of hope in them in the high picks in the draft. The others look pretty safe at the moment, and having looked at that draft closely, which was one of my
You liked
things.
doing that?
Yeah, I did like the draft, and I used to spend a bit of time on it.
I should have looked a bit harder, to be honest.
It didn't help me, Simo. But I looked at them and thought it's a great draft. That year of the draft was a fantastic draft. Right. All the talent, top end was amazing. It was a bit like the Rosie Butters draft, which was 18, I think. 2018, maybe going into 19 season. There was a big draft. Remember 2 Kings, Sam Walsh, all those players you go through there. There was heaps of them, and this draft was a bit like that. So I think Richmond are on the right path, and I think they made some really good decisions about player retention that, once the player opened the door, I want to go or wouldn't mind going, move on and give us a good deal.
They still need their experienced players to play well, though.
Of course they do, because they can't win without them.
Yeah, I mean, Lynch, Nankervis, those types of players are still critical to being competitive this time of the year. So they stood up for a fair bit of last year. Vlaston, obviously. So those Taranto, those guys have been important for the development of the younger players.
You look at their 2 experienced blokes out tonight, Dion Prestia and Vlaston. They'd be nearly their 2 most important experienced players, and they're both not out there tonight. So Carlton, on the other hand, yes. we talk a little bit about Carlton and what happened last week, Simo, and we've seen a promising start. I think the commentary around Carlton through the week, because I'm now on this side of the fence, is that it's been pretty fair. I don't think it's been hysterical. I mean, other than someone called Dan Garinge and Doc, they probably lost their way a little bit. I'm not sure what the Carlton...
It didn't help the week, but there seems to be a small percentage of Carlton supporters that unless they're winning, that it's a catastrophe. So, there's probably no runs on the board. Chris Scott, I think they were really poor, Geelong.
Yeah,
but it seems to be a trust element that they'll be okay. And
correct.
And the evidence is there. So The rhetoric around, this is the same Carlton, that probably what I thought, and I've been a little bit more into Sanctum than most. There's 7 different players.
Yeah.
And there's a different system that they're trying to execute. It's just going to take time. And this is, last week was a really disappointing third quarter. They need to reflect on that and get better.
So that's the thing. They were a different Carlton to most people's eye first half. But were they the same Carlton when the threat came?
Yeah, and that you can argue that. But
no, I'm just asking the question. That's the question that a lot of people, I think was a fair question to ask.
And that's what Doherty was mentioning, the same. But if you really know, and he does, so the question is, is he ever going to change his mind about it? But when you've got different personnel, different system, different coaches, the senior coaches are the same. And then that doesn't warrant the fact that, it's exactly the same as what happened last year. The different things happened in that third quarter, which some of them I need to look at, and some of them, I tell you what, the top 6 or 7 players for Sydney, once they flex, it's hard to stop, Ken. And maybe it's because I got beaten by 171 points at the SCG at some stage that I do know what it feels like when you've got a little bit of what can we do here to stop the bleeding? And they just couldn't stop it last week.
Yeah, I've said this during the week. When hope disappears in a game, everything goes. And you can look horrible. Geelong had no hope halfway through the third quarter last week. They were 90 points down, I think, at one stage. And then Gold Coast probably had a sleep and said that's enough. And Cats are able to get going a little bit. But I think when hope disappears in a game of AFL football, the quality of the opposition can really destroy you if they're the right team. And Sydney are absolutely the right team to do that to you. And look, I'm not buying into, they stopped and they lost run and everything else with Carlton right now. I'm saying Jagger Smith, and I'm looking through those teams and those boys, Ainsworth and those sort of people that they've brought in, Chesser, Hollands,
he can run.
Can really run and get through, and Dean as well. So there's some youth in the team.
Yeah, and what Sydney did really well, which I've seen them do before, is once they start winning the ball, they get ahead of the play.
Oh, yeah.
And you would have seen it too, Ken. It's like, how do I stop Heaney competing in a centre bounce and drifting 20 metres ahead of the play, knowing that other players are going to win the ball, and then suddenly the backs have to press up, there's easy overlap, and there's an easy score. There was 13 points of difference with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they kicked 4 goals. And that sort of broke the hearts of everyone. And they did it through just getting slightly ahead of the play, which is really smart footy. When you know you're going to win it, and Petrarca does it really well, when you're in a good side and you're an A-grade player and you get an opportunity to get in front of the play, that's when Dustin Martin used to do it a lot. It complements the system well when you can do that.
We'd set Horn Francis up to cheek forward every time from a centre bounce.
That's a revelation.
Every time we'd set it up for him.
Does he still do it?
Not this week, because he'll be playing in the goal square.
Did I hear you say he's going to kick 6 this week?
I said, don't poke the bear.
You've made a few big calls. I haven't made one call yet, and you've made about 5.
All I said is, don't poke the bear, because I know what he can do and what he can do.
Don't backtrack,
They didn't poke him last year, and he still kicked how many on them?
Oh, I don't know.
In Tassie?
I don't know, 3 or 4 did he? I can't remember, Dwayne, but
and they didn't poke him.
He's very
capable. Does he like, and we're drifting a little bit here, but does he like to be poked?
I think he responds.
Right.
Normally, sometimes he's going to knock the coach out, and other times he's going to knock his teammates out, and then there's the opportunity to get the opposition. I think he perhaps does it in that order. To be honest, it's the coach, his teammates, and then the opposition.
The one thing that we'll get back to this game tonight is I'm really interested to see what they're going to do with Cripps tonight, and what influence he can have on
what
the game.
Carlton are going to do with Cripps.
Yeah, not Richmond, Carlton, and he was not long ago. He was put the cape on and win the game for us type of player, and he was unstoppable around the ball. You could tag him, but he'd still just get it done. And the mids around him would complement his, transition difficulties, I suppose.
Yeah.
What happens tonight? Can Cripps get going? Because I think there's still another kick in him this year. I don't think it's just he's going to fade off like I've heard a little bit because he had a poor game last week. So I'm really interested to see how he responds as a leader and as a captain.
Yeah, it'll be really important for him to play well for himself, I think, as much as it is for the rest of the team. And, he's that sort of player who's been such a great player of the game. And as you said, I hope they don't push him forward and expect him to be a forward. Because if they do, game up. Game up for Paddy, I reckon, if that's what they expect of him. I think he's a beast around the ball. Put him around the ball and let him do his work.
You think it's because of the rotations? They've said, instead of coming off, go to the goal square? Or he's better off just coming off?
Just take him off.
Yeah.
Like, play your impact players, in my view, play your impact players less time if they can impact.
What about second ruck? He did that a bit last year.
Me?
Not you.
Oh, I thought you said
were
me.
the coach.
Gonna
of
say
Port Adelaide.
Oh, Cripper.
Yes.
Jeez, I thought you were talking about me. Cripper, no, don't do that.
Don't do it?
Don't do that.
Okay.
I don't like it. I mean, I just think he's a ball winner on the ground.
Who's going to second ruck?
Yeah, well, I looked at that today and I was trying to come up with is it?
Hudson O'Keefe.
Yeah, O'Keefe.
Oh, for Richmond. I'm talking about for Carlton.
Yeah, that's who he's talking about.
O'Keefe and Gray are the two backup rucks.
Oh, Kevin Gray. Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah.
It is interesting with Harry, though. I mean, one of the things that the third quarter told us was Harry was still the same bad Harry last week when there was trouble. And Vossi didn't have the confidence to do with Harry what he did with Charlie last year and push Harry back into defence to be the intercept guy. Whereas you would think that would be the natural thing to do if you had good Harry.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked Harry in the ruck.
Maybe he needs to ruck.
I thought he was actually got into the game, and sometimes that's what you need. Maybe not a Cripper, but I thought he had some influence around that.
Yeah, that's why I'd put him in second ruck rather than Cripper, because it does wear you out. Second ruck, it fatigues you surely and knocks your body around.
We used to do it when I was at Hawthorn. Roughhead did it so well. He won a Coleman in the year that he was second ruck, but it got to the finals and he just couldn't sustain it. And unfortunately, he didn't finish the season off. But I think it gets you into the game sometimes if you're drying up as a forward.
Carlton have done one clever thing pre-game, so they like to have a replay on before whilst the Carlton home game crowd are coming in and the players having a warm-up. They haven't put last week's game against Sydney on the replay. They've put the win from the week before in the pre-season comp against Brisbane up on the big screen. So at least when the players look up, they can get a good memory of pre-season as opposed to last week.
Couldn't go last week. They couldn't go round one last year.
But you could replay the first quarter from last week over and over and over
again. Someone text today, which I think was the right call. They should have put the 2013 elimination final up there against Richmond and relived those glories.
Bring the reserves back pre-game. I used to have the last quarter on the scoreboard when I was playing in the twos.
Have we fixed that now, though? Because we've decided to run with the VFL still, haven't we? We've eliminated
where's all that at, Gerard? Where's the VFL stuff at?
Yeah, they've locked in for 3 years.
Yeah, I read for 3 more years or something that they've locked into the VFL and the television rights for the VFL. And
what does that mean?
22 teams. It means they're not going to bring in second-tier competition to the AFL, I wouldn't have thought.
Until Tassie come in?
Well, you'd think that's around that timing and, that's...
And then every team, Port Adelaide included, put a reserve.
They should have. Yeah. They should have. I mean, there's costs involved. We all understand.
You have curtain raisers, though, Dwayne. Like if you're flying, your reserves team, you got to fly the whole team over together.
Yeah, although you could play like if it's a Richmond game, Richmond and Carlton reserves could be playing at Punt Road now.
Yeah. Well, why couldn't they play here?
Yeah. No, you're right.
We could have played West Coast at Alberton, or we could have played at what's it called, the
Mineral Resources.
Mineral Resources Park.
Yeah, there's enough good grounds, but I still think. I mean,
I like it like you. I like it before our game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of piss fun around now with these players. Get here that early.
They could do their PFing at the at Punt Road Oval, couldn't they? And actually have the reserves here as opposed to the other way around.
It's just to have the game where probably 40 minutes before. I mean, you guys. I don't know if you guys played many twos games. I definitely
give us a spell.
But the last quarter was always on the scoreboard. Which and then the coaches would get to watch you a little bit.
Yeah.
You try and put on.
You knew when the coaches bus turned up when you were playing in the twos. You knew they're halfway through the second quarter when the coaches from the senior team had arrived.
Yeah, you got bloody Eddie Betts and Brad Johnson down there and Rewalt and Hodgie doing laps of honours.
Well, it's the rules. We don't make them. We just turn up and do our jobs.
Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson side by side. Thursday night footy from the MCG. It'll be Carlton and Richmond. We're going to touch base with both teams in the coming minutes. And we've got a bit of team news for you as well, which we'll share. This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new pull-on feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
We're busy on the Calder Freeway outbound from the Melton Highway through to Calder Park Drive. The Eastern Freeway is slowing outbound from Burke Road, passing Boleyn Road. The Monash is banked up outbound from Stud Road to Belgrave Hallam Road and inbound from Wellington Road through to Forster Road. Take home a win with Dan Murphy's. Get Carlton Dry 330ml bottles, 24 case, $54 for My Dance members. And Sunday, choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. You won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? At Best Sheds, get 25% off during their Easter Shed Hunt sale on now. They've got the best sheds in the business, including sheds of all shapes and sizes that come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. That's 25% off during Best Sheds Easter Shed Hunt sale on now. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Loan Market, make it yours. With the RBA cash rate announcement due next week, Loan Market offers the most up-to-date analysis on what it means for you. Inflation has continued to increase in 2026, leading many to believe there will be more cash rate increases. Soon we'll see if the RBA decides to hold to see the impacts of last month's increase or increase again in a bid to quash growing inflation. Search Loan Market and find the right loan for you.
Loan Market. Make it yours.
Australian credit licence 390222.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
In contact sports, we share a duty of care because the dangerous hit is the one you miss. Remove the guesswork with pro-level head impact tracking. The Hit IQ Protect Smart Mouthguard, powered by Shock Doctor, flags high-risk impacts. For players, it means playing with confidence, and for parents on the boundary line, it's total peace of mind. This season, make brain health an essential part of your kit. Every session, every game. Get yours at Rebel Sport, Chemist Warehouse online, or hitiq.com.
Castrol Edge engine oils are data engineered for Castrol's ultimate performance. It's why those who know performance best, experts like Audi Revolut F1 team, trust Castrol Edge to unlock the very edge of performance in their vehicles. Choose Castrol Edge and feel the edge the experts trust.
Be rewarded for running your business with Qantas Business Rewards. Access exclusive savings plus earn Qantas points on flights, hotels, bills and more. Then use your points to offset travel and business costs. Join free by 31 March. Search Qantas Business Rewards. T's and C's apply.
In this week's Metricon AFL Record Round 1 edition.
Tom Morris joins the record and lifts the lid on what went wrong with the Demons last year and how the new man in charge aims to fix things.
It's deja vu as the Dockers head to the Cattery to open their season.
And if the Essendon Hawthorn rivalry could not get spicier, along comes Zach Merritt's failed trade to the Hawks. The MCG will be heaving.
And don't miss our tribute to the great Dennis Cometti who passed away last week.
The Metricon AFL Record Round 1 edition.
Just $6 at all grounds. And for annual subscriptions, go to aflrecord.com.au.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Carlton and Richmond at the MCG at the beginning of round one. This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Gerard, Whateley, Dwayne, Russell, Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson side by side. And with us from the Blues is Francis Evans, who Kenny described as much loved and much travelled. Francis, it's great to have you on AFL Nation. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate the words, Kenny.
An old friend.
Yes, we are old friends, and he's done very, very well when with the third move to the Blues, which we thought at the time maybe was it going to come about, and you've made something happen really well for yourself, mate. You should be really pleased.
Yeah, all worked out pretty well, and loving being back in Melbourne, back at home, and yeah, it was nice to kind of finish the year on a good note last year, and good to get into pre-season and the season now.
I've got a really tough question for you. You've been at 3 clubs. Talk to me about all 3. What did you learn, or what's different, and what do you like, dislike,
To be honest, they're all pretty similar.
Yep.
I get asked that a fair bit, but it's probably just different people and different coaches.
So Geelong lifestyle, how different?
Same as Adelaide, pretty boring.
Bang.
Mate, I've got to move. I've got to fly back tomorrow. I've got to still live there. You've got to go careful on that.
I'm a city boy.
But the casual approach by Geelong, by what everyone reports as Geelong take the heat out of the competition a little bit for their players, is that real?
Yeah, schedule's a lot different.
Yep.
Probably more player run and a bit more laid back. And then Port and Carlton are probably similar in terms of their schedule.
What would you prefer?
I actually like what we're doing at the moment. Right. I love being in the club, but I know some people are probably different. But I guess once they get a bit older, you probably want to be away a little bit more.
Back to the same comparisons then, the pressure at Carlton, pressure at Port Adelaide. From the public, from outside of the club, because we all understand inside the club we all stick together, outside the club, because to me it feels somewhat similar.
Yeah, very similar. Carlton's probably just a bigger club, but in terms of the passion, it's pretty similar. So yeah, it's great when you're going well.
You look terrific in the pre-season, and then you've tweaked your knee in that. What's the status of your injury?
Yeah, so it was touch and go for tonight, but with the bye coming up, we thought we'd give it another week. So it's good timing for me personally, and I'll be good to go hopefully for Melbourne in a couple of weeks.
What did you do?
A little MCL. So yeah, we're just looking after it early in the season, so don't need to push it too much.
Yep. And were you you looked terrific in that game against Geelong. Were you feeling it?
I felt good. I'd missed a bit of time during the pre-season. I had an eye injury as well. So it's been a bit of a frustrating run for me, but I felt good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out there.
How was the week this week? You obviously privy to all the meetings. How was it handled from a Monday to a Thursday night?
To be honest, it was a pretty normal week. We kind of touched on a few things about the second half against the Swans that, we've owned up to, and it wasn't good enough. But
anything in particular that you thought, they could have done that better?
Probably just a bit of our contest and pressure. That's where they got on top. So we've owned that and gone to work this week. And, we're really focusing on us this year and controlling what we can. So we're looking forward to getting out here tonight and redeeming ourselves.
The glass was half full in terms of the vibe during the week. Didn't get too, because sometimes you can get a bit deep, can't you? You get too, before you bring them back up, you probably go a bit harder. I did get the sense that Michael probably didn't do that this week. It was, okay.
No. Yeah, and
look at this.
We also played a great first half.
Absolutely.
We weren't able to convert on the scoreboard, but we took some real positives from it, and it was a bit of a different team, so we're still gelling and getting used to one another. But yeah, there's definitely positives as well.
So Frank, you said go to work this week. Like we both know you don't get many minutes to train in season. Mm-hmm. So really, go to work, does it mean you go to work in your head?
Oh, a bit of everything. Yeah, we do all our meetings, our Oppo meetings we've kind of honed in this week, and then we had 2 training sessions this week, and the boys got to work, and watching training, it was really physical and contested, so I think everyone's going to be ready to go.
So your attitude adjusts, doesn't it? You lower your eyes to everything that really, really matters. And when people listening will probably think, well, you should be like that all the time, but there's nothing like a clip when you didn't want it and you didn't really probably deserve it that bad, but to get your eyes back down.
Yeah, and it probably simplifies things a little bit. You kind of nail in on a few things that you want to go focus on the next week.
Yeah, I think Sam Mitchell might have been something similar if you think about what he said about Hawthorn this week. They're going to get back to being representative of the Hawthorn Footy Club. I think Carlton will come out representative of the Carlton Footy Club tonight with contest.
And we know if we do our contest and pressure, then we're going to get our looks going the other way, going forward, and we'll get our score off it. So we can control that. The rest will take care of itself.
What about the work on the Tigers? What's the one thing that you want to take away tonight?
Yeah, they've obviously got some great experienced players, so we're going to kind of focus on them a little bit, and then... they're a good contested team, so we're going to get after them in the contest and then see if we can get them going the other way.
And any players in particular you think they might, just the senior players?
Yeah, probably the more senior players, but we also back our older guys in as well to go against them, so looking forward to it.
Tell us about that camp you went on down in Lorne. I did pop down there for one day. I didn't see any of you guys face to face, but what was done in that camp? Anything in particular? Was any motivation points or activation points in the camp, or was it more just a bonding experience?
A bit of bonding, and then just kind of about our values as a club, that what we want to live by this year. And the overarching one was just kind of controlling what we can. And I know it's a cliche, but focusing on us and within the 4 walls. The external doesn't really matter, so we're just focused on us and doing that.
It come into fruition this week, didn't it? Where the true test, has come about the outside noise. I don't think I've seen. I know West Coast and Port are big, but the outside noise is heavy at the Blues camp.
Yeah, and I don't have that appreciation because I've not ever been in Melbourne to feel it and see it.
Gerard's seen it.
Yeah, it's like it was at Richmond back in the pigeon poo days, and then they've had their era, and I see it's a replica of that.
So there's no out for Carlton until they win.
Until they win, yeah.
It's a bit like Essendon, probably, the big clubs. Carlton probably bigger than Essendon still. That'd be reasonably fair.
It's more combustible at Carlton.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. There's seems to be more noise at Carlton. Well, they're both very powerful category group clubs.
Yes,
they have this influence from people who you'd rather not have it from at different times. Frank, we've got a mate of ours that is working with you back at Carlton as well. Not Vossi, CD. Tell me how's he fitted in and how do the boys approach to the chief?
He's fitted in well. He's thinks he's a comedian, actually.
No, he's not funny at all. I mean, he does one of those blokes who thinks he's funny, and I know I'm funny. He's not funny.
I reckon he's peaked too early.
Has he?
I don't think he can sustain what he's going, so not sure what he's got for the start of the season, but he's been good.
What's he done to change? Has he done anything that you think that's changed, or you've probably seen him a little bit at Port? Is he any different to what he was at Port?
No, pretty similar. He's as you know, he's really positive and brings a great energy amongst the group, and when you've got someone in that position bringing that, it's really infectious. Yeah, so good. I think all the boys have enjoyed it.
Just the Sam Doherty commentary, Francis, is that different to the rest of the noise on the outside, given that he's so recently in the locker room? Does that get through?
To be honest, not really. It's outside noise and everyone's going to have their opinion, so we've tried to brush that off and we haven't really addressed it. We're eyes in and focused on us.
Connection to the old Port players still? Are they still pestering you?
Yeah, some are.
Which ones? Name names.
The normal crew. Georgiades, Butters.
Not surprised.
Not surprised, but they're all going well.
Yeah, they were very quick to mention to me about your goggles that you played in.
Yeah, they're all a fan.
Well, I'm not sure the fan was the word I would have used for them, but they were certainly up and about you wearing goggles, put it that way.
Yeah, it's probably fair enough. I'd be giving someone a bit of stick if they were wearing them too.
Have you got some personal sponsorship deal going there?
No, I don't. So if there's anyone that wants to sponsor it, sing out.
Where did you get them from?
Be careful, don't give someone a plug.
No, we got them through the club, so they sorted it for me.
And what had happened?
I got like a poke in the eye. So I have a torn retina at the moment, so don't know how long I have to wear them for, but is what it is.
So what happens with the torn retina? How does it present? How does it trouble you?
You can't do much for a couple of weeks. You just kind of have to let it rest, and then you can kind of slowly build up training again. So I probably missed about a month of training, and then came back with the goggles and good to go.
Is that Rory Sloane type injury?
Yeah.
Rory Sloane type injury, I think.
Yeah, similar. There was a bit of blurred vision and like a black floater for a couple of weeks, but I don't think it was too bad. It's more just the risk of it getting like poked again. So it's fine now.
And tell me about my favourite young player at Carlton at the moment, Jagger.
He's not bad.
Is he?
He's I love him. His attitude, it's brilliant. He reminds me a bit of Butty actually, the way he plays. So looking forward to going to work again today, and he's fit in really well with the other mids we've got.
I just think he's I shouldn't say it, but I do think he's a young star of the game. He's got some stuff that's got that agility inside that he can just move and twist and turn out, and before he knows it, he's disappeared on the opposition. I think he'll just get better. And even last week, he found for the first time the pressure of an AFL game was pretty intense, but he still ended up with 26 or 7 touches.
That influence.
Yeah.
What about your expectations this year as a club? Is there any messaging inside the four walls about, okay, here's where we're at, here's what we're going for this year?
We haven't really addressed anything too long term, but it's another cliche, but we're just going to take it game by game.
Don't block up the games at all?
Nah, but we're really confident in our ability, and we kind of saw it in the pre-season. We can take it to the best of teams. So, we're not looking at the past. We're looking forward to seeing what we can do this year, and we're really confident.
And with the tweaks to the style of play, I mean, everyone's talking about offense, but is there anything there that you think, oh, geez, that is a little bit different and more exciting, or whatever? What's the general focus points been?
Probably has been our offense. I think we're a bit more dynamic and we're changing angles, going handball around, and a bit more handball now. So I know as a forward, I love it. We're playing a bit quicker, and we're going to have a bit more of a spread of our goal kickers, which I think everyone will look forward to.
Will your offence focus cause you any concerns in defence, do you think? Is it something that you've tried to put together and marry up together and go, okay, if we're going to move it this quick and we're going to use it this way, what do we got to be doing behind the ball?
Yeah, so we've got our system in place that supports both our offence and defence. They kind of go hand in hand, so when we're defending well, it helps our offence, and when our offence is well, it helps our defence. So, yeah, we didn't focus on one of them too much. They're in sync.
And on a personal front, what are your hopes for 2026?
I just want to kind of cement my spot in the team and, just want to be a valued member of the team and play my role each week and, just play good, consistent footy. I think I've had good spurts in my career of form, but I just want to be able to consistently do that for the season.
Yeah, it's really accurate, I reckon. Frank's hit the nail with your own game. You've had the moments where you've looked like an AFL player, and then it's just disappeared for you. I thought last year the back end of you, whatever it's worth, mate, I tipped you out at Port, so you're not probably looking for too much support from me, but you seem to have found your groove a little bit, and you look like you've got some confidence playing, and, as you said, you're talking about coming back and playing against Melbourne straight away and being a part of the team. You can just sense that when players find their spot and they find their confidence, they tend to be able to keep going for a period of time, I reckon. So good luck.
Thanks, mate.
We wish you all the best. Have a great season. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks very much for having me.
In a couple of weeks. Francis Evans with us from the Blues will be inside the Tiger camp next. The Bunnings build up on AFL Nation. Spec Right pre-oiled Merbo decking available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
We're busy on the Calder Freeway outbound from the Melton Highway through to Calder Park Drive. The Eastern Freeway is slowing outbound from Burke Road, passing Boleyn Road. The Monash is banked up outbound from Stud Road to Belgrave Hallam Road and inbound from Wellington Road through to Forster Road. Take home a win with Dan Murphy's. Get Carlton Dry 330ml bottles, 24 case, $54 for My Dance members. And Sunday, choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. You won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
There's an app for everything. Some we could do without. But what if I told you there was an app that could help you get on top of your mental health for a monthly subscription of just $1 with no lock-in? It's called Am I OK? And it's designed to help manage your mood, health and appointments all in one secure place. $1 a month is small change, but it could mean big change for your mental health. Am I OK? Wellness in your hands. Look for Am I OK wherever you get your apps. That's Am I OK?
From our first try in the under-sixes to a Test Match 100 on Boxing Day, Aussie sport lovers care about big milestones. Look your best on the field with Strutties, one of the longest-serving and most reliable sport apparel companies in Australia with over 50 years' experience. They've got what it takes to make sure you look good and feel good when playing out on the field. Shop with Strutties, your buddies on field. Check strutties.com.au.
Looking for an energy plan that truly rewards you? Then it's time to switch to Red Energy. Switch your home to a Qantas Red plan by March 17 and you'll earn a share of 6 million Qantas points. Plus, earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points just by paying your first electricity and gas bill in full. Now that's what we call energy that's genuinely rewarding. Come on over to redenergy.com.au. T's and C's apply. Backsheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS.
It's our 40 Winks birthday sale and the whole neighbourhood's invited. We're celebrating over 40 years of helping Australians sleep better, and we're starting the party with big savings, with 50% off mattresses and 30% off furniture in-store and online, with leading brands like Sealy Posturepedic, Tempur, King Coil, Crown Posture and M. Lily. Go on, upgrade your sleep with the 40 Winks birthday sale. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Hurry, our birthday sale ends Sunday. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Grown in Northern Victoria and first cold press within 4 to 6 hours, Cobram Estate is Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Now, you could be awarded an incredible prize to Cobram Estate's annual harvest. You and a friend will enjoy a private tour of the groves, followed by lunch by Chef Matt Wilkinson. And you'll even catch a chartered flight to and from. Simply buy any bottle of Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil to enter. Full T's and C's at cobranestate.com.au.
Castrol Edge engine oils are data engineered for Castrol's ultimate performance. It's why experts like Audi Revolut F1 team trust Castrol Edge. Choose Castrol Edge and feel the edge the experts trust.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new pull-'em feature. And remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Thursday night footy from the MCG, the round one opener, Richmond and Carlton. The Tigers have just come out for their warm-ups. Tim Livingston's going to join us in a few moments' time, the GM of footy there. Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson together in commentary tonight. So just keep an eye down here. Can you just tell us a little bit about Frankie Evans, who we just met?
Oh, look, he's a fabulous teammate. He was one of the really good guys in your footy club. And one of the people that, I jokingly said on air, I got rid of him, but he's not one of them players that you lose easily because he brings so much to the locker room. He's such a good teammate and he brings a lot of care for his teammates as well. And he's really popular. And that's a great sign, I reckon, when you're not necessarily a first-pick player, but the better players in the team really are all over you and they love being with you.
I like how you casually said you got rid of him.
Well, I did in some ways, and he would have been having a nightmare because he's gone to Carlton, and then CD's gone to Carlton.
Oh yeah,
with him, and
that happens sometimes.
He's gone. Oh no, look out! You've come to get me again. So
I must admit, when I walked into Carlton and saw Campbell Chesser.
Yes. What do you think?
No,
come on.
All good. No, I didn't get rid of Campbell Chesser, but yeah, look, a new start, and quite often the players that do go from club to club. And their talent is at a certain level, but if they can be a really good teammate and play an important role, then you sort of get an extra couple of years, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely do, and rightly so, because we at footy clubs, all we ever talk about is we want to have great people.
Yeah.
Great people and play a role. And then we get someone like Frank, who's been an absolute great person, who's prepared to play a role week in, week out, and never, what I loved about him the most, if he had to go back to the sample, it was such an easy conversation, unfortunately, for him, but he never happy about going back. But he knew that he'd go back and do his best to prove to you that I can come back into the side.
All right, Tim Livingston, the GM of footy performance at the Tigers, is with us. Tim, great to have you with us on AFL Nation.
Thanks for having me, Gerard.
Feeling the excitement? You finally get to start?
Yeah, it is. It's incredibly exciting for our players and staff and everyone who's put in the work over pre-season. You can't wait to get to the MCG to open this week's round, and couldn't be more excited.
So what's the build-up been like from the aborted pre-season game in Ballarat through watching on while opening round happens to get here tonight?
Yeah, well, you get that break, and we knew we had 10 days, so we weren't too worried about calling the game off 10 minutes or whatever it was into that third quarter and doing a bit of extra work. But then you've still got to do the contest stuff to prepare yourself for tonight. And the other part of your question was, I think Ooze just mentioned in his pre-game, it was hard to watch everyone else going at it last week. You think, I can't wait to get out there. Well, they're here now and they're ready to go.
So, Tim, Ken Hinkley, your game called off. Other team already played last week. Do you feel like you're a long way behind, or do you think it's okay from a preparation point of view for Richmond to start tonight?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ken. Perhaps how they play in the first half or quarter will probably tell you, because it's a bit of an unknown. Like, there's an element. I mean, we do some contest work, a big session a week out of the game. We've played this Thursday night game for a long time and normally have this 10-day break. So, look, we lost maybe 15 minutes out of a lot of players because you'd bring them off at three-quarter time in that Melbourne game anyhow, or reduce their time. Then you've got to get through the contest stuff that you have to do, but it doesn't mean anything, and you hold your breath a bit. Does it put you behind Carlton? Well, I don't know how to measure it, but you're right. You'd think, oh, well, are you better off for the hit-out, or does it tire them out because they've had, a tough hit-out up interstate? So, hard to say.
Yeah. A couple of young boys that are not playing I've seen on the emergency list, which surprised me a little bit. Tom Brown, Luke Traynor. Are we have they had interrupted pre-seasons, or is it just a sign that the form at Richmond is growing quickly and you have to get your game in order?
Yeah, the latter, Ken, which we're excited about. Competition for spots and pressure on, our back line is particularly healthy, and for Gibbo to come up and play, some good game time and some good minutes and do a full pre-season is really exciting. Brownie and Trainer, we don't want them playing reserves footy for long. And they were terrific this afternoon. We went down to Icon and watched them, and both of them looked like they're above the level, which is great. More the competition part. And as we go along, Ken, that's, as you know, really important for our team. It's our midfielders, as some of these young midfielders come back, plus Prestia and Vlosten, and, it creates that competition which will be healthy.
Yeah, one more that you said you've seen them play in the VFL today. Houghton, did he play today?
No, Taj is out for a while. He's got a really unique injury with the stress in his femur. So
yeah, I thought he was out because someone told me today he was at the game. I was talking to someone at that game, and they said he was playing. I thought he was out for 4 or 5 weeks.
Not enough, for a while. So we're not exactly sure. 4 or 5 could be a couple more. And we'll see how that leg reacts. He's pain free and walking around now, and it's just a matter of giving that time, because, as I said, it's a really unique injury in footy for a young guy, and he's such an important player. It's a shame he's not out here tonight, but we'll look after him and get him back eventually.
Tim, it's Adam Simpson here, mate. Just give us a quick snapshot of your expectations between performance and development for this year. Like the really big step forward last year. What's the expectations this year for the team?
Yeah, I sort of think about this two ways, Simo. It's a bit. You're looking tonight for some, like Sammy Grill playing his first game. You just want to see some of the great strengths, the reasons that we drafted him, and you want to see those moments in games like this that give him experience. And you could say the same for Fall and Armstrong into their second year, Sammy Lawler, these sorts of guys, and then. It's that development and it's that sort of performance, but then it's the winning habits of these young guys and the whole team learning system and playing to system, which you're going to have some breakdowns at times. But we know with every game we build that experience and build that ability to withstand the pressure at AFL level. So, I'm not sure I'm answering your question. We want to build winning habits, and coaches will sit up there, and you guys are, a couple of the best in the business, would have sat in that box and at times got really frustrated, but also understand these guys are going to make mistakes, which will reduce over time.
Which younger players are slightly ahead of where you think they are in their development? Is anyone there that's sort of, he's actually really picked it up well?
It's a good question. I think I've been impressed with Jonty Fall and Harry Armstrong. For key position players, as you know, you expect them to take a while, and they will. They've got to get big bodies, and they're up against some really strong defenders across the journey. But the way they've attacked pre-season and attacked the contest so far has been quite exciting.
And when you're developing side, but you're here to win. So what are you chasing against the Blues? What's the one thing you're trying to take away? If you could give us a little bit of an insight about what you're going to chase.
I reckon you guys...
Be careful, Tim, he's going back.
Actually, hang on a second. I shouldn't ask that because...
I reckon you know the answer too.
Well, what are you talking about? I'm up here with Kenny. We're shooting the breeze.
Well, look, to be honest, we all know Carlton are excellent midfield, great stoppage team, and they score from stoppage. But the element to their game that they're trying to bring in is to move that ball and get the corridor or get the switch and play that game. But yeah, they've got great strength around the ball and then some targets to kick to. So, our midfield battle, it's probably the same every week with every team. Your midfield battle is so important, but it's obviously a key strength of the Blues, and the contest is a key strength.
And one more, Tim. Morris Rioli, give me an update on his pre-season. What's it look like? Is he in really good nick and ready to go?
Yep, just watching him kick for goal now. He's the best he's been over his entire journey. He's really put in a professional pre-season, come back the fittest he's been, and just excited for the young guy to have an impact at AFL level again. And 50 games into his career, it's just it's a remarkable story for anyone who ever gets up to the Tiwi to see what these young guys that have come from there have done.
Terrific, Tim. Where will Sam Grill play? Where should we look for him tonight?
He'll be across half back and looking to break some lines and Yeah, so you'll see him down there. Probably see him inside forward 50 at some stage. No, well, that's where he'll be.
And what's happened to Hugo Ralph Smith's hair? His beautiful flowing blonde locks are gone.
My goodness me. They did a quick trim at the club in a ceremony yesterday, and then he went and got it tidied up professionally, thank God. But got to run a bit faster. My mum used to say, get a haircut, you run faster, so you'll be right.
I hope Mum was right.
Hey, what's the weather look like down there? Is the wind an issue at all?
Yeah, swirly. I think Mitch has indicated to me it's right. You know what the G's like.
Yeah.
You know, the wind sort of comes in and goes around, and because of that breeze, I'd expect that players have got to expect some turnovers from kicks tonight because it's going to swirl.
Tim, great to have you with us. Good luck for all that's about to unfold.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Tim Livingston, Richmond's GM of football performance. So both sides now going through their warm-ups. We'll slip into preview mode shortly and share the teams for the rest of the round that have now landed. This has been the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Site ready, Siteco available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
G'day there, watch out for a crash in Glen Whateley on Blackburn Road between High Street Road and Highbury Road. The right-hand lane closed off in both directions. Works continue on Peninsula Link City bound between Bungar Road and Frankston Flinders Road. Only one lane getting through. Take the Murdoch Highway. Donut King's new donuts made with Kit Kat is the ultimate traffic treat. Long drive? Take a donut break and grab yours before they're gone at Donut King today. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season, with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
March into Kia for an incredible finance deal on in-stock new and demo Tasman X Series models with Kia Finance. Approved ABN holders can get to work sooner with a 1.99 per annum interest rate. That's serious value on serious capability. Visit your nearest Kia dealership and test drive your Tasman today. Minimum $10,000 deposit, maximum finance amount $80,000. Maximum term 36 months and 31st of March. T's and C's, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Hyundai Capital Australia Proprietary Limited. Australian credit licence 554051. Offer extended.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Woody in the morning, Woody in the evening, Woody at any time. Now I get my Woodies, thanks to AMI.
If you can't get a good erection or you have premature problems, call the doctors at AMI. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call the doctors at AMI on 1800 10 1080 for a free consultation.
Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Washer and dryer clearance on now. Vented dryers from a low $344. Hisense front loaders from just $488 plus more in store. For the kitchen, big brand fridges from just $492. Built-in ovens from just $488. And Westinghouse freestanding dishwashers from just $692. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Deals of the week in store now. Conditions apply.
Getting some momentum starts with taking the first step, like finally cleaning out your junk drawer. Then you're reorganising the whole kitchen. And then you may as well repaint the entire house. Next, you're hosting a renovation show on primetime TV. And Momentum Energy can help you take that first step with your energy. For a great plan or business energy solutions, talk to the company that helps you get some momentum. Momentum Energy.
Footy's kicked off and BWS is here with kind of a big deal. This week, a case of Carlton Dry 3.5 bottles is just $48. Only at BWS, the official liquor retailer of the AFL. And Sunday while stocks last, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
That's the sound of saying yes to another Spressy March with the gals and other fancy bevies like that. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, Ididi.
Life's too short for coffee that doesn't give you a goal-kicking, winning feeling. So grind with the Bean Cartel. It's award-winning coffee in Australia and overseas. Roasted fresh in Melbourne and delivered to you, Australia-wide. Dangerously good coffee. TheBeanCartel.com.au.
Loan Market AFL Survivor 2026 is here. You can only select each team once throughout the season, so pick wisely. Last person standing wins a $10,000 ballpark entertainment voucher thanks to Loan Market. Enter at sensurvivor.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For many Australians, owning a home feels far away. But now all first home buyers can access the expanded Australian Government 5% deposit scheme. Income caps have been removed and a wider range of homes now qualify, bringing home ownership in reach for more Australians. If you weren't eligible before, you now could be.
Hi, Whiskers.
To see if you could buy with a 5% deposit, visit firsthomebuyers.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Thursday night footy from the MCG. Carlton and Richmond, the Blues first up losers against the Swans. This is the Tigers' first appearance of the season. 2 wins and 5 wins under the 2 years under Adam Uze, and looking to progress further. This night last year, they caused a thunderous upset, which still reverberates all the way through as we come back here tonight. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Gerard, Whateley, Dwayne Russell, Adam Simpson and Ken Hinkley side by side tonight. We're in the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. We'll delve deep into this game in the build-up, but just let's have a little play with the other teams that have landed. All 18 teams in action this weekend, so some selection, there's some ins and outs, and then obviously the first appearance of teams for the year. So Geelong have brought back Jeremy Cameron and Patrick Dangerfield, and the Dockers have Hayden Young, despite a limited build-up, as well as Alex Pearce, the captain who had to prove himself. But we spoke about this off-air earlier today, Simo. Luke Ryan, the All-Australian, has been overlooked.
Wow.
He's not omitted. He just hasn't won his place in the first team of the year.
You did get me to do a bit of research on if Fremantle had their top 7. I actually had him in the top 7. So that's a good sign for their defence, I suppose. You know, looking at Fremantle, though, my expectations for them is they should win this week. You know, I feel like they're in a position where they've won 2 out of the last 3 games down there. I think Geelong are a long way off from what I saw up there. Now, whether they're just rope-a-doping and they'll flick a switch, I've never had a team where I can go, it's time to flick a switch and play like champions, even with the 2 players coming back in.
Yeah, I'm just cautious of Geelong because I think I've been trying to tip them for the last 10 years that they're going to fall over, and they just keep finding a way to reinvent themselves, and their age group and profiles suggest that they perhaps at some point should go down a little bit, but I'm with you. I watched the performance and I thought against, I think it was against Carlton in the trial season as well.
Yeah.
It was just okay, if I'm being kind. Last week was horrible for the first 3 quarters, and they've got a couple of champs back in the side, so it's interesting. Ollie Henry goes out. You know, Gerard, I don't know with Ollie Henry. I'm just not sure where he's at with his footy career. He's got a lot of talent, but he just doesn't seem to,
What do you think he needs?
Honestly,
cup of concrete.
Yeah, kick in the somewhere and get going, son. Come on, you got your chance.
Yeah,
like you've seen the couple of contests that just weren't quite where they needed to be. And
it wasn't alone last week though. There's a few.
No, I know, but it's his career that he's lost his spot. I would say over the last 18 months for the same reason. And look, some people can fix it, some people can't fix it. Now, Ollie's got so much talent. I love him. He looks like such a special player when he's flying, but he can look a little bit the other way when he's not so.
And I wonder what Fremantle are going to do with their style of play. I mean, defensively they stacked up really well, but the criticism was around their ball movement, and it was one of the slowest ball movement sides in history, according to Champion Data. And what have they done to rectify if they wanted to? Or do they just keep playing their way?
No, I think they'll make some adjustments. I think Horney would say, I think something like their best games are clearly when they move the ball fastest. They've lost 1 out of 14 or 15 or something when they move the ball at speed, and I think they've got to go after that. If they don't, they're ignoring the obvious in the game today, and that is if you don't play with that speed. But the challenge with playing with speed is you have to be able to defend behind it. Now, Justin obviously has a great understanding of team defence, I would say, from what gets said about him. So maybe it's the coach versus himself a little bit. I want to play fast, but I don't want to crumble in this thing that I'm supposed to be very good at in Team D.
And it's going to be a hard read too, because sometimes Geelong, it just doesn't matter what you do.
No.
They just work. When they turn up the way they do most times, the Cats, they just choke you to death.
They're 6 goals better down there straight away.
Mason Cox is an emergency for the Dockers, so he has to make the first choice team. The Cats, as you
Darcy
referenced,
playing?
Kenny, Henry is omitted, Nevitt's omitted, and Warple misses with a finger.
Darcy.
Yes,
Yeah,
Darcy
okay.
and
We've gone with
Jackson.
Darcy. There you go.
Both named as followers. So tomorrow night we know there are 3 debutants for Essendon, Al Akka, Kondagiannis and Sharp. Hawthorn have made 2 changes. Mackenzie and Reeves come in. Morrison and McGuinness omitted. So both ruckmen are in tomorrow night's team.
He's still trying to work it out in his best mix. And from what we've heard with Sam and with Day this week, it's going to be more about intent, Gerard. So, probably pick the tougher side you can pick and get on with it, is what I'm feeling, Ken.
Yeah, I think so. And it's interesting, Ned Reeves getting picked with the others still all staying in the side. Gunston, Chol and Mitch Lewis. Makes them tall, so it makes that 5th person on the bench pretty interesting. Because I reckon seeing Hawthorn live the first, in last week and the trial series, I believe that the Meekie's not covering the ground as well as he perhaps needs to.
Meek and mild.
Bit meek. No, not so much. I just think he's a wrestler and the wrestle's gone away a little bit in the game.
Okay.
I think it's hurt him. I think that Reeves will come in for a bit of centre bounce, try and give him an outside hit maybe.
Do you agree that the rule change can affect the draft and who you recruit and how you go about it? Do you agree with the fact that just doing it like that, I mean, they're going to do it at some stage, but the warning was, I don't know, a 6-week warning before they announced it. You don't get a chance to draft and recruit.
No, you don't, but bad luck, I reckon. I actually like the way they said, no, we're changing it and that's it.
Yeah.
I'd rather Swanee come in and go, bang, let's do this. Because otherwise you're going to upset someone, aren't you?
Well, what I don't want is that they change it and then you go draft for it and then they change the rule in 2 years' time and then you've done, you back off.
You'll play chicken with yourself.
What does that mean?
Well, you've got to take it on. You've got to be sure yourself what's going to happen. You look at the game and go, this is not going to last. I won't go for it.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Not really. No, I just think if you're going to, if you like the third man up in that rule, it was just done because Clarko didn't want it. And you Bulldogs win a flag with it, and then the draft's 2 days later.
Yeah, and Bevo was having a crack at me because we had Paddy Ryder at that stage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, there you go. Everyone's got the best interest.
We're all motivated by our own needs.
Yeah. I'm still trying to work out your chicken analogy.
The Dogs and the Giants. So Will Lewis comes in and Riley Sanders as well for the Dogs. Jones with concussion and Croft is injured. The Giants are unchanged. Finn Callaghan has been the query during the week, hasn't he? But he has been named. So a bit of soreness. So there's a wait and see there. Sydney and Brisbane. So Sydney are unchanged. Brisbane out. Gardner suspended. Andrews suspended. Bailey suspended. McCluggage with a calf. Morris with a hand. Draper, McCarthy, Annabelle, Tunstall, Answorth.
Is that a tipping point, Ken?
Feels like it.
Yeah.
In Sydney too.
Yeah. I always thought more than 5. Regardless if it was forced or you just did it because you cracked it. That's 5 changes is a challenge. The other, I suppose, thing that you can get away with, not just this game, but just this 5th spot on the bench. Can you manage different players through that spot as well? That'll be interesting, especially if there's a couple of sore boys that are playing for Brisbane.
They're not bad names they brought in.
No, they're not the same.
No, they're not. They're definitely not the same. Well, 2 of them are the captains. Well, they're lucky they named 3 because they've got 1 left. But Draper, Link McCarthy, who's been a great player in the past, but not for the last couple of years with his knees. Annabelle, everyone talked about being a top 3 or 4 pick.
Yeah. Okay.
So Noah Answorth's been a proven player. So they're not terrible.
They do have a habit of winning when they really need to. I don't know if this week's the game. It's season on the line stuff, but they do find a way sometimes. They did this time last year.
Week after St Kilda at Marvel.
So they get a bye before then.
Yeah, right.
And the bye's badly needed. So they had 16 unavailable. The team's picked. There's only 5 left over. They were supposed to play a practice game at VFL level against Southport. The Lions have cancelled that. You just don't have any players.
Bye hurts them a bit with the suspension, I reckon. Harris Andrew gets 4 weeks now instead of 3. And
helps them with the other side.
Helps them with the other one. So
Collingwood and Adelaide. The Magpies are unchanged. Adelaide, I think they're pretty well stocked. Phil Thorpe, I know, had been a query, but he's there. On Sunday, North Melbourne and Port Adelaide. They're just full squads. Cosy Pickett's been named for Melbourne. St Kilda to lose. Marshall to concussion. Stocker, Keeler,
Dodson and Banfields into the squad. So Keeler would be the like for like if that's what they choose. Gold Coast into the squad comes Jed Walter, Moyle and Graham. Interesting to see if he plays. And the number 1 draft pick, Will Dersma, is going to make his debut for West Coast. That has been announced. So those are the selections.
How does it work this year, Gerard, with the Sunday selections? Is it the bigger squad, or is it it is what it is?
Yeah, it's still 26. So you add 3 and 3 come out.
No, I don't actually know I don't have to know the rules this year as much.
Gerard knows them.
26-man squad and 3.
Have you heard much out of West Coast with Dersma?
No, I haven't. No. It's probably still about their senior players being available.
A lot out, haven't they?
They've still got a lot out.
Yeah.
So
10 unavailable.
Hey?
10 unavailable.
Yeah. It's just, and you know these new facilities that they talk about. I'm not sure what happened with Port when they transitioned to the bigger. See it with Hawthorn now. See it with Essendon and Tullamarine. West Coast, it's like the new facility doesn't guarantee success or availability.
Ours wasn't that big, Simo.
Wow, that was big. Yeah, okay. So maybe that's a good thing.
Ours was little.
I think that's a good thing.
We walked in and said the gym's too small the day we walked in. It was crazy.
So hopefully that all helps with your tipping. SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2026. Win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong. You know well that's Ream. Register now at tipping.sen.com.au. Throughout the season, SEN Stadium if you're at grounds and SEN Sync. So watching the footy from home, open the SEN app and use SEN Sync to match your TV with the AFL Nation broadcast for Australian made to support Australians right here. You can listen to Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson tonight. The full preview is coming up. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig online every time on AFL Nation, thanks to 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy.
Jules to Soup here with an odds update for PointsBet. Tonight's clash at the MCG sees Carlton take on Richmond, with the Blues going in as clear favourites at $1.31 with PointsBet, while the Tigers are the outsiders at $3.30 as their young side continues to develop. Check out PointsBet's new product, Pull 'em. Provided you build a multi with at least 4 legs and a $4 total price, you can pull a leg that is lacking heat before the start of the third quarter, keeping the rest of your bet alive at reduced odds. Now, tonight's multi starts with Patrick Cripps. The Carlton skipper has copped a bit of criticism recently, and this feels like the kind of stage where he'll want to answer those critics. We're taking Cripps to collect 27 or more disposals tonight with PointsBet. For Leg 2, let's have a look at Sam Walsh. Walsh is coming off a big opening round performance and was one of the Blues' few shining lights in their loss to Sydney. If the Blues can control possession through the middle again, he should be right around the footy, so it's 25 plus for Walsh tonight. The third leg is around Richmond star midfielder Tim Taranto. He's always thereabouts for the Tigers. Even when they're under pressure, he still finds plenty of the footy. We pick him to collect 22 or more disposals tonight. Then the value leg and the one on pull and watch is Carlton key forward Harry Mackay. With Charlie Curnow no longer there, Mackay really needs to step up as the main focal point for the Blues. If Carlton dominate territory, he should get plenty of opportunities to hit the scoreboard. So we'll take Harry to kick 3 or more goals tonight. So the final pull and multi with PointsBet is Patrick Cripps, 27 plus disposals, Sam Walsh, 25 plus disposals, Tim Taranto, 22 plus disposals, and Big Harry Mackay for 3 plus goals. Total, $6. And remember, with PointsBet's Pull 'em, you can remove a leg before the start of the third quarter. We'll be keeping a very close eye on Mackay's goal tally at half-time. Overall, the Tigers did it last year, but the Blues will beat them this time, Carlton by 21 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy. PointsBet, built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Macca's new Bistro Bernese Angus range can now be enjoyed with a refreshing Kirk's Lemon Lime and Bitters. Compliments to the chef. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
With Bupa Health Insurance, you're covered. From physio to pistachios, dental to lentils. Get up to 10 weeks free and the 2 and 6 month waiting periods waived on extras when you join Bupa directly on eligible products by April 1st. Plus, get up to $850 everyday rewards dollars. So you're covered. From checkups to checkouts. T's and C's apply, new members only. For award-winning health insurance, search Bupa today.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay. With 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
The all-new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
The world's best netballers are back when Suncorp Super Netball returns this weekend. Starting with a blockbuster clash between the Melbourne Mavericks and Giants Netball at Red Energy Stadium, Bendigo this Saturday at 5pm. There'll be extra attention on this match as former Giants co-captain Jamie Lee Price lines up against her old club for the very first time. The action continues as the Melbourne Vixens head up north to take on the Queensland Firebirds at 2pm this Sunday. All tickets are on sale now via Ticketek, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel and Binge.
Go Harvey Norman 2025 TV run-out sale on now. Race in for clearance prices across the entire 2025 TV range. Big screens, king screens, all screens on sale. From OLED to mini LED, 4K and 8K with AI technology. All the big brands, LG, Samsung, Sony, Hisense, TCL and more. If it's a 2025 model, it's got to go while stocks last. Shop in store, shop online. But hurry, once we sell out, they're gone. Best brands, best range.
Go!
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Bring footy tipping into 2026 with EmberX, built by fans for fans, with tipping, content and rewards and $2 million in prizes across both codes this season, including $250,000 for each code's season winner. Get tipping at mberx.com or download the app.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan foods. It's quite a chilly night in Melbourne, really the first cool night we've had in quite some time, and it's breezy above all else, so it will swirl down at ground level where the banners are ready to be raised. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig online every time. The Tigers are coming up the race. Toby Nankervis, the captain, leading this Richmond side out. A blend of the experienced players and then a whole lot of newbies, including Sam Grill, pick number 8 from last year's draft that Tiger fans have a whole lot of hope invested in. So let's start to kick this around with our experts for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for Sustainable Australian Homes, Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson. How are you shaping it up?
Well, we're not going to get the same as last year, are we? Or are we? That's the. I'm actually interested to see what would you have done? You're Michael Voss. It's a pre-game speech. What needs to be said? Because it doesn't feel like it's an effort issue.
No, I don't think so. I think it's concentration on every moment. It's not get past the moment.
Quarters.
Yeah, I think it's not get past the moment and not look for the Carlton will be sitting there as a group potentially going, I hope we're going to be okay. So they've got a bit of self-doubt. I think Vossi's got to give them as much confidence around what we did last week was so good against Sydney. Let's just go. We know we're going to play for longer. We know we'll get to the end of this game and we know we'll win this game. I think you just got to overdo the confidence with them.
And if you're Adam Uze, it's your first game of the season. You know your pre-game speech of the first game. Everything's just butterflies and roses, isn't it? It's like it's a positive feeling. There's no consequences from the week before. You're ready to go, and you're just full of optimism. So already there's a different mindset for both sides.
Yeah, there's a bit of freedom in Richmond, and there's a tensity about Carlton that's real. So freedom will be okay until you get whacked.
Well, that's probably part of. I think Carlton's DNA is they have the ability to whack if they can sustain it. The perception is you can get them on the outside. You hang around long enough. Last year they were pretty straight, direct side, get a turnover and get them on the outside, and that's what Richmond did in the second half. I think Carlton moved the ball a little bit differently now, but they got blown around the ball last week. It was the top players from Sydney that really sliced them in half.
Well, the outside players got them a little bit with their speed, and I do believe that you can get Carlton on the outside, and I think that will be, again, somewhat of a challenge. That won't be just a tonight challenge for Carlton and Michael. That'll be a challenge for the whole season because your list is what it is a little bit. We've added some stuff to it that's made us a little bit quicker, but we haven't actually changed the dynamic that much, I don't think, with leg speed and the personnel that you've brought in. I think then, other than young Jagger Smith, who's got real wheels.
Reliance on him, though, isn't there?
Yeah, he's a second-year player coming off an ACL. Give him a chance, But I think there's not that much else changed around the outside run.
The one thing Sydney did last week is once they got on top around the ball, they got in front of the play. I just don't think Richmond are quite ready to be that side just yet. I think they want to play an honest brand. So maybe that won't be as a big issue as what Carlton faced last week, but they did get them on the outside this time last year.
Yeah, and they'll be trying. I think they'll be trying to get the ball out the back when they can, but you're right, Richmond won't take the early decision early.
What do we call that?
Cheating. we call it smart. We call it smart. We used to have a term at Port of playing against different clubs, and we'd call it the lazy mid.
The lazy mid?
The lazy mid. He'd get caught offside, but then he'd burst forward on you and you're in a bit of trouble. So you've got to watch for the lazy mid.
Yeah. Well, we would cater for that with a player that would pick up the lazy mid. We had a Jack Redden type. It was like, listen, your job is not to get involved in that contest. Just hang back in that sweeper type of position and pick up the spitters because that's coming.
Yeah, that's Will and Drew at Port. Something similar. We don't coach that much differently, Simo. No club does, I don't reckon. No. We have similar philosophies around the way we like the game played. And Carlton's challenges tonight, I honestly believe they're just upstairs. They're not actually, what they're capable of. I think it's just a little demon or two that's sitting around up there. And it happened come back round 0 last week. Opening round, it was back in their head. So they've got to be able to overcome that, and that's their challenge, to overcome their own challenge, and it's above the shoulders.
Well, both sides dealing with momentum has been an issue. I mean, younger side for Richmond, developing side, that's sort of the last piece of the puzzle, and it had to stop a 4-goal run where last week, 8 or 9 goals in a row, and there's a few moves you can make from the box, but once you get started, once you're a deer in the headlights, sometimes it's just wait for that siren to go for the end of the quarter.
I reckon they were happy about the Lightning. Yeah, I reckon the game getting called off from maybe.
Oh, you reckon Richmond?
Yeah, I think they were in a bit of trouble as it was.
Okay, yeah.
So damage might have been.
You reckon Vossi was praying for Lightning at the SCG?
Yeah, I reckon he was out there doing a dance. But that was a bit late. But Richmond. Look, my personal view of Richmond is this could be a year they actually stall a little. Because everyone expects them to just naturally go forward. I think young players, second year in, third year in, they can actually have some challenges, and that's why I was interested in Trainer and Brown. I'm going, why are they not playing? They're pretty good players, but obviously their form's not as good.
Yeah, well, they're still relying on Taranto, even Short, Bolter, Nankervis, those types of players. They're very important. Broad, they're the ones that really hold them up in the tough times and tough games. But this, I wouldn't see them as them thinking that this tonight. I reckon they're thinking, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's embrace the youth and get them on the outside as quick as we can. So, and Layla, he's the one. I want to see what he's going to bring tonight. He even looks like Dusty. Have a look at him down there.
Right number on now too, isn't he?
Yes, it looks like...
Yeah, no, he's Dusty.
He could be one of the better players in the competition pretty quickly, I think, with what he's delivered very early on in his career.
I don't really got to watch him early. Like, I come into a game to watch him. I don't know, we must have been over here playing or something. Come to watch him at the G, and I just gone, wow.
Yeah.
He had 2 moments, not only 2, I reckon, 2 moments in the game. I'm going, whoa, you can play.
I just wonder what he's done in the gym, and with his fitness, he looked like he was just short of a yard at occasions, just a bit like Harley Reid as well. It's just see ball, get ball, and then rest.
Yep.
So he might be your old, what do you call him?
Lazy mid.
Lazy eye.
Lazy mid.
Lazy eye mid, who, when you get some talent around, that you can actually take the liberties and anticipate a turnover a bit earlier than the rest of the opposition.
The teams are going through their warm-ups for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. What are you thinking in terms of matchups here? Forwards and defenders, defenders and forwards?
Yeah, well, they'll be interesting, Gerard, because there's some obvious ones. I mean, Wiedering and Lynch will line up with each other without too many doubts, and Tommy will be grumpy and angry and doing what he does, and he'll probably throw his arms back, and Wieders will cop one. You know, what they do with Cripps, Miller will go to Big Harry, you would think, Simo, wouldn't you? Miller, Big Miller.
So, yeah. I mean, the matchups don't feel as obvious as most weeks. It might be one of those, we'll just play and you just play and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, Hewitt Taranto, maybe Hewitt Hopper, that sort of role, pseudo tag role that he plays.
With the tag last week, Ken, with Holland on Gordon, and we didn't see it in the pre-season games, and sometimes coming up with a new strategy going into round 0, it throws everyone out of whack a little bit. So I suspect Carlton might just go, you know what, we'll just play our roles today and see what they take to us.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go about it, and then the new players who've fitted into Carlton over the pre-season, or what happens again with them, with Ainsworth and Haywood, those
Great
type
point.
of players. How do they feel second? Haywood and Florent had an obvious opportunity last week against their old team, so first time in Melbourne in the Carlton colours, big game, MCG.
Well, the one thing I did notice with their ball movement over the course of pre-season is those guys, Florent, Ainsworth, and who was the other one? Haywood. They all got involved in the ball movement, and they were the ones who changed the angle. And the sometimes habits are hard to break. In the straight line game that Carlton played, you could still see the Hewitt types going pretty direct. When it got the ball in the new players' hands, they naturally changed angles and tried to change the shape of their ball movement. So they've had really solid pre-seasons. I'd expect those three to be heavily involved tonight.
Second ruck? Who do you think is going to be second ruck for the Blues?
Well, I'd do Harry, but I don't think that's going to happen. And you don't think Cripps is a good option?
Oh, not for me. I just don't want to put a ball-winning midfielder in the ruck. I just don't want to do. I mean, I put Ollie Wines in there though.
You did,
because you didn't have 23. Well, Ollie actually sometimes it helped him.
Yeah.
But I think he's a different player to Cripper too. So
how different do you see them?
Oh, I think Ollie's just gets it done in tight, and he does slap it forward. I think Cripper can perhaps deliver it a little bit more and move and change angles. They're both Brownlow medalists. They're not bad.
Yeah,
I'll take both of them.
High end, and we think O'Keefe might be.
Yeah, well, O'Keefe could be the ruck chop out as well. So and Richmond have picked. The mid-season draft from a couple of years ago, Campbell Gray, I think he's the likely chop out for them, and he's only 195. So there's an opportunity there for Carlton to get some ball in the right spots around the contest.
Do you think Pitnet and Nankervis just have a nil or draw? They're very similar types of. They're not really the modern-day ruckman, are they?
No, they're not. We had Toby on Sports Day during last week, I reckon it was. Geez, impressive when you listen to him have a chat about footy and how passionate he is about working with this young group and what he wants to see from them. I think he's a pretty good leader. I think he's going to...
You reckon he might get the...
Well, I think I'd probably take him, even though Pitney kicked 3 last week.
Yeah, he'll never, ever do that again.
I said even a blind squirrel finds a nut some days.
Well, yeah, there were 2 of them from forward 50 stoppages, and one he kicked that had a set shot from 30.
And I'm being respectful. He's a ruckman.
It sounds like
well, he's a
really
ruckman.
Respectful.
They don't often kick 3.
I think he's kicked 3 in the previous 100 games, so I'm not quite sure if he's going to get to 9 too quickly. So, and unfortunately, he was the leading goal scorer for the Blues. So we've got to get Harry going. That's the other piece. He hasn't fired a bullet all pre-season, and delivery's been better, but he still hasn't taken the most of his opportunities.
Would you play him a bit deeper isolated? I don't know that I've got no insight at all about what Carlton do.
I actually don't either. I'm working at Carlton through just the development of the coaches. I don't know the style of play. I can only see what I've been seeing at training and a little bit of the dynamics in the box. But in terms of positioning and ball movement, that sort of stuff, I'm probably as blind as most. So it seems like it's just going to take a bit of time. You know, he needs to be the man, though. He needs to be...
Well, he's been a Coleman medalist.
Absolutely. So what's holding him back, do you think, at the moment? I mean, it's only been one game.
From an outsider's point of view, it looks like real belief. And that's crazy to say, isn't it? Because he's won from himself.
Yeah.
It looks like a little bit of real belief, and he's won a Coleman medal. He should be one of those blokes that comes game day.
Give me the ball.
Get on. Give it here. Get out of my way. Let me have a look at this, and I'll take it.
Yeah, that's why I'd stick him in the ruck every now and then. If he hasn't touched it for 10 minutes or the ball's been up the other end, I think sometimes just getting your hand on the ball. And he does a few things in the middle. It used to be the step stuff, so maybe he can't do that anymore. And maybe they need to protect him without Kerno as well.
Yeah, I think all those things are pretty right, I reckon. But I'm with you. If you're out of neck and you're not getting a touch, don't leave me rotten. Let me get me up near the footy.
We'll have unmissable moments tonight for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. And part of that is the story of Jagger Smith, who was pick number 3 in the same draft as Sam Lawler. They meet on an AFL field for the first time. Picks 1 and 3 from that draft. Choose to drink wise. The coin toss for Keno Go's $40 million jackpot. Download the app. Toby Nankervis and Patrick Cripps in the middle of the MCG, which is filling in a really promising way. Will be plus 70,000 for sure. Patrick Cripps wins the toss, and the Blues are going to kick to the city end in the opening term. Keno Go play with $2 today. So the final stages of the warm-ups for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Our pre-game has been for before you dig. So give us the final word from the coaches before the bounce. The best sheds, Australian sheds at lowest prices.
Well, I'll do the Blues. I think it's been a moment in time last week. Block out the outside noise. I think they've done a good job of that. Start like they started last week and sustain it for 4 quarters and be the bullies. You know, it's time to flex a little bit. And I wouldn't deviate too much from that, Ken. I'm not sure what actually happened, but I would stick to the basics with that side of.
And I'd go after you, I think, if I'm Richmond. I'd play with the youth that I've got, and I'd play with the freedom that this game presents for you, and say, okay, they're going to be waiting for us to come after them. Let's put the real pressure on them and run them and keep running them until they can't keep up anymore.
You reckon it's going to be an inside battle versus an outside battle?
Well, it feels like it, and probably should be with even the demographics of both teams. One's quite young, even though inside they're pretty similar, aren't they, with Taranto and Hoppo?
Who are you backing?
I'm Carlton. I think I thought they played well enough last week. I hope that for Bossy's sake that's the case.
Simo?
I'll go the Blues as well. But I don't think it'll be as obvious as a 10-goal win. I think it could come down to the last quarter.
The opening siren, round 1. Carlton and Richmond at the MCG. On AFL Nation, you're with Dwayne Russell.
Great to have your company. Ball flung in the air from the jump. Pitternet and Nankervis go at it. Jagger Smith dived, almost got a free. Umpire said no. Nankervis hammers it inside 50. Off hands Florent. Gathers for the Blues. Heads out wide. Ainsworth's out there. Misjudged it slightly, but it is breezy. Off hands Banks. Good collect. Gave the handball over. The long launch from Rouse Smith. The hairless Rouse Smith. Strange to see him like that. Ball flicked to the back of the pack. Race on. Williams gets there for the Blues. Hands to Walsh. Needs to hit a target early. Missed a target early. And it's a ball out of bounds. We get a ball in 50 from Richmond's goal. They're kicking to the punt road end in this opening term on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
No real matchups just yet, Ken. It's a pretty 6-6-6 type of game.
Yeah, it looks like they've got even numbers both ends of the ground, so get the ball in there and see who gets it first.
Lynch has Young down in the square. It's 50 away from there. Nankervis tapped it down to the front. Tackles were laid. Cripps is after it. Climbing all over him is Lawler. He was lying on top of his back. It felt like a Cripps free kick.
No real surprises with the starting points of all players. Sort of where they're meant to be.
I'm interested if Young is on Lynch. You know, if that's what's going on at the moment. It looks like because Wiedering's out the far side of the ground, but it'll be interesting to see there.
Cripps brings it down the members' wing. Coming in from the side was Hayward. Took some heavy collision with Kemp. The Blues are on out the back. Elijah Hollands checks his kick and finds Harry. 45 from goal.
And that's the kick you want. And you'd be you could argue that's what Carlton haven't done in the past. They're happy to bomb that one long for an out-the-back play, but having someone come at the ball like Harry has, getting the first opportunity to take a mark inside 50.
Yeah, it's great for his confidence. I see McGovern in the goal square as well too, so he's obviously started forward.
Might have flipped forward.
Yeah, it looks like, well, Florent was definitely at half-back, so Dean down there as well, so they've got enough tools probably.
Harry Mackay, plenty riding on the kick. He's pushed it out to the left and it's missed by a margin. First score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert is a minor.
And only a couple of minutes into the game on the eldest clock for Australian agriculture. Short entrusted with the kick in. And straight down the spine, he travels aggressive. And Harry Dean almost marked it. Cripps virtually flicked that to Jagger Smith. Back to Young. Put his teammate under pressure. Jagger Smith mopped up the mess. Got it to Hayward. He's outside 50. Drops it to the hole to McGovern. Couldn't quite reach it. Kemp nearly reached it. Harry Mackay reached it. And now he's manhandled. Got a kick away. Goal on the goal line. They scrambled it home in the end. Ainsworth, first goal as a Blue. Just got a foot to it on the line.
Well, they started really quick. They've got the ball up their end of the ground and they've been able to hit the scoreboard. Harry even then had that nearly moment. He had the first shot at goal, then he's been able to get a ball onto his foot. And I think young Ainsworth knew that it was going to be a goal, but he took the opportunity.
Oh, you reckon he flamethrowed already?
Well, I'm just having a little look at the replay if I could, just to get a bit of a feel for what happens here.
Well, what they did do well, and they did this last week, they got from the inside to the out really well with good, sharp, quick hands, deep entry, a bit of chaos football. And you could accuse this of being holding the ball and, oh, geez, he just finished it off, Ken. Give him a break.
I thought it was going through just slightly myself.
Okay. It's something you do bring up on a Monday if you win. You have a bit of fun with it, but if you lose, it just gets passed by.
1-0 in the Blues' favour. Rucks crash into each other. Nankervis won it out the side. Taranto got stripped of it by Walsh. Wins holding the ball. Walsh thought about the hand pass to Williams on the flyby, but he's going to kick it up inside the 50. It's a wonky old ball. Spoils were easily made. Elijah Hollins to Jagger Smith. Dragged his kick out into the pocket. Didn't give Kemp any chance. It runs out of play.
Young Smith's up and about early, isn't he?
Just knows how to find the ball.
He does. And that kick from Sam Walsh is exactly the kick that Sam's got to get better at.
Deep forward for the Blues. Pitnet and Nankervis have followed it down. Nankervis front position. Ball's loose for a long time. Cripps hand passes it forwards. Kemp was trying to lift the tackle to be high. The umpire having none of it.
Certainly living in the Carlton here.
Pitnet. Nankervis reached it. Now had it stripped. Now he's tackled again. The umpire's cutting a few players some slack early. Not trigger happy with the freeze. There's been a few 51-49ers they could have paid. Now Ross has given a handball out to Bolter. There's a free kick to Pitnet behind the play. He might be on for another three.
Going to win the Coleman this
He
time.
might kick 3 goals again tonight. By the way, Ainsworth did kick one last week as a Blue. He's a stealer of goals. He does have those goal lines. It's the only thing he looks at when he gets the ball.
Oh.
He's a stealer. I like it. He's a stealer. 18 disposals to 5. Richmond have not hardly touched the footy.
Pitnet to make it 2-0 early stages. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert, and it looks great off the boot. Blues have started brilliantly. Seen this movie before, but it's a good start. Tyre Power scoreboard. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts, and our experts are Adam Simpson and Ken Hinkley, our experts for Powerbay quality solar solutions.
They've gone for the developed print on the first goal to decide whether it's Ainsworth or Mackay.
Well,
it's a split decision right now.
There is a theory that if your foot carries it through the line and your foot is still in contact after the line, that it's actually a behind.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It's not going to change.
Right there.
That's Ask AI sort of stuff. That's Thursday, Gerard. But the Blues have started how we thought they might with their midfield. They're +9 contested possessions already. You've got Smith with 4, Cripps with 3. Harry's had the 2 and Pitnet the 2 and a goal.
2-1, just the start the Blues were looking for. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Up they go. Nankervis out the side. Cripps clean gather. Gave it to Hewitt in the tackle. Pitnet's ended up with it. The Blues are coming forward again. Kick just short of McGovern. Bouncing ball. McGovern's got it on the turn, on the right boot. Sits it up and kicks the goal. Blues have made a white-hot start. 3-1.
So there's the first answer. We know Carlton are going to be up and about early now. They've got some confidence. They've got everything going. Now's where the questions for Richmond. Are you going to be just get in the game, keep it close?
What would you be doing, Ken? You're in the box. You're Adam Uze. What's the conversations you're having?
Well, the first thing you've got to do is get your hand on the footy. They just can't get near the ball at the moment. So there's not much they can do because it's coming centre bounce almost straight into the forward line.
Yep.
You can't get one behind the ball. 6, 6 and 6 stop you from doing that. I'd perhaps start a defensive winger a little bit more maybe to give them some coverage.
It is their strength, the Blues, is their work around the ball. Their ability to get inside to the out with hands has been pretty sharp early on.
The two wings, McAuliffe and Ralph Smith, have both started in the middle of the wing. They haven't dropped back to the back of the square as you can do. Nankervis knocks it down. Chris Whitten got it, gave it to Nankervis. Hands it to Taranto. Bounce pass back to Big Nank. It was a long way down, but he got it and gave it to Nank, and they are out the front now. A little roller towards attacking 50. Top of the deck might actually work. Steely Green's got it, and he might just steal himself a goal. He doesn't.
He's going to get it back.
Okay, so he was dealt with late. And there is value to that. Just delay your kick so you're going to get hit as the ball leaves your boot and maybe get that second chance.
That was Seth Campbell, I reckon, that did the little toe poke.
Yeah, and he meant it as well.
Yeah, he definitely meant it. Interesting little play here. Yeah. If you get the finish here, all of a sudden Richmond get a little bit... There was nothing clean about what Richmond did other than Seth Campbell.
Was the bump on Green late enough to be a re-kick or not?
This is the way they've been calling it for a while now.
So he's had a sider from the pocket, and this time he nails it. Tigers are on the board. There's an old Ken Hinkley mantra, Gerard. That is to stop a run on. The best way to stop a run on is kick one of your own.
Well, it come from the middle, and I mean, we're seeing this new ruck rule come into play where there's less and less secondary stoppages. I think it's down 8% from last year. 15% of all centre bounces resulted in a secondary stoppage, and this year it's down 6 or 7%. And we've just seen 2 goals kicked out of the middle. There was some great instinctive play from Campbell, wasn't it? Just a knock on with the foot, where it was like a soccer cross almost.
You don't teach it, do you?
No, you don't. Well, you claim you do.
Yeah, but you don't.
No, but you don't.
Pressure factor both sides right up 217, 213 Carlton, Richmond 217. So she's hot, and it's going to have to stay that way.
The middle is red hot as well.
Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Blues by 13 points. Nankervis flipped it out the side. Hopper's job to get onto it. His hand passes poor straight to Pipnet. Gave it to Carroll out on the wing. Blues are coming forward again. It lands 30 out from goal. Mackay cleared him. Kemp off the ground. It trickles and rolls and dribbles and gets there! By a whisker. The Blues have 4. And they are running hot for Ream in Stooler. Australia's favourite. 4-1 plays one straight.
That's the third goal from a centre bounce clearance, Ken. And, if you're the stoppage coach for both teams and you're in the box, you're asking some questions. Are we happy with what's going on right now? I'll tell you what matters. Now's about the time the secondary mids come into play. And the rucks will seem to stay in there for a little bit longer, but it's the second stringers that become really important.
Territory, isn't it? It's a territory time now if you're in the coach's box. For Richmond, they've had their hands on a couple and turned them over. I reckon just get out of there.
With it a bit.
Yeah, just get it out of there.
Our experts for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions, Adam Simpson and Ken Hinkley. Ball back in the middle. Flung in the air, and this time it's O'Keefe doing the ruck work against Nankervis. So off the bench into the ruck and fresh. Walsh gets the clearance of sorts to Cripps. Hands it backwards to Florent, who came in off half-back off the square. Back to O'Keefe. His handball out his pocket, picked by Nankervis, who was brilliant. Gave it to Campbell, out the front. Has a bounce, heads long. Lynch his target. He used hands on Young. He used hands on Young. Free kick.
O'Keefe comes into the ruck, Ken, so you sort of see the change in dynamics. He does a bit of a turnover going the other way, so already you start to lean on the second stringers.
He had good position, Lynch. He probably didn't need to do it. Young made the absolute most of the contact too. Long down the wing. Hand pass straight over the boundary. My McGovern, it was touched on the way.
Yeah, the second string ruck, but they had chances. Again, they messed around with the ball and didn't take it forward quickly. So, I get it. We want to lower our eyes at the right moment, but we also don't want to overdo it from centre bounce.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. All under the worn stand. On the throw in, all the way back to the boundary. Walsh tracked it, but Never got that.
Not a lot going on with the stoppage situation. Sometimes you have teams dropping off of high half forwards, but at this stage it looks like it's a pretty 6-6-6 type of game. Maybe a high half forward stalking an opposition winger.
Right half forward for the Tigers at the throw-in. O'Keefe wins the tap, clean down to Walsh on the break, delivers the Blues to half forward. Mackay's the target, he rises, hands to it, didn't complete the mark. Gibcus underneath in defence to Miller, run down by Harry, had claims to holding the ball, and instead it ends up high.
Yeah, he didn't get a hand on that ball. It just fell out on the ground. Harry's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, he's started the game well though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's working hard.
So Bolter with the high contact plays it through Gibcus and across half back to Short. Richmond bring it to the near side. Short is unconvinced about staying here. He does in the end to Banks. Not much to work with down the line. It'll be a long kick to a contest. Terribly well placed. Wiedering with an easy spoil. Lawler underneath in the tackle of Hewitt. Taranto out the back. Hopper took him on, got rid of it in the nick of time. Tresize gave the little bit of ground. And they will be able to build through Short off the wing. Sets it in the Lynch direction. Wiedering the hand across the front. Ground ball, Williams, Walsh, Hewitt, Cripps. Blues are out.
Handball chain gets them out back to Williams in the end. He's the one that kicks, and he kicks a delightful kick to Hayward, who had Cripps running past and ignored it. It's not going to endear him to his captain.
Well, he's running towards the boundary, Dwayne, and sometimes they're the ones you don't want to give.
Unless your captain in your second game for your club says give it.
Wiedering sore from that last contest too, behind the plays, hobbling quite a bit.
Lord has it on the wing. Heads long, flyers go up, Bolter double fist kills it to the boundary, and we'll get a ball in 1:25 plays, one straight 6 if you're just joining us on AFL Nation. The score for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And clockwise, the eldest clock for Australian agriculture. We've travelled 10 minutes into the opening term.
Lynch just with a well-placed knee on Wiedering to leave him a bit bruised in the aftermath. Nankervis took it out of the ruck. There was nothing more from it.
The Blues have had 7 inside 50s going at 71% scoring efficiency.
Take that.
Right half forward for Carlton, and Curvis wins a tap outside the immediate area. Paddled toward the boundary. Smith is there, works it around to Florence, sweeps the hand pass inboard. Ollie Hollands, who gives it up to Chesser, who kicks inside the 50. Tigers had good representation, but McGovern just stood his ground and clunked it overhead.
You would have seen McGovern as a forward at Adelaide,
Yep.
Ken. And obviously he looked a little bit more comfortable down back, but heart of hearts, is he a forward?
I think he prefers to play forward, but he's that type of player. I mean, he's got this highlights reel about him. There's no doubt about that. And frustratingly, he doesn't often deliver, and that's where he's been a challenge. And for Michael to play him forward tonight, obviously he's got into the game really early.
Right to the brink of being wound up last year. Mitch McGovern for his second, and he adds to the early toll for the Blues. 5-1-31 to 1 straight on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, they couldn't wish for a much better start. So, their score efficiency going forward is absolutely elite at this point in time. So, Richmond, as I said before, they're going 1 in 3 effective clearance to get it clear of the clearance position. So, they're just not clearing the ball at the rate they need to. And Carlton, you give them a look the second time round, you're in trouble.
Yeah, they're getting beaten up around the ball. There's no doubt about that. It's the Carlton strength, and this is the expectation I think we all have on this midfield versus a younger, probably not as strong in close midfield of Richmond.
22-9 contested possession.
Yeah, it's a blowout already early, but can they sustain this is the challenge, because the perception is once that drops off, the Tigers are back in.
So Adam Simpson reckons Richmond have got Carlton right where they want them. 4 goals up early.
How's Blues radio going?
They'll be going off.
From the ball up, Hewitt gets it to Jagger Smith. Said plenty early, gave it to O'Keefe, the ruck runner. Not the kind of guy to give it to, though. He missed his handball target. Carroll mopped it up. Goes back to Jagger Smith. He heads toward goal. And it's either his first goal in AFL footy or it's touched on the line. It's touched or it's go.
I think it's a goal, isn't it, Adam? Come on.
It never used to work for me. It was always what I didn't want.
It's touched.
I told you. I can get them all the time, can't I, Gerard?
Review underway.
All the ball over all of the
Review
line.
complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's been touched before crossing the back of the goal line.
Replay
Decision on
screen. Need a
scoreboard.
new TV. Score a deal at Harvey Norman's 2025 TV run out sale. Big brands, big screens, big savings. TV run out sale on now.
This is the time where you are reflecting in the box, Ken, about what's the game telling us. And there's a lot of green in the Carlton box. For Richmond, they just haven't had their hands on the ball enough to do anything.
Sam Grill on the kick in. Brings it long down the members' wing. Off hands has to be one underneath. Batted the way of Hopper. Released and then stolen. Elijah Holland's got it going momentarily. Chesser lost it. Hopper just pounds it into the middle for Richmond. It took awkward bounces everywhere. Williams and Florent for the Blues. Oh, Florent put on a neat little sidestep to open the way. Hewitt kicks up inside the 50. Mackay's the target. One-on-one. Beaten hands down by Bolter.
And you caught it right. He kept his hands down and he just beat him with strength. So short pass to Grill. Their gun draft pick. He's hit the target on the outer side as well. Ralph Smith, delightful 50-metre pass to precision there. And Ralph Smith goes inside 50. It won't reach Lynch. It hits the deck though. It'll kick around the body by Mansell and it might roll all the way home. Here's some goals being scored and some beauties at that.
Yeah.
And Mansell pounced. Quick fire.
We're going to have a lot of goal scoring going on, and we're going to have a nice long quarter again, probably, which will be good for the game. But the goal scoring is happening. Richmond just took the contest a bit there and just went forward and surged the ball forward and turned what wasn't a very effective entry into a goal scoring opportunity, and they made the most of it.
Yeah, a reflection of Carlton's defence. The first crack, I suppose, where Bolton takes that intercept mark and it goes the whole way. And it was a bit messy on its way through, but some good skill, some good crumble. They look quick, don't they? When the ball hits the deck, the use looks like it's dangerous. So I think the narrative around Carlton on the inside, Richmond on the outside is going to be a play all night.
Yeah, I think that's what you've got to go with if you're Richmond. You've got to believe it. And certainly the Blues will.
Blues by 20, Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Pitnet took it out of the ruck, released it to Walsh. She was under pressure and coughed it up. Taranto gives it to Grill, coming out of half-back. He stretches out and has a bounce. Kicks the Tigers up in the Lynch direction. Front position. Young made the spoil. Working hard, Mansell. Hand pass was blind. Coughed it up to Young. Dean knocked on cleverly by Williams. It set the way for Carroll to kick the Blues to halfway. Kemp had a little fumble, drew a lot of pressure. Got rid of the footy though. Fogarty, no, he straight turned it over. Gray's dragged down by Fogarty, who tries to retrieve, but there's a Richmond free kick.
This game is in fast forward at the moment. Both teams are embracing the speed. Whether it's the new rules, the start of the season, the youth, it's just a breakneck speed. No team wants to slow down at the moment.
70, 80,000 the G gets you going like that, I reckon.
Long from Grill inside 50. Lynch from 4 deep got up there, knocked it down, front of the pack. Hewitt was quick fire to Walsh. Got it up to Hollands, Elijah. He goes back to Florent. He's inside defensive 50 and waits. Chips it to Chesser, who's held up just outside defensive 50. Got the short pass if he wants it. And hits Elijah Hollands as on a half-back flank. 5-2, plays two straight. And we've played 20 minutes into this opening term turnover.
Wretched kick into the middle. Rioli didn't have to break stride. He delivers to Mansell. Lets the forwards set up. There's a couple of spare defenders back, which is why Mansell wasn't prepared to deliver. Now he goes to Lynch under double coverage. Wiedering made the spoil. Ralph Smith out against the boundary. Lord stayed with him. Lynch picked it up. Florent tackled him. Ross against the boundary now. Ralph Smith hand passed it against and over the line for a throw-in.
Ken, the game's doing this. Are you a type of coach we go, we need to slow this down a bit, or do you embrace the chaos?
Yeah, I tend to do it like it a little bit.
Okay.
It was built for the way we played, I reckon, a little bit, but you've got to be able to hold up defensively.
And Hinkley for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Tigers deep forward. Young does the ruck work. It's won by Campbell, though, who caresses it to the top of the square. Blues get a couple there, and Carroll propels himself in to punch it through for a rush to behind. A 19-point margin in Carlton's favour. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Really dangerous at ground level inside the forward 50. Richmond, early signs. Just bring it to ground, let the Smalls get to work.
Closed up that contest number a bit too, which has helped him.
Florent kicks into Lord, but put him under pressure by Skip passing it to him. Ball to the middle, cut off beautifully in the middle of the ground by Trezise. He goes inside with his kick to Banks. Middle of the ground, straight down the spine. Launches, Lynch down there, Fool down there. Wettering got a hand on it. Florent crumbed it. And then he was crushed by the tackle. Umpire said no, free kick, play on. It rolls out. Fool gets a trickler. It's the post, but I think there's a free kick found before all of that. It's going the Blues' way in the back pocket.
Keep an eye on this exit. Been two really brave kicks that haven't come off for the Blues. We don't need to do that at the moment. They had control of the game. They don't need to be too brave moving from the back half. Embrace the contest a bit more.
Dean to Lord in the back pocket. Lord will clear the area with a long kick. Pitnet won't arrive. Cripps had to fly. It spills to the back of that pack. Well gathered by Ainsworth, who works it around to Pitnet. Put it through Hewitt. And the run, the flash by from Jagger. His pass didn't find Harry. Front position was broad. Had it spoiled and then fights the fight. O'Keefe did well. Jagger's got it back. Short to Cripps. Inboard to Hewitt. The goal front is his. The Blues have 6. The best and fairest chimes in. 6-2-38 to 2-1-13. We have gone 23 minutes. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Jagger Smith, 9 touches. Just keeps turning up in the right spots. I think Broad was really unlucky. I think there's a definite chop of the arms, but, you know, you keep running in waves, and that's what Carlton are doing, and they're hitting the scoreboard, 6-2-38. They're going to be very, very happy with their output in the front half of the ground.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the third attempt to get it out of their back half, and the 2 attempts previous were these corridor brave kicks that just didn't come off, whereas that last exit for Carlton was, okay, let's just embrace this down the line play, get a good crumb. Smith gets 2 possessions on the turnover overlap, and they get the game back in their front half. So sometimes, take on the corridor, but sometimes just embrace the fact that you're good at the contest.
Yeah, Broad could have been paid the mark and the arm chop free. He got neither. And he was still arguing with the umpire as the ball sailed through the Blues' goals. Ross feeds it out to Lawler. Got some time and some room to move. Heads long. Lynch, one-on-one. Ball skips to the back. Armstrong's got it, dispossessed. Carroll kicks around his body for the Blues. Bouncing ball in front of Lawler. Sat on its end, and now it might roll out. It does, so it's a free kick to the Tigers. Last possession out of bounds to Lawler, who's going to take it. 6-2 plays 2-1. AFL Nation footy for 4 and 20 pies. 23 gone opening term.
Lawler sets the Tigers back inside the 50. It's to a jumbled pack, and Pitnet stood tall in the middle of it. He took the mark, was denied at the other end. It's the Tiger fans having their say.
There's still 7 minutes to go on this quarter, Ken.
Pitnet prods it outside the 50. It hit O'Keefe's boot and went out of bounds. So the lasso's out again. Tresize picks it up for the Tigers.
I'm okay with that one. I don't mind an accidental one still happening.
Okay. As a free kick?
Yeah, I think it's okay. So it's been so good for the rest of the game.
Backward to Miller. He missed Grill with his kick. Ross, though, got it. Gives it to Grill. Under his kick to full forward. Lynch can't quite get to the contest. Carroll in the back pocket for the Blues. Williams ran out of space as he was charged down by Mansell. Throw it in. Blues by 25. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert.
Boundary umpire sets himself. Forward pocket for the Tigers. Nankervis, Pinanet, all through the hands of Lawler. Williams just kicked it out of midair, and Harry was there. Right spot, right time. Takes the mark, does Harry Mackay at half-back. Fans it wide to Lord. Not sure whether that's an advantage kick, but might work for them. He went wide. Cripps is the runner. His handball is horrible. Hits the deck. He gets it back. And his mess mopped up by Jagger Smith. I'll fix it for you, Captain. Little chip kick to Kemp. Takes the mark. 50 out.
The reward you get for continuing to run, isn't it, from Cripps then? He made a mistake, but he was there to follow up, and he gets the next one back. And then, that lowering the ice that you talked about earlier.
Distinct change in their ball movement to the point where they've turned a couple over. But once they start, they're pretty hard to stop at the moment, the Blues.
He can kick a long way, this fella, can't he? He gets hold of him.
He thinks he can. I'm not sure if he can make this distance.
It's a long way, isn't it?
I think he likes the goals too, this boy.
Oh, okay.
We're into the 27th minute of the opening term. He pulls the kick late. Heads to the pocket to O'Keefe, who had the reach on Tresize. Now, what's the big guy got in his kit bag here? Up against the boundary. He's kicked 3 goals in his 5 games so far. 2 big shin guards on those enormous shins. He's standing on the boundary. He's going to hook kick it around his body. You'll hear the roar. And there's no raw.
He was setting up to celebrate, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting 2 shin guards, which tells me he jumps off both legs, which I think is going to be a valued skill from a ruck point of view in the centre bounces.
The Tigers on the restart, short marks in the back pockets. He's taken on Fogarty, then had to kick on the left. It wobbled outside the defensive 50. Wiedering made the spoil. All disappeared underneath. Walsh is just about to come back on the field. He's had a cut on his cheek attended to. It's from an accidental skirmish with Fall.
Forward 50 efficiency, 13 entries each, 6 goals to 2.
Free kick at the stoppage is going Richmond's way. So Hopper will have it at half back. Down by 26 points. Deep in time on of the opening term. From half back to half forward. It sat there for Armstrong to have a leap at. Takes the mark in front. Lynch is running back. Wiedering is against him. A key matchup for Holman Plumbing Trusted Quality. Aussie standards. Short to short. Who then bangs it in the Lynch direction. He's got 2 against him. Wiedering front position. Lynch did pretty well to jar it clear. And it trickles over the boundary despite the best efforts of Green.
I don't want to be near Tom Lynch at any time, whether I'm a Richmond or a Carlton player.
What would you do, Ken? There's 4 minutes to go. You're Carlton. Do you consolidate this quarter and go on a bit of a control method, or you just double down?
No, I think I'd hold a little bit now. I think I'd try and get some recovery without telling the playing group too much.
So Lynch has been beaten all game so far and just got beaten easily in the ruck by Young, who double-fisted it down to Hayward. They're outside defensive 50 of the Blues. Hayward and Jagger Smith share possessions. Hayward tried to fling it back to him, and the boundary umpire told the field umpire it was a handball. Since when do the boundary umpires do some umpiring? He used the handball gesture to the field umpire to tell him. Jagger Smith handballs it further on. Elijah Hollands back to Hayward. Caught, manhandled, grappled, held. Jagger Smith's got it back again. There must be 3 Jagger Smiths out there.
13.
He's had 3 possessions in this string of play. Long bomb, back to the wing. Up flies Harry Dean, couldn't mark it. Steely Green with the crumb. He basketball paddled it to himself. Now Campbell, chip kick to Lynch, gets his moment. And he has to have a moment here. 50 beat a penalty against Young for verbal or
against Dean for running into the protected, through the protected area. Williams on the left, Dean on the right. The umpire told him to fan out.
You can live with that. I think as hard as this is going to be for Carlton, you can live with young Dean making a mistake in his second game.
The question will be, looking at Michael down the bench, where's the sign that says, OK, let's consolidate this game. There's 3.5 minutes. There's 3 minutes to go. What was your sign? What was it, a noodle box or something?
No, it would have been something simple like just red.
Or like a red dot.
Slow it down.
OK.
Lynch goals 3-1 to 6-3. It's been a hot start from the Blues, but the Tigers hanging in there at the moment on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Tyre Power. Great to have them on board with AFL Nation again this year. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts at Tyre Power. Our experts for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for sustainable Australian homes. Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson.
Well, if you look at the numbers, Ken, the inside 50s now 15-13 in Richmond's favour. So it's just been a frenetic game that I think both teams would be pretty happy with. But how do you finish this quarter off? I'd no doubt would be sending us some messages out. Right, there's 3 minutes to go. Let's consolidate a little bit.
The coach in me would be saying, I need to protect my team if I'm Michael for the later part of the game.
Yep.
So slow it down a little bit.
Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. Lose by 20 at the restart. Pitnet clean to Cripps, dragged down. Lawler did a good job. Smith is there again, though. Off to Walsh, up toward the 50. Harry just lost front position, but Bolton lost the ball, and Haywards, he tried to curl it around, but he's hung it out on the floor.
It's about now at the MCG where all the coaches are stuck up in this box. They'll be in the lift now, Ken, making the 5-minute journey as we see a play on.
Short had to go
100 stairs.
Off the last line, outside the 50, coming a long way down is Green to take the mark. Steely Green.
I'm interested in history. Second game, most disposals in a quarter.
Okay.
Up to Ross. Took the ground to Lawler. Flipped the hand pass out wide to McAuliffe. Tigers building. Lynch is the target. It went over. Lynch couldn't quite gather against the boundary. There's 2 and change left on the Elders clock for Australian Agriculture.
To ask the question whether you start to put some work into Smith. Ken?
Had 15 disposals in the quarter. It's work rate. It's work rate as much as anything. Yep. It hasn't been full of polish, but it's been work rate.
Well, it's Lawler and Smith at the moment, the two young guns. Lawler got a palm on it. Ball ricochets back to Smith, though, and he almost got a kick away. Nankervis stole it. He got a kick towards full forward. Ugly bouncing ball. Beats a few, including full. Harry Dean just smacks it out of there. Big wobbler. And it looked as if Bolton was held by Harry from here.
You're still not allowed to tackle him without the ball.
No, and from there.
That's not a new rule for those who are watching.
After the disjointed season last year. Bangs the Tigers deep into attack. Fall across the front. He went one-handed. He really should have gone two, and he might have. Mark Lynch got it from Whateley, and he kicked A behind. Too severe on the curl. I think it's knocked over in the aftermath. Umpire said, get up.
For a tough bloke, every now and then he flops.
19-point margin to come.
It's one of my favourites.
A few of those tough guys on the field drive a Prius home, I reckon. It's a bit of a show. You want to see him get in a Mustang from the car park downstairs, surely. Or some big four-wheel drive with dirt on it. Gibcus nearly takes it on the wing. Off hands. He gets it back. Gibcus gave it to Ross. Inside handball. Made it tough for Mansell. Williams there with him. Ball knocked away. Blues are going to get away with it here. Cripps, clever. Gave it back to Hollands, who gave it to Cripps, who gave it to McGovern, who gave it to Cripps. Little shrug off, and the Supermans kicked a mongrel across goal from 30 directly out to a roller that gets out of bounds and will get a ball in. That was bizarre. He did the hard work but couldn't finish it.
He just got run out of legs, I reckon. Cripper going too quick for himself.
Replay doesn't do Tom Lynch any favours. Blues by 19. This is the 34th minute of the opening term. Pitnet trying to create the play. Walsh around to Jagger Smith. Got it off. Snap came across the face from Chesser. It's right to the line and needed a little bit of help to get there. Tresize saw it the rest of the way. So a rush behind sees the Blues lead by 20. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
46 seconds left on the Elders clock for Australian Agriculture. So the Tigers might just mop up the seconds. The 1 minute signs are up on the bench. Grill. And they're going to him from the kick out as much as they can because he's a good delivery man. Goes wide. Off hands. Nankervis nearly. Harry Dean nearly. Nankervis got it up just in time. The call off. He feeds it further on. And it opens up now.
Great kick.
Inside kick to Mansell. He's got it 50 out. Now if he plays on now, he's got options of plenty and he goes to Lynch. He had a few options, but he just went to his main man and thought, well, you're the man on the siren that might be able to do it on the big moment.
Really disappointed if you're Carlton. This last 3 minutes, it's just become who dares wins.
Yeah, that's what I said 4 minutes ago. Just shut it down for a bit, I reckon. You didn't have to play fast the whole way.
So it can be 4-6 at quarter time. Blues leading if Tom Lynch kicks it from 48 metres out, 47 maybe on a 45-degree angle. You feel like there's a bit of importance in this kick.
Absolutely.
For momentum, for the scare factor for the Blues. You've got to put some scoreboard pressure on them. In comes Lynch. Drop punt, heads goalward. And it is a behind. Blues fans breathe a sigh of relief. Quarter time, AFL Nation for 4-20 Pies. And it's the Blues who lead 6-4-40 to Richmond 3-3-21.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
We've got a big summer of sport for you with ESPN on Disney+.
What an atmosphere tonight.
Featuring the NBL Finals.
Hold on to your hats!
And NCAA March Madness.
Championship madness!
As well as live NBA, WNBL.
Puts it up and gets the shot!
NHL. And UEFA Women's Champions League.
Extraordinary!
On ESPN on Disney+, sport is on the main stage all summer long.
It's good!
Stream big on Disney+.
Visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton now and get premium home appliances at the lowest prices. We have a huge range of factory seconds, scratch and dent, ex-display and run-out models. You can save up to an incredible 70% off the biggest kitchen, bathroom and laundry brands like Bosch, AEG, Fisher & Paykel, LG and Siemens. Our consultants are home appliance experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton and get value the E&S way.
Ugh.
When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Switch to Tangerine and get 10% off your monthly plan fee for every SIM-only mobile or mobile broadband plan you bundle with an active Tangerine NBN service.
Oh.
With easy setup, short hold times, no confusion, Tangerine offers great value internet with no lock-in contracts and high-speed plans available that keep up with your everyday. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Visit tangerine.com.au to sign up today.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Installerine,
Installerine,
Installerine.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
These deals won't wait, and neither should you. Rush into Chemist Warehouse today. Get Endura Sports Energy Gel range for $1.79 each. Build strong muscle with Vital Strength Rips 60 capsules, just $13.49. Faction Labs 100% pure creatine monohydrate strawberry mango flavour is just $19.97. And Bondi Protein Co. Daily Protein Caramel Honeycomb 800 gram is $23.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
When you're stuck in a long queue or sitting for a new hairdo, add some thrill to your wait with our $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download now. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly.
Bring footy tipping into 2026 with MBRX. Built by fans, for fans. With tipping, content and rewards and $2 million in prizes across both codes this season, including $250 grand for each code's season winner. Get tipping at mberx.com or download the app.
With Bupa Health Insurance, you're covered. From physio to pistachios, dental to lentils. Get up to 10 weeks free and the 2 and 6 month waiting periods waived on extras when you join Bupa directly on eligible products by April 1st. Plus, get up to $850 everyday rewards dollars. So you're covered. From checkups to checkouts. T's and C's apply, new members only. For award-winning health insurance, search Bupa today.
Still installing gas water heaters? Mate, that's like bringing a fax machine to a job site. Powerbay's electric Gen 2 heat pumps are the new standard. Like a reverse aircon, they suck heat from the air using less power to heat water. That means fewer clients calling to ask why their gas bill's bigger than the mortgage. Tradies, get ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay Gen 2 electric heat pumps. Smarter, cleaner, built for Aussie homes. Powerbay. Heat smarter. Now available online at Bunnings Warehouse. Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Bouncing ball, McGovern's got it on the turn, on the right boot, sits it up and kicks the goal. Mackay cleared him. Kemp off the ground. It trickles and rolls and dribbles and gets there by a whisker.
It hits the deck though. Will kick around the body by Mansell and it might roll all the way home. Here's some goals being scored and some beauties at that.
Jagger's got it back, short to Cripps, inboard to Hewitt. The goal front is his.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. This footy season, never miss a moment with McDelivery.
Carlton 6-4-40 leading Richmond 3-3-21 around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Patrick Dangerfield and Jeremy Cameron named for the Cats tonight to start their season on Saturday against Fremantle. Our experts, Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson for Powerbay Quality Solar Solutions.
I think both coaches would be pretty happy, Ken. I know Richmond are behind on the scoreboard, but there's enough to like there. They look exciting when they get the ball, especially on the outside. The small crumbing types look really good. I mean, they've had 18 inside 50s, Richmond.
Yeah.
It's just the scoring efficiency for both. They're going at 28% per entry and Carlton are going at 67%. So they'd be happy as well. So if this game continues to go like this, who's it going to benefit?
Richmond, I reckon, the longer it goes. Carlton are playing their game. They've scored 4-4 from stoppage scores. It is raining now, I reckon, here.
Yep.
It's 4-4 from stoppage scores, Carlton. That's their go. That's the way they want to play. Jagger Smith, massive first quarter. And I just watched on the Carlton board, delay defence was on the board.
A rain squall hits the MCG. Taranto, Nankervis and Hopper combine in the middle. So the Tigers go forward first in this second term. Cowan made the spoil out to the side. Ollie Hollins is tracking the footy. Hand passes in tight to Carroll. Flipped it over the top to Florence. Running out of halfback. Delivers long down the line. To nobody in particular. Bolter left his man. Oh, he duffed his kick and then went off the ground and turned it over as a result. Florence has a defensive side of the middle.
Solid enough rain, Gerard.
Yeah. Didn't quite realise we were hit by that. Kick to half forwards. Mackay was behind. Had to make the spoil on Bolter. Hayward came up with it, having picked off the hand pass of Ross. It's forward. Broad against Fogarty. Gibkiss lends a hand in defence. The Tigers don't quite have the slippery footy. And threatens to come out. Cripps got it from Elijah Hollins and Cripps missed to the near side.
He started well, Gerard. Up to his 14th possession, 6 contested, 3 clearances. Bit of a response from last week.
Carlton coach, you happy with the rain?
I don't know. I'm just trying to work out who it actually suits more. And if you're a coaching, do you actually give any direction? Or you just let them work it out themselves?
I think I'm happy with the rain if I'm Carlton.
I think so. But
get a contest.
They were the ones taking it on a fair bit as well.
Green heads wide for the Tigers. Fist of Dean knocks it down to Carroll. Found some space, weaved his way past a couple and slips it beautifully to Mackay. He might be beyond his range, but there's no one in the mark. So now he goes and kicks from 52 and hits the post.
I don't think there's been a lot of defence tonight. It feels like
there is one around the outside.
Around the outside, but it feels a little bit shootout-ish to me.
Yeah, I agree.
21-point lead to the Blues. Host plus, that's a plus. First couple of behinds. Mackay's listed as 1 goal 2. They gave him that goal that Ainsworth tried to pinch. Bolter booted it in long. Hewitt, though, wins it underneath. Carroll hit by the tackle. The pressure wins out. Tigers go forward. Green well-weighted ball. Mansell up to take the mark. Goes deep to the one-on-one, hoping for Armstrong. He's got
mark.
it. Out the back of Cowan and a perfectly weighted kick.
Gee, I love seeing young forwards with craft.
Oh.
You think he pushed him in the back, did you? Or?
No, I think it was craft. I think you're spot on. With a nicely weighted kick as well. And
he can just control his space, so where that ball was going to land, that's a real highlight for me for a young, tall forward.
Teenager, the 8 games in his debut season.
Good runner.
3 months with a hamstring. Angle to the left, but pretty close in. Harry Armstrong. Oh, gee, kicked that poorly.
He did. There was the weather. We haven't seen his kick enough to judge him just yet, Ken, but
lucky hit his foot.
Well, sometimes kicking in front of 80,000 is not as easy as you think.
Slewed off to the side, to the left, and leaves the Tigers 20 points down.
Laurent, back pocket to Young. Holds it up, doesn't play on quickly. Lynch on the mark. Rain still coming down, but it's more drizzle now than the hard rain we had. Mackay gets up. Miller thumped it away from him, hits the deck. Miller's second effort, knocked it away from a couple. Cripps can't handle it. Campbell does. Gave it to the wrong Hollins, though. He tried a little kick, missed him. Campbell.
Another one.
Little toe poke, got it to Hopper. Wide ball, and diving and skidding and taking the mark just on the boundary line is Mansell.
I do like him.
Yeah.
He's a tough bugger. He just keeps coming.
So it's almost kickable. It's crazy to think that it's kickable, but the wind's doing some pretty wild stuff. We're seeing in difficult conditions goals kicked from this pocket by Craftsman. And he's going to back himself in. Goes for home from the pocket, and it's just across the face a little. Flyers go up, and it's been stolen by Steely Green to goal. How did he thread that through? There was 15 blokes on the goal line. He got up between 14 sets of legs.
It was a great goal, but that is the most frustrating goal to concede in the game. When it's the top of the goal square, just get it over the line, Ken.
Oh,
and to let the ball hit the deck. They've handled the conditions better in the last 5 minutes. So I've got no doubt the contest is lifted. They're a bit sharp, a bit cleaner around the ball. And that was unforgivable, that play.
Can I just say, you've got nice greyish hair now, and I've got no hair. I reckon most of them are coming from that play. right on the goal line. Just get it over the line. It doesn't seem like it's that hard, but it works out to be that hard.
Sometimes just being reliable, not remarkable, is what you need. And
lead back to 14 points. Host plus, that's a plus. 6-6 plays 4-4. Tossed up in the middle, Nankervis. Got it out the back. Hewitt dived at the footy, able to release but not effectively. Nankervis pinched it, gave it to Taranto, kicked the hell out of it. High ball inside 50. Dean made the spoil. Carroll underneath, gives it to Cripps. Blues coming through the middle. Walsh hammers the hand pass to Hewitt, and Cripps kept on coming. What running power. Pushed as he kicked it. Had to be a free kick. No whistle on the play. Tigers trying to repel. Short tackled feverishly by Hayward. Carroll got it from Hewitt, dribbled it into the pocket. Elijah Hollands dragged off it. Goal-saving stuff. Holding the ball, Tresize wins it. Tigers might have been better to hold. They didn't. They played on. Short and Broad are trying to work it out. Short clears the area. High ball, which lands safely.
A green inside the Taranto. They've got some belief here, the Tigers. And they've also got the spare man over the top. So Full has come down a long way. And now he launches long. Here's Armstrong, 1-on-2. Up there, just about got hands on it. Through for a behind. Wasn't a great kick to Armstrong in a 1-on-2, but they're pushing here, the Tigers. 6-6 plays 4-5 early stages. Second term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus.
Allen steps out of the square on the kick in. Goes for distance. Pitnet and Nankervis. O'Keefe arrived as well. Pitnet out the side. Law doubled back through the traffic. Tried to squeeze the kick through unsuccessfully. McAuliffe, Taranto, wide to the 50, too wide and out on the full. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
Lots of time to go, but Richmond now in front with the contest this quarter. And as soon as you see that, you do see a different type of game, don't you?
Yep. And Carlton are over handballing a bit now. I reckon they've just gone a little bit too far.
Great mark for Broad in front of Hayward. And the Cowan kick.
They're going at 0.85. Handball.
What does that mean?
Kick to handball. They're handballing more than they're kicking.
Yep.
So 1-1, kick 1-1.
What's a good balance?
1.3 in today's game, I reckon, about 1-3.
Banks turns it over this time to Walsh, who takes the intercept mark after getting it from Miller. So Walsh and a half-back flank for the Blues. Bit of kick to kick at the moment. Now Bolt has got 2 to beat here.
Ooh.
And Mackay and Kemp get in each other's way. That was bizarre. They just didn't talk it through.
That was stupid.
They had Richmond on toast. Special comments from Ken Hinkley.
Absolutely stupid.
You nailed it. It was stupid.
That was a special comment.
So Ross, Banks, Nankervis,
I'm a bit loose sometimes.
Hopper got his kick away in the tackle. It slewed short as a result, though, and Lord wins it back for the Blues. So where's Harry? The doctor was out with him. He's going to stay on the field. Hewitt works it around to Florence. Set a half back. Carlton looked to construct the move forward. He's got amends to make. And pass to Florent on the wraparound. Delivers up to half forward. McGovern presents. Has a look inside 50. Lobs it up for Harry. How's he going? He's marking. Eller interfered with. Take your pick. Point of the square. Stood his ground manfully.
Drop punt or snap? What are we going to see here? Obviously, well-deserved free kick.
Carlton missed time to fly. Nankervis has bowled him over.
Can't miss from there.
Harry's on the snap from 12 metres out. Through she goes. Mackay's got 2. The Blues reset the lead at 19 points. Host Plus named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. 7-6-48 Carlton, 4-5-29 Richmond.
Well, we've got an exciting game. And it hasn't settled yet. It's just been ping-ponging around a fair bit. Carlton look really good on the overlap. Once they start from half-back, they're getting the multiple possessions, and it's Smith and Cripps and the like who are just following up on the short plays and even the handball chains. But when it doesn't come off, it looks dangerous the other way.
Yeah, it does. But both teams are not using the corridor from their defensive 50 range. They're actually going a bit more wing. Richmond are going really boundary by the numbers. Looking at the numbers in front of me, Richmond are going boundary 61% of the time. And they're just outrunning, I think, when they get their chance.
Flying in the air. Pitnet, Nankervis. Pitnet's going to get the clearance, if not for a Cripps free.
He's Cripps starting to get going big time.
Hands off to Williams on the flyby. He hits in the McGovern direction, can't mark it. Ball grabbed by Grill, and he's in turn grabbed by Fogarty, and will get a ball up 40 directly out
17, Cripper.
from the Blues goal.
The handball game's really working for him at the moment.
7-6 to 4-5. Ball knocked down. Carroll has a flying shot across the face and scrapes in for a behind.
Just the modern game at the moment. Attack, forward handball, run the risk of the turnover.
Blues by 20. Banks marks the kick in. It's long in the Bolter direction. Out at right half back. He's signalling the leads to come at him. None did. So he has to kick for half forward. Just set it up over the top of Fall. Dean made the spoil and Pitnet does the rovies. Good kick to Florence, who brings it inboard. Not a good kick. He missed Kemp. Kemp gets in there and fights the fight after Grill had a little fumble. Taranto tidies up. Ross Rioli's at half-back. He tried to brush his way clear and he got caught. Hand pass to Ralph Smith, who fumbled. Turnover in the middle. Jagger's having trouble getting hold of it, though. Nankervis got hold of him. Jagger fed it out the front. Elijah Hollands got knocked off it in the tackle of Rioli. That is holding the ball.
Good to see Rioli get in the game because I haven't really noticed him at all the first time he had a chance.
Chips it to Nankervis, just the required 15, and Nankervis goes wider to Precise. 80 from goal. Runs his way to 70 from goal. Heads long, big flyers go up. And easy mark being taken, or is it a free? It's a free. No, it's a mark to Lawler.
And that'll be a free kick for the man in front. He went for the hand.
Well, Young's asking that question. I
think they've called it a genuine attempt, and he hasn't touched it. Yeah, he hasn't touched it. But we used to have a little trick that we'd trail the main target player in it because it often falls over the back. Not from that way, but...
Lawler's kicked the goal, and that'll upset the Blues fans. I'll be looking for the replay of that. In fact, we'll all be looking for the replay.
What do you think, Dwayne?
Of that? Well, I might wait for the replay. You need a new TV score deal at Harvey Norman's 2025 TV run-out sale. Big brands, big screens, big savings TV run-out sale now on.
I'm happy to go first. That is a free kick 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, that'll be... The umpire got that wrong.
Did you get a fingertip on it or not?
Well, then it's play on.
Yeah, that's right.
So, either way, I think the umps might have made a bit of a blue, and they haven't made too many blues to start this season off the umpires. I think they've had a reasonably good start to the year, Ken. Are you looking in startled?
No, they've been pretty good. I shouldn't say that. They've been pretty good. I've just seen a couple tonight that were really clear and obvious ones that I wonder how you miss them ones.
Yep.
I get some of the congested ones, but not ones like that.
That's a shocker. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Lawler burrows through and wins the clearance in the middle. Kicks the Tigers inside 50. Wiedering one-hander against Fall. That's a touch of class. Brings the Blues out to Hayward. Hard running on the wing. Hayward was going to correct the angles inboard, but couldn't initially. Goes on the 45. Oh, Ollie Hollands dropped the mark that he had to take, and the turnover might be costly. Campbell up to Lawler inside 50. No, he's picked out Wiedering again. Wiedering's missed Hayward. It's running to the boundary. Hayward has a big dive to touch it over and avoid the lasso.
It's deliberate.
It's deliberate out of bounds, though, isn't it? If you tap it out like that, isn't that insufficient intent?
It was last year.
Yeah.
It should be, absolutely that, shouldn't it? But because
he deliberately tapped it out to avoid the lasso free, which is insufficient intent. So we've got to change the wording of it from insufficient intent to whatever I damn well feel like at the time. Rioli breaks away with it, puts the speed on. His kick ricochets, though. Ricochets to Williams. Feeds it out wide. Chesser. Gee, Wiedering's gone down behind play. I think 50 Shades got him. So we'll keep an eye on whether Gray gets a chat from the umpire here. In the meantime, Miller goes wide and the mark's taken by Ralph Smith. Wiedering's up, so that's good news.
Ralph Smith was called to play on and he got himself out of a tight bind. Kicks up to half forward. No mark. Campbell, Rioli, Taranto, 2 tackles. Hand passed over his head. Banks tried to recreate the play. McAuliffe, desperate tackling from the Blues. McAuliffe wriggled out but had his kick smothered and the turnover comes. Fogarty to McGovern. Carlton try the fast break. Clever hand pass over his head. Walsh run down. Got it away in the nick of time. Ball loose on the wing for a moment. Fogarty has it. Spreads it out wide to Lord. Kicks the Blues up inside 50. Kemp stands his ground and takes the mark.
What I felt was going to be a genuine...
Oh, and it should...
hang on.
Bolton knocks over McGovern.
Not happy.
Back again, what felt like going to be a genuine goal for Richmond is now going to be a shot at goal for Carlton.
It's really exciting club of football. And, Harry could have gone hell for leather then on what happened with Kent the other way around, and he actually did a really good block to allow him to mark it unimpeded.
Paul can book himself a week off for the rabbit punch into the kidneys of Wiedering. Didn't read the memo. Swanee's coming for you, mate. Brodie Kemp, 45-degree angle, pushes it right. And it's a minor. 15-point leaders, the Blues. Host plus. That's a plus scoreboard.
The classic early season game, Ken, where it's just helter-skelter. It's exciting. Scoring's going to be high.
Who's got more run in the last quarter? This one's close. The team that did play or didn't play last week?
Oh, it's a good question. I think we're making assumptions. Carlton are just like they were last year. I'm not quite sure.
Short to Banks. Wiedering's okay. Gets up there, has a fist and made a good fist of the fist. He got it to Walsh, who flings it up to Chesser. He in turn to Ollie Hollins. Manhandled or edged out on the kick. Gibcus hasn't quite found his rhythm and his touch at the moment. Another fumble. Jagger Smith goes in and gets in another possession. Got it to Hollins, got it to Hayward. He loves the goal. He's got the goal goggles. And he kicks a ripper. Just a little bit of a nerve settler for the Blues. 8 minutes gone, second term. The clock brought to us by Elders for Australian Agriculture. And the Blues move to 8.56. Richmond 5.35. Our experts for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions, Adam Simpson and Ken Hinkley.
Chaos is winning, Simo. It's a game of chaos at the moment, and you don't make a mistake, you get a reward if you're good enough. And if you do make a mistake, it goes the other way.
Yep, and that's fine until you have a couple of 10-goal losses, and then you start to address things. And that's why things normally settle down by around 5 or 6. But this quarter, it's 2 goals 4 to Carlton, to Richmond's 2 goals 2. It's ebbing and flowing at the moment. There's no real dominant team. Whoever's cleaner seems to be getting the reward. Carlton look pretty sharp with their hands. Once it's off the deck, they're getting this nice overlap look.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. O'Keefe won the tap. Gray's opposing ruckman won the footy. Hand passed it straight to Lord, who couldn't do much with it. And Lawler settles it with a hand pass to McCullough. Richmond up inside the 50. Bit of a wide ball. Carroll backed himself. Marked it low down and took off. Had a bounce, kicks the Blues beyond halfway. Cripps couldn't quite reach it. Mackay coming the other way. Paddled it near the boundary and over the throw.
Almost the first stoppage for the quarter.
I believe centre bounce.
Yeah, and that's what the fans want.
He's running hot for Ream. Installer Ream, Australia's favourites. 56 plays 35 in Carlton's favour. The Blues side of the middle, shallow throw in, didn't reach the ruckman, not called back. Walsh tackles Lawler.
There's been 3 stoppages around the grounds this quarter.
And it got a bit drizzly. We thought it might have been a bit more of it.
So ball up, following the throw in. Pitnet favoured, down to Cripps. Kick inside the 50, front position. O'Keefe couldn't hang on. Ainsworth worked it around to McGovern to lay the hand pass a couple of times. Walsh, a hospital ball. He's drilled by Grill. Ball loose is underneath. Miller and Bolter combine. High on the way out for the Tigers. 4-man pack. Off hands and over the boundary.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. This quarter for Host Plus. That's a plus. All about to be flung back into play. Just the Carlton side of the wing. Internet to do the ruck work, and he's against Gray, and he wins it easy. Hot Jagger Smith cut in half. I was going to say good tackle, but it wasn't. The umpire said it was high. So another possession to Jagger. Is he going to get 20 for the half? What's he got?
Maybe 18, 19 by now.
He heads long, and Bolter should cut this off. He does, but he doesn't. He got hands on it and then fumbled the mark. Then thumped it, got it towards Ross, and Ross deliberately took it to the line, knowing he was going to be tackled by the Colt hero Jagger Smith, and we'll get a ball in. 8-8 plays 5-5. Blues holding steady.
Leading disposals for Carlton, Cripps, Smith, Walsh. And for the other boys, Richmond, Banks, Short, Taranto.
Key matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards. From the throw in, forage for the ball. Picked it off, gave it to Walsh. Off to Jagger. Hand pass forward to Lord, running out of space. He ducked back inboard. Opened up some possibilities with a lateral kick. Campbell made the spoil for the Tigers. Rioli, good hand. Short releases the hand pass, and Campbell's running right through the middle. Linked it back up with Ross. The goal is unguarded. He pokes into the pocket and sets up fall.
Live and die by the sword, Ken. The Blues are, clearly from a contested situation, clearance-wise, anything that they can get their hands on, they're happy to shape their way out. And when it comes off, it looks really damaging. But when it turns over, they try and defend behind it. It's working for them at the moment, though. The Blues are in front. They've got slightly better method than Richmond, but, geez, when the ball hits the deck, sometimes the Tigers look sharp.
Time in half's now Richmond's favour by a margin, 5 or 6%.
Yep.
31 to 25 entries.
24 largely unsighted, pushed it across the face of goal and through for a behind. Tigers trailing by 20 points. It's Bendix breaks big moment.
They're two young tools. Missed a couple of easy ones, haven't they?
Yeah, and they're important. I mean, if they're within striking distance at half-time, then it's game on with everything that's happening around these two clubs.
Wittering calls for a short from the kick and it's ignored. Longer in the Pitternet Hayward direction. Ball scoots to the back and the Tigers have numbers. Grill's been good. Got the handball off. That looked a little high from here. Could have been high on Taranto, and the umpire said, yep.
Good call, Dwayne.
A little bit of push and shove here. O'Keefe manhandled the big guy from the Blues, but Taranto's going to send this back into a crowded 50-metre area for the Tigers. Unless he pulls the kick short to the middle, he sits it up for the big dogs to go eat. Who gets up there? Well, in the end, it was Armstrong. Flying shot from Campbell, and he's missed a lot out of bounds on the full free kick Blues back pocket.
Tommy, stop umpiring. Tommy Lynch, he wants to be the umpire, doesn't he?
That was clogged for Australian Agriculture. 5 left in the half. Blues switch across the face of goal. Walsh finds Williams. A little uncertain where to go. Brings it back inboard to Florent, just the required. Florent clears the area. Cowan.
First time, 5 minutes to go, Gerard, and the game's just slowed down a tiny bit. Frenetic first half.
Had to, didn't it?
Cowan brings it long down the line. Lucas made the spoil. Ross hasn't got it under control. Lord released it up to Ralph Smith, though, and then he's down in the tackle of Kemp, who wasn't letting the Tigers off the wing.
Pretty even quarter, 2-4 to 2-3 on the scoreboard, so there's not much in the game.
Protect the drop zone, didn't do much with the tap. Ross, Ralph Smith, Taranto all tried. Jagger Smith made a good tackle. And another stoppage. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. 23 gone of the second term. It's the Blues by 20.
Big pack around it, flung in the air. Gray edged out of it by Pitternet, who then got stripped. Now, did he get a kick away? He got a boot on it just in time. Little toe poke away from the congestion. O'Keefe goes and gets it. 60 from the Blues goal. Heads toward full forward. Could have been a free kick to Cripps. And the umpire says it is. Bolter. Well, he gave away an ugly one earlier on with a jump 2 days earlier against Harry Mackay. And he was a little overzealous trying to stop Cripps at full forward there.
Yeah, I'd like to see this again.
You reckon Cripps had him?
Wow.
It was a bit of both, I felt like. Both. Yeah, no, he's got his back to the ball and his arm around.
Should be a nice little nerve settler for the Blues. Cripps to kick, 45-degree angle, but only about 25 metres out, so should kick it with ease. 24 gone, second term, inside 4 minutes to half-time. A couple of stutter steps from Cripper, but in he runs, and he has kicked a bag of wheat across the face, and he's missed it. Wow.
He hasn't kicked well tonight. He's had plenty of the ball. He's been out on occasion, shoulders out, Ken, when you really should be hitting a target, and kicking efficiency's been down.
2 behinds.
Not his strength, I suppose.
21-point leads. Miller brings it in for the Tigers. Not a great kick. Williams, though, dropped the intercept mark, and Lawler sends the Tigers to half forward. Dean the spoil. Gray's trying to get out the back. McGovern has switched back for the final stages of this term. Florent tried to get it back to him. Rioli ran interference. McGovern found the way through. Links it up with Cowan. Williams, knees run on the outside. Chesser provides it down the worn wing. Delivers the Blues. Too long for Harry. Straight turnover. And that's disappointing. Bolter has it.
And he tried to keep the cover off it. Goes long and mark to Young. Dean actually did pretty well. He took 2 guys out with his mark attempt. And Young held his ground at the back.
Carlton have got a sign up. It looks like a cup.
Right.
With the straw
The
out
Premiership Cup, or is it a coffee cup?
No, it looks like a... could be an acorn. I'm looking for behind.
It's a milkshake.
It's a milkshake.
Not the iced latte of last week. That's when it all went wrong, when they held the iced latte.
Oh, it's not, is it?
It is. It's the iced latte.
Well, they've owned the iced latte. They're going for the milkshake.
Plus, that's a plus scoreboard. They're up by 21 points. Probably should be more. Walsh brings it away on the wing. Mackay takes the mark, right half forward.
Different options now, though. If McGovern can go from forward and get behind the plays, probably a better option than Kemp last week.
Back to Cowan. The Tasmanian strides on, delivers the Blues up into the pocket. Cripps was the target. Gibcus takes the mark, though.
Good to see him back, Dwayne. I really like him as a player. He's having a terrible luck.
3 wretchedly interrupted years with injury. Gets under his kick on the way out. Lynch couldn't get there, so Harry's got it back. Just patting the air to calm things down. 2 minutes to go. Clock. Mackay, not a great deal of penetration on the kick. It sits there. Off hands. Cripps threatens at the back. Hand pass to Fogarty. Can't find the way through. Lord can. Kicks the goal. Blues pinch a late one. Nothing scientific about it, but it builds the lead to 27 points. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, 9-9 to 5-6.
Now, they've called the milkshake, whatever it was last week, but it was 10 goals in a row, can against. When you've got a lead, it means something different. And just a bit of control. And sometimes you get these goals where it's take your time, get a few forward half turnovers. Richmond have bombed the ball the last 2 exits, put it to the top of the square, and you grind out a lucky goal. And that really matters when it comes to finishing off a half versus just the ping-pong stuff we've seen.
Yeah, be willing to be in the arm wrestle, isn't it? Just for long enough. And just stay in a wrestle, make it, and it's front half footy. If you can get front half footy for the next minute or two, Carlton will go in a really handy lead and be pretty happy.
Now they're getting confused because they're one short in their forward line, and this happens a lot with the younger side.
So we'll get a warning here against the Blues.
And it's all based around having that spare behind the play, Dwayne. And
well, the milkshake had confused me if I was trying to work
milkshakes
out
to the yard.
1 minute and 43 seconds of milkshake time left in the second term. Nankervis kicks into the oncoming traffic. It might still work for the Tigers. Ball fed out wide. Hopper can't handle it. Dispossessed. Ollie Hollands got it to Cripps. Got it to Pitnet. Missed his target. Short got there in time, but he handballed it badly. Straight to Elijah Hollands. He in turn to Carroll. He in turn to Ollie Hollands. Inside handball, it's good. A knock on. Harry Mackay. Can he peel onto it? 40 from goal. He went to ground, Harry. He went to ground. He gave it to Carroll. And he has hit the behind post with a shot at goal. It's on the full.
Stays 27 points. McGovern's been used as the flexible player. Cooper's Flexalt. Flip it with Flexalt, the flexible oral sheep lice treatment. Started forward, he's gone back into defence late in the quarter. Kick on the way out finds Tresize just before Lord does. Gives the hand pass quickly up to Short. The Tigers trying to attack out of half back. Lynch has to present on the wing. He is outnumbered. Young missed it. Nankervis stole it. Gave it away to Green. Kicks Richmond inside 50. Dean got all over the top of Armstrong. Williams' kick is going to be a turnover on the last disposal out of bounds.
Like Dean?
Oh, yeah, how about that? The one-on-one battles and you win them like that. Don't only just like him.
And Curvis uses it quickly, stealing Green's 52 out from goal.
Influence of his father's. No one wants to be a defender in juniors, unless your dad was.
Green will tee this up to the top of the square. Now he's dragged it too far the near side. Lynch tried to keep it alive against the boundary. Blues had numbers around it. Walsh and Dean off the very last line. Bring it out to Hayward at half-back. As the Blues will run the final seconds off the Elders clock for Australian agriculture. They've extended a 19-point lead to 27 at half-time. As Peter Dean watches on from the stands. Carlton 9-9-63, leading Richmond 5-6-36. Goal kickers, Mackay and McGovern, 2 each. Kemp, Hayward, Pitnet, Hewitt and Lord, 1 apiece.
2 for Steely Green with singles to Lawler, Mansell and Lynch. Simo, just give us a quick thought, and then we'll let you and Kenny loose shortly for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
Well, I think Carlton go in, obviously, with the scoreboard ascendancy. And what they've tried's worked. I mean, they did this last week, so we just hold our breath a little bit. I'm still buoyed by Richmond, though, Ken. I think that, class is probably rising to the top in terms of what Carlton are doing with the ball in hand. They're getting good overlap. Their efficiency in the front half looks good. Probably a little bit helter-skelter, if you ask me. A bit too much chaos, but it's working for them so far.
Yeah, I think efficiency at both ends of the ground is the divide at the moment in both teams, and Carlton made a couple of decisions there. Ainsworth 59% and Jagger Smith 62% for that quarter, so they're obviously protecting a couple, I reckon.
Full thoughts with Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson in a few moments' time. Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. In the NRL, Broncos 20 lead the Eels 16 in the first half of Thursday night footy. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, the Blues by 27.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
The all-new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. And sauce.
The wait is over. 4 and 20 season is back.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. It's creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kick off your footy season with wings. Stay recharged and grab your resealable wings with 330ml Red Bulls at 2 for $8.50. Or grab the 473ml Red Bull range at 2 for $9.50. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations from March 1st through to March 31st.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Duck in Paran, where gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Think good pub vibes inside at the public bar, the spacious 84-seat open-plan dining room and 40-seat private dining room, or sunny vibes while enjoying the sprawling beer garden. Make the Flying Duck in Paran your local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Flyers go up and it's been stolen by Steely Green to goal. How did he thread that through? There was 15 blokes on the goal line. He got up between 14 sets of legs.
Lobs it up for Harry. How's he going? He's marking. Eller interfered with. Take your pick. Harry's on the snap from 12 metres out. Through she goes.
Got it to Hollands, got it to Hayward. He loves the goal. He's got the goal goggles.
Had past to Fogarty. Can't find the way through. Lord can. Kicks the goal.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. This footy season, never miss a moment with McDelivery.
I'm loving it moments this footy season. Never miss a moment with McDelivery. It's half-time here. 9-9-63 the Blues. To the Tigers 5-6-36. And it's time for the Choices Flooring Half-Time Floor Show.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality. Helping you choose with confidence.
Choices Flooring helping you make the right choice. The leading possession winners to half-time. Patrick Cripps 22, Jagger Smith 19, Sam Walsh 18, Jaden Short 15, Ollie Florent 15, Taranto and Banks 14 each, Nankervis and Hewitt and Matt Carroll 13 each, Pitternet 12, Zach Williams 11. Now the major possession winners to half-time here at the MCG. Great to have your company on AFL Nation, by the way. And we'll hear from Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson shortly. The goal kickers, though, to half-time. Harry Mackay's got 2, Mitch McGovern 2, Steely Green also a couple, and 1 each to Pitternet, Ryan Mansell, Tom Lynch, Cooper Lord, Sam Lawler, Brodie Camp, George Hewitt and Will Hayward. So there has been a spread of goal kickers so far. Our number one tackler for the game so far, and there's a number of players with 4, Sam Walsh 4, Jagger Smith 4, and Sam Grill all 4. And our tackler of the game is for Bar Crusher Boats. Tackle your next fishing adventure in a Bar Crusher. Ken Hinkley, Adam Simpson, great to have you both. Have you got an unmissable moment drink-wise? Drink-wise, you might miss a moment even drink-wise.
Yes, we do, Dwayne. We come up with young Seth Campbell. His little toe poke in the first quarter where it come from nowhere and he just popped it out into some space. It was a really clever bit of play and, Richmond made the most of that opportunity. So it was a good bit of play.
That was a contender for our smart play as well. Have you got a smart play for Australian-made to support Australians right here?
Well, if you read the run sheet, Dwayne, we're rookies here, so that was the smart play.
That was the smart play, okay, right.
We're simple coaches, but I think Smith's first quarter was a real standout for us. 16 possessions, 3 inside 50s, 13 uncontested possessions, 200 metres game, 7 score involvements in his second game, which must be some sort of record.
Would have thought he's been pretty good in that.
Sure, what you guys are like in your second game. I know I had 2 possessions and got dropped.
I reckon I would have been close to dropped.
Yep. So, outstanding start. He quietened up a little bit that quarter. His polish is probably not as sharp as I thought it would be, but his ability to get second, third, fourth possessions in a chain of handballs was really special.
So what are your thoughts to half-time? We've seen the Blues open up an early lead, but Richmond stay with them. What do you like most from both teams?
I'll start, and the problem I've got right now, the problem Carlton have got right now is deja vu a little bit, isn't it? If we go back to half-time, or we go back to the first half-time last year, we go back to last week, what do Carlton do? Carlton win contested possession and they win clearance. And
Plus 15.
Yep. So if they win both those stats, they win the scoreboard. So currently at half-time, they're doing exactly what we predict Carlton would do. The challenge now for Carlton, and I'm not trying to be too clever here, I'm just saying the challenge now for Carlton, this is almost perfect for Michael. You need this moment to arrive again and you need to respond differently in this game.
Yep. Well, I suppose the difference is they've had 89 handball receives to 55, so that's a different feel for me than what we've seen in the past. They're going at 62% scoring efficiency in their front half, and that's really the big criticism we've heard in the past about the inability to... They get their inside 50s, but they can't score. So the opposite has happened today, and I think to change the narrative for Carlton in the future, these are the type of games where you finish them off, and it's not just through contest and clearance, because you still want that.
Yeah,
you just got to complement it. You just got to complement it with the rest of your game. If they can get into the end of the game, dominating handball receives, because that's what they're training and aiming for, and their efficiency in the front half is in the positive. And what's a standard game? 40 to 50% scoring efficiency.
Oh yeah. Well, if you go inside forward 50 to goal and you're going high 20%, that's elite.
And scoring around the 40 to
about
40.
High 40s. Yep.
Yeah. So to go at 62 tells us that they're pretty efficient in the front half. They've only had 9 forward-half turnovers, the Blues, so it's all duck, no dinner. And that's the one thing I think they need to focus on, how they defend behind their turnovers.
So my view on that is that's why their scoring efficiency is really high. If you get front of centres, you tend to have lower scoring efficiency. And that's what's going to get you. So if you're either going to go in and score, and you're pretty happy with that, so you can't have everything you're going your way. What I have noticed, and you've said it just now there, kick-to-handball ratio is again, it's under 1-to-1. Kick to handball. Last week they had 162 handballs, I reckon, 170 kicks. And again tonight we're on 106 and 108 at half-time pace.
Well,
that's the game change.
Up. Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at Richmond, there's something about them that we like, isn't there?
Yeah.
Now I can't tell you the style of play. I think it's other than the wide sort of ball movement, but it looks like just get out there and have a go and see if we can play to our strengths, and we'll keep working on the system around the talent. And just a few glimpses here and there. You think, geez, that was top end stuff, but it's not as consistent as I'm sure they would have liked.
And their forward efficiency going forward has let them down. You know, a couple of their talls have marked a couple, and they probably should have converted from pretty simple range, and they didn't. So that's probably put the gap a bit bigger than it should be. But playing wide and chaos ball around the boundary line makes it a bit harder to make sure your scoring efficiency is clean, because if the wider and the slower you go, the Oppo are going to get their numbers back in front of you. So it's going to make it a little bit untidy when you go to enter the ball. So the chaos works, but if it was a bit more direct, maybe the scoring efficiency goes up with it at the same time. And they're relying on Tom Lynch still.
Yeah.
Tommy's the big person, but them two young forwards and the pressure forwards, that's just a work in progress. We can't hurry it.
And what are you saying if you're Richmond, Ken? Are you bringing up last year at all? Are you going, you remember what happened last year? Are you
you would. Oh, of course you are.
Yes.
To a point. I mean, you're going to play everything you got in your kit bag, haven't you? You look in there and go, oh, last year, that's what happened.
Okay.
I'll mention it to the boys. Because, again, before the game, I said, what's Adam Uze trying to do is he's trying to create confidence, belief, and however he's going to sell that story right now at halftime, he's going to sell it off the back of Carlton last week and Carlton last year.
Sure.
That's all he's going to do. He's going to run with that tool, and he has to. He'd be negligent if he didn't run with that tool.
It's in the kit bag.
Great to have Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson with us on AFL Nation for the season. By the way, our travel partner is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. We're heading to the SCG Saturday night for Sydney and Brisbane, as well as the Gold Coast on Sunday for the Suns against the Eagles. If you're at the ground today, you can open the SEN app and enjoy our live SEN Stadium AFL Nation broadcast for Australian made to support Australians right here. Half-time, big second half to come. Carlton lead 9-9-63 to Richmond 5-6-36. Ken Hinkley mentioned a couple of rookies in the box today of sorts. Well, we're going to test them at half-time with their discipline. There's party pies, there's scones, or there's punnets of fruit. So we'll see what you come back with, guys, for the second half.
I'll be there at three-quarter time.
Choices Flooring, by the way, are giving away the ultimate VIP grand final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of grand final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to SEN Win to enter now. This has been the Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Macca's delicious new Bistro Bernays Angus range has 100% juicy Aussie Angus beef and creamy Bernays sauce. Compliments to the chef. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Need a win off the field? Mate has you covered. Sign up to an eligible internet plan and save $25 a month for 6 months. That's $150 back in your pocket. Use code BINGE25 and kick off big savings today at letsbemates.com.au. Offer available to new services on eligible internet plans. $25 discount per month for 6 months, then reverts to standard pricing. $150 total saving. T's and C's apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
We've got a big summer of sport for you with ESPN on Disney+.
What an atmosphere tonight.
Featuring the NBL Finals.
Hold on to your hats!
And NCAA March Madness.
Championship madness!
As well as live NBA, WNBL.
Puts it up and gets the shot!
NHL. And UEFA Women's Champions League.
Extraordinary!
With ESPN on Disney+, sport is on the main stage all summer long.
It's good!
Stream big on Disney+.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities, and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
OMF is going all out with March Madness store-wide savings. Buy one item at full price and get up to 60% off the rest. That's up to 60% off mattresses, up to 25% off bed frames, bases and storage, up to 10% off bedding and rugs, and much more. Plus, get up to 50 months interest-free. These store-wide deals won't last long. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Installerine. For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Installerine. Installerine.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
That's the sound of a cricket bat being shaped. Concrete mixing. Socks being stitched. Made right here in Australia. And when you look for products certified with the green and gold kangaroo, you can be confident you're buying an Australian-made product. You're backing local businesses, jobs, and our economy. Look for Australian-made and buy Australian.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
It's Carlton 9-9-63 leading Richmond 5-6-36. Half-time of Thursday night footy here at the MCG. And players are back out on the field and heading to their positions in a few moments' time. Hawthorn are going to play both rucks tomorrow night. Ned Reeves among the ins for the Hawks. The Cats will get back Jeremy Cameron and Patrick Dangerfield. And the #1 draft pick, he's going to make his debut for the Eagles, Willem Dersma, as the weekend unfolds. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. So last instructions have been issued.
Yep.
And away they go. Adam Simpson and Ken Hinkley are experts tonight for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
We spoke before, Gerard, about what do the Tigers bring up what happened last year and do the Blues? I'm sure Carlton won't. It'll just be to double down on their DNA, which is the contest and clearance work. But there is something a little different about their ball movement tonight that overlapped really well. They looked dangerous in the front half. So some good signs, but this time last week we're saying the same thing. So the second half is going to tell us a lot about Carlton this year.
And the second half about to get underway with Nankervis and Pitternet going at it in the middle. They collide. Little tap down was good, although Hewitt can't get away with it. Almost stripped. Walsh comes up with it for the Blues and sends them to half forward. Harry gets out there. He was bumped and nudged by Bolter. McGovern picked up the crumb. Wobbled it past Kemp. Race on. Short should get there. McAuliffe can drag it through accidentally if he wants to. Ignores that option. He centres it to McGovern, who was so surprised by it. He spilled it, and then Short was so surprised by it. He dropped it, and then Hewitt was so surprised by the free. He blazed away and had a shot across the face, and it should have been play on advantage. But they're going to get some secondary chances here. Are they going to bring it back?
Yeah.
Didn't Hewitt play on and kick it and kick it behind?
Dwayne, out of zone umpire
Yes.
who paid it rather than the controlling umpire, which means there can't be an advantage.
Exactly what happened. But Gerard, couldn't we just say that the out of control umpire shouldn't have had to pay because the bloke right there had to see that?
Well, the bloke right there didn't see it, but luckily we got 4 of them. 3 of them missed it, 1 of them got it, and Fogarty missed it. So this is the most bizarre start, I reckon, to a quarter we've ever had in the history of the game. Fogarty missed from 20 out.
Scrub the tape on all of that, I reckon. Reset. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. 28 points as a result of it. Tigers brought it in long. It's off hands and punched out of play.
Been pretty conservative with their kick-ins tonight, Richmond, haven't they? Just been happy to go long and wide and set play. Some clubs have really got some set plays down pat. They just seem to have to bomb it.
Cripps just running the boundary just below us. He started the second half on the bench. Net from behind. Nankervis still had first access. McAuliffe coming through, got caught by Hewitt, holding the ball. It's Hewitt's ball at right half forward.
Not a lot of tackles, but they've tackled well. They've made them stick, the Blues.
A lot of players up ahead. Hewitt signals his intention for a bit of marking practice. Pitnet from the side had the best run at it, couldn't take the mark. Kemp caught with the footy, a ball up.
The big fella was good. He's trying to go and take the mark in front of Harry. A bit of a set place, you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's the time to do it, those type of kicks.
Pitternet muscled out of Nankervis, and he kicked it just across the face. He's threatening to kick 3 again.
My boy.
So only behind, 2 behinds to start this third term. Been a weird start. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. The Tigers almost messed it up from the kick-in.
Yeah, they'll need to sharpen up a little bit. It's been a wonky start.
Sometimes you spend all pre-season, you forget to do a couple of things, Ken. You never forget to work on the kick-ins.
Oh, I think they become late in the pre-season always.
Yeah.
Grill delivers outside the defensive 50. Right on the boundary. He's giving it back to Grill. Tigers just struggling to find any fluency out of their defence at the moment. Kick for Banks. Grill provides the wraparound run. Took him on. Hand passed into the middle to Hopper. Got it back. Forged his way past Jagger. 2 of the youngsters came together and Grill had the better of it. Brings it out to Ralph Smith. Got under the kick. Lynch has got to go. Young engaged with him. Lawler spins out, stole it and gold it. That is pure class from Sam Lawler. Worthy of gasps as well as cheers.
Just looks like Dusty, doesn't it?
But that was Dusty.
Wow, and that was from a kick-in. So maybe the kick-in strategy was to look terrible for 2 and a bit quarters. And Grill,
what about young Grill?
Yeah, and that's what you come here to see if you're a Richmond supporter, being blessed with some talented players over the last 10 years and some really good system success. And just to see that, regardless of the scoreboard, that's what you want to come and see.
I've got to watch this again.
23-point margin. Carlton's favour the Deutsche Fire Tractors scoreboard.
It was as good on replay as it was watching it live. Replay Need a new TV score deal at Harvey Norman's 2025 TV run-out sale. Big brands, big screens, big savings TV run-out sale on now. And the Tigers running out of the middle. Long kick inside 50, over the head. Laura almost had it. Now he's got Whateley. Half a handball only. Umpire says let it roll. Hopper's got it. Runs to 60. And not sure what that kick was, but it was horrendous.
It wasn't great, Dwayne.
Hey?
It wasn't great, was it?
No.
Gee, for a player of his quality, it's got to be better than that.
Whateley goes down, collects the ball. Has nothing to work with, so kicks it long down the line. A little short of where the ruckman had all set up. And filling the hole was Ross. Tigers forward half turnover. Ross wheels out to the right. He pumps it in the Lynch direction. He's got a lot of ground to make and a lot of bodies to get around. Sam Walsh just stood his ground and took the mark. Really didn't give the big forward much hope. Walsh is called to play on from the back pocket, so he dumps it back outside the 50, 2-on-2. Harry reaches over the top. Jagger got clouted by Hopper. No whistle on the play. Hopper dropped it to his boot. Not much of a kick going forward. Cowan outworked though. Green popped it to McAuliffe. Gives it to Taranto. Back to McAuliffe. Couldn't get the kick away, so hand pass. Lawler was clever. Knocked it to Lynch. Dragged off his kick. Bumbling in the square. Knocked away for a rush behind by the defence.
Get the old guys out the way. Lynch and Hopper, they're wrecking it for the young players. And
let the kids play,
Let the kids play. It's
22 points on the Deutz Fire Tractor scoreboard.
Ollie Holland's in short to Hewitt for the Blues. Back to Ollie, who runs the boundary, runs the defensive 50, spears one. It's along the deck. Missed his target completely, and they are up and running here, the Tigers. Broad flings it out wide. He couldn't quite find Rouse Smith. Grill is growing before our eyes at the moment. So free kick, and Grill might cut it off. He doesn't. Free kick for last disposal out of bounds, and then Grill almost took the mark on the quick kick in for the Blues, but we'll get a ball in. Kane Warren stand wing. 9-11 plays 6-7. Game on at the moment. This term brought to you by Deutz Far Tractors.
When the Hollands boys were playing kick to kick, they must have spent a long time going and chasing the leather. They don't need a whole lot of targets between them.
You reckon the neighbour got a few over the fence?
Yeah, over the fence. Ralph Smith did a lot of hard work at the stoppage to give Taranto a chance. He works it onto Ross. He's trying to balk his way around Carroll. He bit off too much, turned it over. Jagger Smith adds to his pile. No, he's given it straight back to Ross. Caressed the kick, hoping for Lawler. Strong hands with Wiedering bearing down.
Gerard, I'm going to say this with the greatest respect. It's been the worst 4.5 minutes of football I've seen for a long, long time. And thank God for this young man that he's out there hopefully about to kick his second.
He is the growth player. Your nutrient water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialists. So having kicked a dazzling goal on the run, Sam Lawler has 2 already. He come through the 50. Lawler launches the right foot, drop punts. He has missed to the right. Blues it down. Blues are up by 21 points. AFL Nation for the 4-20 travel.
Not all about one man, but starting Cripps on the bench. Cannon, did you do that as the years went on, playing one of your best players, or did it matter?
No, tried not to more often than not, but especially when he's had 22 at half time.
Yeah.
2-on-2 on the wing. Rouse Smith comes up with it. It's a kick that found Taranto, but not sure it was intended for him. And he's 55 from goal as he backpedals. Now, does he believe in himself here to have a ping at him? He doesn't. He chips it to the pocket, and it's not a bad option. Mansell up against the boundary, who is a bit of a wizard. So Mansell up against the boundary. In fact, he's going to be over the boundary when he kicks it from 45.
It's the Dom Sheed pocket.
It's a little wider than Dom Sheed, but I'm with you.
Even I remember it, Simon.
Well, this will send the Tiger fans crazy. It's at the punt road end. He's outside the boundary. He's 40 out. He heads toward goal, and he has got it! Or has he? Just hang on a minute. They're all celebrating.
Come on, Umpy, just call
Goal
it.
umpire isn't quite sure.
Score it.
Go to the replay.
He's called behind.
Called it a behind, and this replay
Richmond are zoning, so I think they may be aware.
TV. Score a deal to Harvey Norman's 2025 TV
Review
run-out
underway.
Sale. Big brands, big screens, big savings. TV run-out sale on now.
While this is happening, what's happened, Ken? What do you think's happened to the Carlton, or has it been more about Richmond?
I think both teams have been really untidy. Richmond have had field position, but I think both teams have just been untidy, and it's been turnover to turnover to turnover. It's not glowing football.
So we're waiting for Snicko here. It's gone through the big gap. And we're waiting to see if it's snicked the post on the way through.
If there's no Snicko, Dwayne, it's a goal.
Oh,
soft calls.
Review complete.
For the AFL's
Looking
sake,
at these angles, we can see no spike on edge as the ball passes.
So can I get excited again?
Decision on scoreboard.
Because it's sort of taken the air out of the call. I got really excited, and then I saw the goal umpire just prick the balloon. So now that it's been blown up again, it's a goal, and the Tigers are coming.
And Mansell gets to celebrate again.
Yeah.
I wonder what he thought he saw.
Well, I think there's things at play, though, Ken. As much as it's been sloppy turnover to turnover, I think Carlton starting Cripps on the bench was interesting. Not to say that was the whole reason, but the forward half turnovers, the game getting played at Richmond's half, young players standing up, and just a bit of excitement. And what is creeping into the Blues players' heads right now would be interesting. It's what's next, really, and it should be get this clearance.
Well, in some ways, it's exactly what they need to overcome. Right now, they need to overcome it.
That is a Bendix Breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. It's Carlton by 15 points. 9-11 plays 7-8. 10 minutes, 11 minutes into this third term. Pitnet down to Cripps, who's coughed it up. Taranto drives Richmond forward. He's placed it to the leap of Armstrong, who brought it to ground. Green went to work. Taranto got hit by Walsh. Umpire said he didn't have it.
He's trying too hard. Walsh going to make a statement. Cripps as well.
I think high would have been the better call than didn't have it, but it should have been a Taranto free kick either way. And he's going to be outside 50 again, so he gave us the indication he doesn't really believe he's got this kick.
Where's Jaden Short? He's not nearby, is he?
Tim Taranto on approach. Whistle. What's going on here? So before he kicked it, the umpire blew the whistle.
Oh, it's
what?
Down the field.
So this has been reversed.
Your mate Lynch. Ken.
Tommy.
Someone poked the bear. He can't help himself sometimes.
It's Walsh's ball at defensive 50.
And it would have been a shot at goal for Richmond. They marked it on the goal line. So maybe a few of the Blues stopped knowing it was going to be a free turnover, but this has been a bizarre quarter. So Hayward's caught, rolling the tackle.
Ken, you're not coaching the side, mate. It's okay.
But Tom Lynch, if he's not going to get possessions and kick goals, he's got to stop giving free kicks away. So otherwise you're going to be, what's champion data do for the negatives? Do you get minus something?
You do.
Walsh is caught, tied up, and he's flipping like a dolphin, and the umpire doesn't buy it.
Just
got rid of it.
Just for your knowledge, Dwayne, the lowest ranked player on the ground, Tom Lynch.
Okay. Is he minus or is he
minus
positive?
5.7?
He's minus 5. Okay.
Now, I don't know the exact makeup of that minus 5.
Feeds back inside to Walsh. He goes in turn to Ainsworth, who hammers it long. Here's Harry, and he dives and puts it down. Umpire put the whistle to his mouth, thinking Harry's going to mark that with ease. And Harry put it down, and now Boulder sends the drop punt towards Ralph Smith, and the Tigers have some belief.
Yeah, there's just enough to start to be unnerving for Carlton here. Fall receives the hand pass, kicks it out on the full. So the competence of the opposition will play a role in this, but they've fallen into a couple of traps here. The Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard 65 plays 50. Long down the line on the restart. Cripps didn't mark. Jagger works underneath. Gave it to O'Keefe, back to Cripps, floated it forward. Fall sticks a hard tackle on Chesser and stops it on the wing.
It's interesting. Gerard, you need your best players playing well now if you're Carlton. They don't need to be, I've said it before, reliable, not remarkable. Just play their role, nothing special. Get your hands on the ball.
O'Keefe out the side. Lawler tackled by Jagger. They come together, the 1 and 3 pick.
I don't want to scare Carlton people.
Yeah.
Tested possession for this quarter, 17-11 down. clearance down 4-3.
Yeah, well, this is what you said, though. You know, you've got to be able to handle that sometimes.
Richmond running hot for Ream and Stooler Ream, Australia's favourites. They kick the couple. And Curvis across the front. Taranto working at the source, brushed his way clear. Sweeps the hand pass into open play. Now Wiedering against Mansell. Mansell sticks the tackle on Wiedering and forces a ball up 50 from goal.
Wiedering. Oh, that's amazing. He just had to hold that ball up, didn't he, somehow, and he did a great job.
15-point margin in favour of the Blues. Lynch rips it out of the air. Oh, he's going to get caught holding the ball. He's going to get even more minus now. That's more points against him. Tackle laid by Cripps. He's got the ball on a half-back flank. Going to go to Wiedering across the face of goal. Wiedering marks. Who does he want? He wants Ollie Hollands in the pocket. And he's got Carroll, if he's good enough, and he's good enough. Carroll on defensive 50 as he marks. Could have given it off on the run by to Ollie Hollands, but that's ignored. He goes wide of the Lord. Could have got an arm chop free. Didn't. Now he's been dived on, and he will be cut some slack by the umpire, who says, I'll ball it up. 7-8-50, plays 9-11-65. The Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard. The clock for Elders, for Australian Agriculture. We've played, what have we played? 9 in this third term.
Hewitt won it away from the stoppage, got it forward, batted on by McGovern. Miller waited for it to drop, and Kemp then dropped him.
They've actually played 16 in the third. It's actually 9 o'clock. I read the wrong clock.
Well, they've only had, despite the time, they've only had 3 inside 50s, the Blues.
Two crowns, the 2 crowns sign, what's that?
For who?
Carlton, I think it was.
Yeah. Might be.
Yeah, 2 crowns.
Yep, okay. Got no idea.
Okay,
You're making a big impact over there.
Ross, Lawler, Taranto. Tigers are at half-back, holding possession, trying to clear. McAuliffe got right under the kick. It's a rainmaker. It lands beyond the first contest. Mansell, too sharp for Rioli. Couldn't hang on. Ollie Hollands had it batted away.
Got it wrong, Ken. I've just been working on first halves. Blues.
You're doing a great job.
But look, obviously there's a signal there, so there's a momentum call made. Now, is it to play the skinny side? Is it double down on the speed? It's not control. Let's have a look and see if we can notice it.
Might just be don't panic, boys. Don't panic. From the ball in, there might be a few Blues fans just panicking a little at the moment.
Sometimes it's, we used to have a call for the front line. Just get your best players in their best positions and just bunker down for 10 minutes.
I feel like they've dropped one in their front half away from the game. Looks like 5 forwards.
Okay.
Blues fans have seen this movie before. Back in play on the wing. 2 rucks go at it. Neither really got a piece of it. It's just 2 second rucks doing the work at the moment. Gray and O'Keefe, and they'll go at it again on the wing. 50 plays 65, still the Blues by 15.
If you're Richmond, you're also trying to guess what that move is as well.
O'Keefe getting plenty of taps. Ross tackled by Lord, who landed in his back. So it'll be a Richmond ball on the members' wing.
I think Lord's up at the stoppage as the extra for Carlton right now.
Oh, I get it. So the 2
No,
Kings.
I don't think so.
It's the King's crown for Lord. Is that what you're saying?
No, Dwayne.
No?
Good theory, though.
Matchups up for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Australian standards. Broad defensive side of the middle.
The game's changed, though, hasn't it? It's slowed down.
Yeah,
so maybe that's what the call was.
Bolter. From the members' wing, gives them a chance. It lands a bit short of the contest. McAuliffe mistimed his leap around the front. Lynch made a tackle on Young, throw it in.
Quite often when you see a move like that from Carlton, you're a Richmond, you're Adam Uzo, you're trying to double down on something different, aren't you?
Yeah, well, you think they want to control territory still, so what do? Do they match the extra, or do they stay forward of the ball?
At the throw in, the Rucks kept each other away from it. O'Keefe after it bounced, knocked it to Ross though. Ross on the turn, placed it beautifully. Ralph Smith couldn't mark. Underneath, snap taken by Campbell, not enough on it. And Wiedering has taken the mark before Fall could run it into an open goal.
I'm glad Wiedering's down there for Carlton.
Saved the day a few times. And he heads out wide, looking for Harry, who comes down with Miller. And ball deliberately knocked out by Ralph Smith, but he's going to get away with it, you'd think.
What happened then? Someone dropped off the ball.
I think Wiedering might have put his opponent on the ground.
Okay.
But I didn't see it, so...
All about to be flung in. Gray does the right hook against O'Keefe. O'Keefe front spot. All knocked down. Ralph Smith got the handball from Toretto. Sends it inside 50 and Fall got there. And he took the mark, 48 from goal. And he'll be on a 45-degree angle, maybe a little worse. Yes, a little worse than 45, but he backpedals, and this will put a scare through the Blues if he kicks this. It'll cut it back to a single-figure margin. 15 now. You can cut it to 9. Jonty Full. Big, deep breath. Punt road in. They've owned the quarter, the Tigers. Heads toward goal. It's bending across the face. And thumped through for a behind. 14 points the margin. Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard.
Well, it's certainly been dominated by Richmond, hasn't it, up this end of the ground, but they just can't get the score on the board that they need to close the gap.
King and Simo for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Blues bring it in, and Wiedering has gone up to the wing to take a one-handed mark.
He's the one leader that's really stood up in the last 10 minutes.
Wiedering takes off and kicks it as far as he can. McGovern is his targets. No mark. Underneath, Banks is there for the Tigers. Worked it around to Gray. Showed Harry the footy. Straightened things up and spent it well down the wing. Fall in possession. They are eager for him to move it, and he hasn't quickly enough. Kicks into centre fields. Campbell dropped the mark that he should have taken. Got out of a tight spot though. Needs support. Hand pass comes in board to Grill. Link up over the top to Trezise. Now to McAuliffe. What have they got deep? Lynch a little out of position. Ralph Smith trying at the back. They all clattered it in. Mansell around to Campbell. Missed on the curl out. Outside of the boot. Couldn't get it to do enough. Down by 13 and doing all the attacking, the Tigers.
The Grill man, he's done it again. He's got great composure, that young fella.
So Florent with the kick in. It's all been at the punt road end in this third term. He heads out wide to Dean, who can get and go if he gets it. Just over his head, he had to go back and get it. Pokes the pass, hoping for Hewitt. Got there, great mark. Miller had him dead, really. Miller missed the ball. Inside kick to Ainsworth. He got the Blues. Big chance, McGovern. He might be within range. 55 out. Will he turn and go? He does. He turns. He goes. He launches. Goal square. And Broad got back. Last line of defence. And the Tigers want to go quickly here.
Big play, wasn't it? So Broad stays on the link-up. Got it back from Grill. Kicks down from Mansell. Won a good contest. Lynch has got forward of the play. Mansell was always looking in ball. That is a high-risk kick. Knocked down by Ainsworth. Fell the way of Elijah Hollins. Got it out the back and missed Harry Mackay. It runs through for a behind.
Another one over the fence from the Hollins.
He went for the corridor. That was because Wiedering was just down the line on his own and no choice but to change the angles. And got
some choice, though.
Well, Wiedering's now a +1 behind the play. So whether they've orchestrated that or not, that's what's happening.
From the long kick, Chess has got it. Gave it to Gareth Smith. He was cut in half. Brilliant tackle. Here goes Grill again through a couple. Oh, he's caught high. Way too high by Hayward. He had him gone. Just had to tackle legally.
Yeah. Same again. Two.
Grill hands it up whilst on his backside. He's got some more of this kid.
I love him, Dwayne.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take that on. And if you're brave enough to take that on, you're going to get through some of them.
Tackler of the year will be for Bar Crusher Boats. Tackle your next fishing adventure in a Bar Crusher. It's a turnover, though, from Grill. He's kicked it to Hewitt. Hewitt uses flow. Run down by Rioli. You're always been hunted by Rioli on the MCG. Campbell's got Lynch out the back. Free kick. Cowan just clattered into him.
It's a bit mad. That is the most blatant free kick I've ever seen nearly in football. What was he thinking?
He was thinking he was going to mark it, so let's make him earn it.
Tommy's on -6. He might have dropped it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that tackle from Rioli, and, once he gets going, the whole team gets going. It's been all quarter, hasn't it? Just fueling the front half game from Richmond. They haven't converted, but inside 50s. 13-4 at the moment, and if he converts this, it is definitely game on.
This is the big moment. Tom Lynch is having a horror night. He's kicked 1 goal, 2. He's 30 metres out.
2 goals.
Oh, he's hit the left-hand posts.
I wanted that to be in, to be honest.
Early crowed it.
I wanted it to go in to keep this game and get some real excitement going.
Well, quite often you can see the goal up the other end now, don't you?
Yeah, that's
been
right.
too long.
13 points deficit the Tigers face.
Long kick. Well, early leap. Oh, Lawler! Early leap, hovered and plucked it. I'm not telling you anything when I tell you he's going to be really, really good. And so is Grill. So Lawler to Grill. Just let the kids do it. He gave it to Miller. He in-turned to Boulder. And he thumps it long. Who's he got? Falls under it. Falls marked that. Oh, he didn't get paid it. Lynch with a strong tackle. Cripps could have been ball. He missed his boot. Rioli ran into Chesser. Gee, the crowd's all of a sudden found voice. This is turning into a bit of a classic. It's an ugly classic. But the scores are so tight now, 53-66.
AFL Nation for the 4-20 Traveller. Blues have to do some defending. They have been all quarter. Stoppage to stoppage. 3:54 remaining in this term on the Elders clock for Australian Agriculture. Wiedering does the ruck work. One-hand pick-up from Ralph Smith, who's then dragged down in the tackle by Chesser.
Been the kids, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. They've brought the
Absolutely
energy.
been the kids that have brought the energy.
Richmond pushing. Hewitt repelling. Hand pass to the Lord. Just got his kick away. Campbell got a hand on it. Green couldn't quite gather. Jagger Smith to Lord. Threw it on the boot to clear the area. Tigers should bring it straight back, although Nankervis is tackled immediately by Picknett. And tied up at left half forward.
2 big dinosaurs outside of 50 there. Not sure why Picknett wasn't inside competing at that stoppage, but one-on-one.
Rucks lean into each other. Hopper underneath. Tigers win it away. Ross. Oh, Ralph Smith's kick was terrible. Cut off by Chesser. Blues pushing. Rioli closing. Took Williams' legs and he's hurt his ankle. That's not ideal at all. Right low down Rioli, and Williams is hobbling as he rises. He found Harry Mackay.
And Williams going to have to come off here. Gee, went really low with that tackle attempt.
Yeah, he did,
Nankervis can't mark it. Ball hits the deck. Ball shot out towards Grill. Clean-handed again. He shoots it out towards Banks. Little 1-2 with Nankervis. Banks across his defensive goal. He finds Broad. No, he doesn't find Tresice. It went through Tresice's hands. He laid a half tackle on Law, but it rolled out of play, and it's going to be a ball in.
Once again, Ken, when you see this tackle, it was like a head-first situation. There's 2.5 minutes to go. What do you want? What do you want from both sides?
From Richmond, I'm actually okay. I think they can just keep playing in the chaos a little bit because it's dominated possession. I think Carlton just need to calm down.
Fogarty at the stoppage. This is inside 50. Jagger Smith, some sort of kick, and Cripps took the mark, standing in front.
And this is the best way you'll calm down if he takes the shot as the captain.
Totally against the grain, isn't it?
Yep.
And it's the way it works sometimes. 6 inside 50s to 14. A surge kick from Smith. Right place, right time for Cripps, who hasn't kicked it too well tonight, but he has a knack of kicking these.
Yes, and that's why he'll be captain.
40 metres out. He has 2 behinds to his name tonight. Patrick Cripps. It is a tight angle to the left. Stutters in. Cripps pushes it out across the face of goal. It's his 3rd behind, and not the breathing room that the Blues were looking for. The Deutz-Fahr Tractor Warrior range. It's Deutz-Fahr Evolve. They're 14 points up.
1 minute 40 left on the Elders clock for Australian Agriculture. The Tigers bring it in. They go wide, but they're aggressive with their ball movement again. Wide out ball, Fall and McGovern. McGovern went up. Wiedering saves the day, but he's caught. Had his pocket picked. Ball hits the deck. Ball. Free kick, Richmond, and could be 50. Fall played for it. Umpire said no. You played for it. Too much mayo. A Fall chips it wide to Short. On the wing. We're down to 1 minute and 20. 53 plays 67. The Blues lead. They're just going to work it around here, the Tigers, and have the last shot as a buzzer beater. Gibcus Back to short. We're down to 1 minute. Now he bangs it inside 50. Nankervis is there. Lynch is there. Can't mark it. Free kick. Lynch, free kick. Arm chop. And he's had a sighter from this exact spot. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle. And he's going to have a shot at goal with a matter of seconds left to three-quarter time.
Pretty big kick, this one.
Yeah, it is, Simo. We'll talk about it probably at three-quarter time, but there's been some changes in this game that are so obvious and so clear, and Carlton haven't been able to change them.
He gets his heart rate down. He owes them. Has been a star of the comp. He's hunting down his 500th goal this season, Tom Lynch. In the shadows of three-quarter time, he heads toward goal, and he has given it the outside of the boot. Shank. Only behind. And a matter of seconds left for the Blues to mop up to three-quarter time.
2 goals, 6 this quarter from Richmond.
Big moments for Bendix breaks. Bendix, the best-known breaks. Long on the way out, rising and spoiling his Gibcus. That's out over the boundary.
Working into the game, isn't he, Gibcus?
Yeah, he does simple things pretty well, I reckon, as a key back.
Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. In the NRL, it's the Broncos 32 leading the Eels 28. Deep in the second half. From the stoppage, Hopper worked it around, and that is three-quarter time. So just the 2 goals in it. They both registered the Tigers' way, and plenty of behinds along the way. 7-12-54 Richmond, trailing Carlton 9-13-67. Right in the balance at three-quarter time. Multiple goal kickers. Mackay and McGovern have booted 2 each. Lawler and Mansell, as well as Green, have kicked 2 each for the Tigers. Full thoughts coming up with Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. It's the Blues by 13 on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range. It's Deutz-Fahr Evolved.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Aussie basketball lovers, there's a massive season of sport waiting for you, all thanks to ESPN on Disney+. They've got every game of the NBL streaming live in March, including everything you've been waiting for. The end of the tournament play, then bouncing into the playoffs, all before the final goal of the season, the Championship Series. Don't miss any of the NBL action with ESPN on Disney+. Sport is on the main stage all season long. Stream big on Disney+.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. 1 long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
Do you like beer? Do you like golf? Then you'll probably like the Cooper's Mild Ale inaugural Cooper Pedy Classic. Win at Cooper Pedy, the world's roughest course, and you and a mate will score a trip to play at some of the world's finest in Scotland, the birthplace of golf. To enter, just buy any Cooper's Mild Ale. You don't have to be a pro, you just have to buy a beer. T's and C's apply. Visit coopers.com.au.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Young engaged with him. Lawler spins out, stolen golden. That is pure class from Sam Lawler.
He chips it to the pocket, and it's not a bad option. Mansell, 40 out. He heads toward goal, and he has got it. Well, early leap. Lawler! Early leap, hovered and plucked it. I'm not telling you anything when I tell you he's going to be really, really good.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. This footy season, never miss a moment with McDelivery.
Carlton by 13 points, Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson.
Well, Simo, that quarter, if you're sitting in the crowd wanting to know what actually happened by the numbers, I'll tell you exactly what happened by the numbers. Carlton's third quarter was just complete opposite to their first half. They went minus 13 contest possession, minus 3 in clearance, went to 2-to-1 kick to handball ratio, and they went pressure factor down to 1-7. First half, Carlton plus 18 contest possession, plus 7 clearance, 1-to-1 kick to handball. Like they just changed their whole game to what they were delivering.
Well, it was taken away, wasn't it?
Yeah, one or the other. Richmond took it off them, and Carlton fell into it a little bit.
There's still, from the looks of it, there seems to be some gears they need to work through. If it's not working, the handball overlap, you need to go to something else, and they just haven't worked that out yet. It's sort of the one style, and then the game will tell you need to do something different, and it looks like they need to work through that. The good news is for Carlton is they're in front. Damage hasn't been completely done, and they could finish off this game well if they get going.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies into the last quarter. It's the Blues by 13. Pitnet won the opening tap. There's a free kick going Richmond's way. Lawler held without it.
And if you're Richmond, you just keep going, don't you?
Oh, well,
keep pumping up the kids.
It's a free swing. It's silly, isn't it? Round one, you get a free swing.
Lawler kicks it on the top of Lynch, had it spoiled, then squabbles for it with Carroll. Young threw it onto the boots, a bit haphazard, and Short is there to mark 45 out from the target.
Kick this distance, Gerard. Strangely enough, though, Lynch is still probably the pivotal key. If he can actually get going and convert, he'll bring the young fellas some good results.
Jaden Short to make it a single-figure game. From 52, he tried to nurse it, and he won't make the distance. Wiedering decides to punch rather than mark and concedes a behind. It's 12 points on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
I've learned very quickly not to back in kickers in this game since I've been on the wrong side of the fence.
I don't know what that was.
Florent from the kick in. And Curvis Miller muscles his man out of the way. Kemp takes a good grab. Doesn't want to send it long inside 50. Goes short to Banks. He had short, ignored it. He's got a couple of options that he can go to, but he decides to kick it long towards Lynch. Who's the man? Got up there, got a hand on it, knocked by Carroll toward the boundary, and I'll be content with that, Carlton. A ball in. Dangerous spot, though, for the Tigers. Forward pocket. 67 plays 55.
Build pressure forward 50, keep building pressure.
Well, that would be a conversation about how they can convert, but they just missed their shots, Ken.
Our experts for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
Tigers dangerous. Taranto caught with the footy, had to release. Lord picks up for the Blues. Dean shuffled it away to Chesser. Hurried the kick on the way out. Mackay almost trapped it. Goes back and gets it and then gives it straight up. Ralph Smith dragged down. Able to release. Had support. Banks used Bolton. Not much of a kick going forward. Carroll cut it off for the Blues. Chesser terrible. Really limp hand pass. Loose ball to be won. Ross wanted it. Hayward wins it back. Got it around to Carroll, brought it inboard to Jagger, linked it up to Walsh. Blues looking for the way out of half-back. Oh, it's a terrible kick going sideways. Tresice first access, gives a bit of ground to Short, searching for the right target. Armstrong comes up, Cowan goes back. Cowan wins the footy, out of the tackle, gives it to Lord. Blues break from the wing. Kemp marks low down.
Haven't had it in their half, it feels like, for a while, the Blues. Kemp, wide. Lord. 2 kicks from goal. Chips it short, too short. Ainsworth saw it cut off by Miller. Thumped out of play. We'll get a ball in 60 metres from Carlton's goal. Light rain falling again here at the MCG. Edge of the seat stuff at the moment. 55 plays 67. Blues by 2 goals. Nankervis knocks it down. Hunted down. Lawler. Well, he shugged the tackle like a dog water. Just shook him off. High towards half forward. No mark taken. Wiedering stands under it. Rioli climbs, knocked it down, but to Young, who gave it to Cowan, who feeds it wide to Jagger Smith. Not a bad option. Boundary line looming. Jagger collects it. Chip kick, and he found Ainsworth, but he can't mark it. Ball out of play. Ball in on the wing. We've played 4 minutes in this final term. Clock brought to us by Elders for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs.
Blues by 12. Carlton's attacking side of the wing under the worn stands. Pitnet and Nankervis have been going at it all night. Nank found the right spot. Pitnet laid the tackle, jarred it free. Walsh, Cripps combined, forward to the play. Ainsworth just took a little while. Piling in Taranto to try to keep it in dispute. Carroll, Elijah Hollands missed his target. Ainsworth against the boundary, fumbled it over the line.
Well, look, you go. Feels like just an intense 5 minutes, doesn't it? The footy's not great, but what's on the line for Carlton in particular is just, you can feel it. The crowd's uneasy, Gerard.
Yeah.
No one's moved a muscle.
It is hard work. Nankervis shoved Pitnet out, took it clean out of the ruck, no whistle. Wiedering made the spoil inside the centre square, ground ball. Campbell's been terrific until then, gave it straight up. Elijah Hollands brings it forward to Jagger. Across his boot came Ross. It was a terrific smother. And the Tigers are a chance. Ross will kick it out of half-back. Dean has good position. Lynch up over the top, takes the mark.
Yeah, look out if he starts plucking them. He goes inside with a kick, and it's going to work out perfectly. Mansell chip past to Short. He's almost within range. He's 55 out. He doesn't like his chances. Oh, he goes goal square. It might go all the way home. It has. Look out. Look out, Blues fans. Here come the Tigers.
Gee, Dwayne, I'm holding my breath for both teams, I think, here at the moment. I'll pass out in a minute, but I'm not sure. The mistakes that are happening and then something like that happens. Richmond are still in the game, and we're sitting here. We're all really edgy in the box. It's not fair. The Carlton people are going to be edgy in the stands and on the bench, and the Richmond boys are they're feeling the excitement a bit at the moment and probably got the momentum going their way.
The gap between the two sides is the talent in the youth. You know, they're both. Wiedering's doing everything he can to keep Carlton alive. Haven't seen enough from the front-end players of Carlton, but this hasn't gone down there. And they're getting beaten around the ball. They're striking tackles. They're taking the game on, and they're making their own luck.
Carlton's biggest lead was 29. It's back to 6. Hewitt wins it in the middle for them. Wide out to half forward. Ball pitches and bounces away. Tresice first access. Plucked it. Dragged down by Hayward. Able to release. And then they fight for it. The umpire will come in to ball it up.
Great half by Richmond there. 4v3 in that contest.
Yep. Experts for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Kenny and Zimmo. Blues by a goal, half forward. Stoppage, Cripps, dragged down, trickled a kick up to Hayward, quick release to Walsh, brought it inboard to Ainsworth, runs to the 50, unimpeded, stabbed it, didn't give it enough. It lands next to the goal square and is seen through by Bolter. 7-point lead for the Blues, Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
There needs to be more to Carlton and contest and clearance, but at the moment, that's what they need, just to get on top in that area.
Tigers quick to bring it in. Hopper's got it on the outer wing. He hands off to Trezise, who runs the outer side wing. He chips it nicely. Taranto. They could level the scores here. We could get another Seth Campbell flip the way we're going. Back to Trezise. Slippers it to Lynch, who gets down low and marks in front of Young. This kick to tie the scores. No, sorry, 7 points the margin. 7 points the margin. This kick to make it a 1-point game.
What did it get out to, this lead, early in the second?
29.
Okay.
He backpedals Lynch. He's up against the boundary. 68 plays 61. There's an eternity left. We're 7.5 minutes in to the last quarter. Into the city end in this last quarter, the Tigers. He's been inaccurate all night, and he's inaccurate again. Now it's an even goal, the margin.
I think the not playing last week versus playing last week is making any difference for the next 20 minutes, Ken?
Well, if my gut would tell me it'd favour the Richmond team because of the freshness and the youth, but I'm not strong on either way. But
Williams rushes it in. It's not much of a kick. Hayward made it better than it was. Gave it to Dean, who got tagged on the way out. Kick falls short. Now ball is in dispute. Paddled inside. Ainsworth, Cow and Walsh combined to win an important footy. Kicks out wide to half forward. McGovern marks. 2 kicks out from goal. Like the look of the forward setup. Chanced his arm. Kemp was caught behind at the last. Bolter wins the footy. Got to get it off. Did. But back to McGovern. First access. Has short targets and kicks. Well, he went the most difficult kick. Trezise flung himself in. Lord keeps it going the Blues way. Kemp got caught with it, holding the ball. Broad sticks the tackle. It felt certain that Carlton would go. They didn't.
It's felt certain that Carlton would win this game, the whole game too, but they are no certainty right now.
Did you get the goal in the second half yet?
Nope. Wow. It's the same old story. The Blues fans, Grill. Short to Banks. And Grill wants it back. Gee, give it to the kid. He'd back him in to get past McGovern. Banks. Kicks it long. Lawler gets up. Ball to the back. Taranto's got it. There's a one-on-one inside 50. It's Lynch. Young failing him again. He's been the whipping boy all his career, you feel, Lewis Young. And he let Lynch have front spot then again.
Tough play, though, Dwayne. Comes shoulders out when you got Dean who's limping off the ground after an unrealistic attempt.
The other thing,
1-5.
Yep. That's Tom Lynch.
So he's due. The roar will be like nothing else if he kicks it. It's coming back. It's across the face. He's kicked 2 goals. 1-6.
The one thing you want to see from Carlton right now is you want to see genuine great effort and pressure. They're at 1-5-1 for pressure for the quarter. You're not going to win if you're going to play with that pressure.
Carlton's lead is now 5 points. Williams leaves the square on the kick in, pumps it in long. Carroll had a fly. And Curvis chopped his arms. He still hung on to it.
He played all right, Carroll?
It's been pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so.
Stabs the pass up to Ainsworth.
17, yeah, not great efficiency.
Defensive side of the members' wing. Conservative into the square. Williams takes a few yards up ahead, set Walsh a task. He marked it low down. On the wraparound comes Williams, flowing forward. Kicks for Harry to have a jump at. Had plenty of company. Ground ball. Miller wore the tackle of Kemp. Used the momentum to get out of bounds. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. 12th minute of the final term. It's Carlton by 5.
Well, the contest is back to even for the quarter. That helps. That gives Carlton what they need, their 1 wood, and they're just on top with clearance.
So back into play. Nankervis with the experience. He thumps it forward, but it rolls out. The Rucks will do it again. O'Keefe against Nankervis at the moment. So he's got the experience, the big captain, big Nank. His team's 5 points down.
80% scoring inside 50 at the moment, Richmond. Unfortunately, just points.
Goal 3.
12 minutes gone. Final term. One kick in it. Ball knocked down to Will Cripps, but he couldn't get away with it. Taranto got it up just in time. McCullough's kick smothered. Ricochets. Ball comes up to Chesser. He turns it over, gave it to short of the Tigers. He wobbles it wide. McGovern can't take the mark. Manhandled, knocked off it. They've got the cavalry. It's Young. He gave it off to Ollie Hollands, who goes all the way back to Wiedering at centre-half back.
Wiedering takes off, and it's expansive in the switch. It hangs for a long time. Trezai's made the spoil on Lord. Lord won it back. Hand pass to Cowan. Blues get out the worn side of the ground. Hewitt pursues. Cutting the angle was Bolter. He left it behind. Harry topples over against the boundary. Throw it in. Right on halfway.
Free kick.
No, free kick for a push in the back on Harry. It's been called to play on. Drops it onto the left boot. It's going to land at half forward. O'Keefe from a long way back. Spelled his own man, Cripps, when he got there. Hopper for the Tigers underneath. Away to Bolter. Up the line he goes. Florent made a good spoil. Hewitt shares it with Florent. Kicks around the corner. Tigers are pretty well set. And Curvis tipped it away to Bolter. Risky hand pass to Broad. Shuttled it out the back to Miller. Needs a target on the way out and has one. Short's there for him. Aggressive into centre field. Taranto thought about the hand pass called to play on. Now has to give to the wraparound McAuliffe. Lobs it to open space. Not a great kick. Lynch trails Young. Paddled to the boundary. Florent arrives. Uses Cowan. Carlton need to be good.
It's a wobbly kick though. Tigers have the numbers. Nankervis got up there. Got his own spoil. He's got Short inside. He goes inside 50 to Lynch. And he's got this kick for the lead.
He's just a beacon at the moment. He just hasn't converted, and this has just become a luck play for both teams. They're just slamming on the boot. There's no control. The pressure's gone up, Ken, for both sides. And it's just who can compose themselves the better.
If this man can start to kick straight. And this is a, what is it, a 25% chance?
Yeah.
1 in 4 you kick it from here. So it's not an easy shot for him, but if he could just start to get a few more of them in the middle.
Oh, they hit the front too, which completely flips everything.
Carlton led by the best part of 5 goals. Lynch for the lead. A horror. He's kicked 1-7. Oh, it's amazing. So if you need to know why they're not in front, 1-7 kind of tells you.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of this game, it's not going to fill the Carlton supporters with a lot of hope.
No, but you've just got to get the 4 points,
Yes.
don't you?
4 points.
No matter how.
Ollie Hollands marks in the back pocket.
They just slowed right down, haven't they?
Hollands kicks it to the contest. Harry Mackay attacks. He had company, but he took a strong mark, a big man's mark.
You can play this way, Ken, if you can kick your way through, change angles, take these type of kicks, build your way to the front half, keep the ball in motion.
Yeah, I don't think they need to play fast right now. I think they just need to be able to compose themselves.
Elijah very short to the side for McGovern.
They're going to have to score, though, aren't they?
Yes, they'll definitely have to score, maybe 2 times.
Drags the kick out the near side wing. Hayward is there to mark.
Harry's free in the forward 50.
And now up to half forward for O'Keefe. The next kick to set up a shot at goal. Tigers have folded their numbers inside the defensive 50. What's O'Keefe thinking? The young ruckman chips it up. It's easy work for Broad. It was the worst possible entry.
He's been doing that all his life. There's Nathan Broad, and he missed Trezai with the kick. I'm not sure they were on the same page there. The ball in forward pocket Blues.
The entry.
It was nearly the worst possible exit.
Yeah, it's been a bit like that tonight.
So the 2 second rucks, Gray and O'Keefe, to do the ruck work. Forward pocket Blues. They need a nerve settler here. Carlton while it's there. Jagger Smith, can he give it to them? He gave it to Lord. Heads long, goal square. They've got the numbers behind the ball, and Bolter. Safe hands for the Tigers. See if they take it coast to coast here and take the lead. Who does he want, Bolter? He might want the long.
7.5 minutes remain in the game. Tigers are down by 4. Broad was the short. The elders clock for Australian Agriculture. Kick was very close to the boundary, just touched by Gibcus to avoid the straight turnover.
Just for the expected score, people at home, Richmond are in front by a point.
Well, if these more senior players got a hold of the younger players' finishing skills, it'd be a lot different.
On the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, it's Carlton by 4 at the throw-in. O'Keefe brought it down. Hewitt got worked off at Lawler trying to get through. Hewitt tackled him to make sure that he couldn't. These are key matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Australian standards. Left half forward for Carlton. Tossed up, O'Keefe soft drop. Walsh came striding out. It's a free kick to O'Keefe, and Walsh observed the whistle and is going to send it back. Which sort of goes with the complete lack of dare in Carlton's game. O'Keefe gives it out wide. McGovern didn't even get it to his boot. He dropped it, picks it back up to avoid the smother. Into Jagger, hand pass to Chesser, hit the targets. No, it just wouldn't come back. It hung to the right. They're up by 5, Carlton, on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, but they are nailed to the fence.
The objective of our game is to kick it to each other on the full.
Yep. Well, it's exciting though, Ken.
It is. I'm loving the game.
We're here, you know.
Wiedering goes up from 4 deep, but he doesn't get there in time to spoil. It's been swallowed. Good mark. Armstrong.
Isn't it funny? Footy can keep you just as excited, even though the skill level hasn't been enormous, because of the pressure that's in the game.
Did Richmond lead early? Wide ball toward half forward. So they haven't led in this game, the Tigers. Lord's got it at half back. Chip kick, a sizzler. Kemp can't grab it on the rebound. Walsh does. Gave it up to Ollie Hollands. He weaved his way into traffic instead of out of it. Stolen back by Short. Tigers threatening to take the lead again here. Precise to Short. Hits the fall. Gathers. He can go quickly if he wants to. He's 80 from goal. Make that 90 as he backpedals. He goes inside aggressively. Turns it over.
Gee, can they make the wrong choice, these two teams? Blues by 5. Kick across half back to Hewitt. Oh, he's going to get run down. No, he gets his kick away in the nick of time. Chesser is camped on the members' wing. Brings it up to Hayward. There's now 5:30 remaining in the game. Carlton by 5. Kicking it around. Jagger has it. Back out to Hayward. He can stride on. See if they can set something creative up. Inside the 50, Williams. Got off Gibcus, took the mark out the side.
Like he's gone front half.
It's the same trick.
McGovern in the back half.
Same trick, and that Williams has been capable of doing this from in the past, and Boss will be pretty happy that he's got the ball in hand.
Oh, yeah, he's been groomed as a half-back rebounding defender, and obviously some moves were made, which we see McGovern floating across the back line now.
The Blues have not kicked a goal in this second half yet. Zach Williams from out wide eases the paralysis. He sneaks it home, down on one knee, celebrates with the Carlton crowd, who breathe for the first time in 45 minutes. It's Carlton by 11 points. 10-15-75 to Richmond. 8-16-64. Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code BINGE25 at checkout.
Gee, to say they needed it, they needed it. But just watching down on the bench, Michael's down there talking to the runner and telling him to stay slow. I reckon he's telling him to stay slow, maintain possession of the ball, don't panic.
I feel like the last 10 minutes, they've got some field position through the kick mark game. They're not going backwards. They change the angles, keep it skinny side, and finally get a reward. But 5 minutes left. And 2 goals from the Tigers.
74,313 here at the G. Ball up in the middle. It's not over yet. Cripps, if he gets a clearance, it'll be closer to over. He does. He gave it to Hewitt. Gave it off half back to Florent. Hammers it long. Williams the target. Beaten in the attack for it by Miller, but he couldn't mark it. Broad's got it. Stripped of it. Could have been Bull. Umpire looked around and said no. Ball in, but they've got it at half forward, the Blues. And they're 4 minutes away from a huge sigh of relief with a victory here. They lead 75-64. 4:20 left on the clock.
Tossed into play. Ruckman close on it. Pitnet had hold of Nankervis. No whistle. Through comes Lawler. Gathered the ground ball. Pumps the Tigers to half forward. Young had good position but dropped the mark. Fall went without it. Coming through is Campbell. Great hands to Fall. Brings it inboard to Armstrong. Long shot. Rioli one-on-one. Got hands to it. Couldn't hang on. It slipped through his fingers and out of bounds next to the behind post.
Couldn't get a point, though.
No point. But Carlton are playing extra behind the play and failed to impact on that position, but they're clearly going with a +1 to finish the game off, Ken, with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, they want to possess the ball. They don't care how. They just want to get it back in their hands and take some marks. Yep.
Big pack around it. Lynch to do the ruck work against Young. So they didn't send Pitnet down there, and Lynch ripped it out of the air, then he dropped it. Jagger Smith, a little toe poke to Chesser. Beaten for it by Campbell. Flings it out. McAuliffe waiting for it. Gave it to Mansell. 70 from goal. Sends it long, high. Goal square. Lynch gets up there. Can't mark it. Carroll crumbs it. Gave it off. Kemp lending a hand back there. A relieving kick, but it might be coming back with interest if Short can go and gather it. He does. 80 from goal. Hands it to Banks. Chip kick is delightful. Full.
I'm big on having them too many back for too long. And I think this is too long for Carlton to have too many park back.
Is he within range here, Full? He has stumped it. It's going, but it's gone through for a behind. Exactly what the Blues wanted. Give it back to us, and we'll take it home from here.
Just not the kick you want. Pull kick to the top of the square. Leave it to chance.
Simo and Kenny for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for sustainable Australian homes. 3 minutes and 13 seconds remain. 10-point lead for the Blues. Kick in is a safe one to Kemp. They're just setting up for the long down the line. All players squeezed over on the members' side of the ground. Kick is in the Mackay direction. He reaches up. Bolter got it out of his grasp. And, well, he claimed the mark. The umpires are all waving play on. High risk on the inboard kick. He found the target in Ross.
Well, they've got to do it.
Open it up to Miller. Kick across the middle to the runner Broad. Now pump it in right to the square. Lynch blocked by Young. Blocked by Young. Clear as day.
Can't miss this one.
Simo.
You cannot miss this, Ken.
It was the only possible call. Young just stood in the way of Lynch and denied him a fly that he was entitled to take. The sole objective to contest the ball. 1 goal, 7 Tom Lynch. He's 12 metres out to keep the Tigers' hopes alive. Lynch finally finds the targets. It's a 4-point game with 2 minutes to play.
Well, you called it, Ken. You parked the bus. There's 4 minutes to go. I don't fully agree with you with it. I think sometimes you just got to do it. But it just had that feel.
Well, what I think about it, and this is just my coaching thoughts, nothing too much here. I just feel the opposition get a signal to say, you've got no risk against you now. Because we're all back. We're not trying to score. You throw everything at us and we'll try and stand up. I just don't think you ever look to score.
The argument in the modern game is, does a +1 work any time?
Correct.
I'm seeing it so many times where it's not. But I can understand why they went into it.
So do I. I sort of do, but it always seems to happen. Now, it's not over. They still win this game.
And we see a winger dropping back already for that 7th.
It's only the opening game of the round, but it's hard to think there'll be a bigger story than this. If the Blues get beaten by the Tigers from here, Walsh comes up with it, gave it to Florent. He gave it to Cripps. A little fumble, feeds it back out. The Tigers need a goal to hit the front. And it's coming back to Cripps. We're 2 minutes away from a huge sigh of relief for Carlton fans. If they can win it from here, they lead by a kick. Wide ball. Ollie Hollands gets it from Cripps, and we're down to 1 minute and 40.
You get one more look at it, you would have thought.
Ollie Hollands kicks long up the line. Harry a fly. Spoil made. Bolter gets it out of bounds.
Now watch what happens with the shape.
Yeah, you know, for the people not at the ground, there's an extra defender behind all of Richmond's forwards. Richmond have an extra at the back of the stoppage.
As big as it gets now for Bendix breaks. Bendix, the best known breaks. Thrown in on the members' wing. Cripps gets first access. Good hand pass to Walsh. Blues go forward, but Richmond have set up with Miller deep. So the Tigers have got to go one end to the other to win it. Plays it out to Broad. Runs through the defensive 50. Has a look upfield. Pauses. Stabs his kick effectively to McAuliffe. Closing was McGovern. McAuliffe still got it. Good kick for Armstrong. He's too far out to score, you'd fancy. He's going to wheel and give him a look in the pocket. Young redeems himself. Stood in the hole and takes the intercept mark.
Young fella panicked a bit.
Minute to go.
Young could be the hero here. He just needs to find a target with the kick. He heads wide. Miller's there. McGovern. They're seconds away, the Blues. They are seconds away. Tick, tick, tick. We're down to 39, 38. McGovern's got it. Blues lead 75 to 71. McGovern pumps it down the line. Wide on the wing. Harry Mackay tied up. Thumped toward the boundary. Ainsworth could take it out. He doesn't take it out. He keeps it in. He took it out. So 20 seconds left. We've got a ball up on the wing. Tigers need a goal for the big steal. Carlton just need the seconds to tick down for the relief.
Well, they're setting up to lose the ball and switch the play. There's probably not enough time for that.
Nankervis, clean tap. Taranto got it to his boots. Diving to try to mark. Fall, couldn't quite get hold of it. They all lie on the footy. Gets the ball up.
Broad's positioning is incredible, isn't it? He's out here wide, hoping for a lost ball.
Well, it worked at that last stoppage, but...
Tigers left half forward. Tap came the way of McAuliffe. Ran flat bang into a tackle. Cripps held him up. And he's held the Blues up.
7 seconds.
2.
I fancy none.
2.
Oh, 2.
It will convince no one, but Carlton get out alive. And sometimes all there is to do is survive. The Blues off the landmine. They beat Richmond by 4 points.
Navy Blues, we're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
Carlton led all night, and that will not do justice at all to what just transpired. 19 points at quarter time, 27 at the half, 13 at the final change, and 4 at the close. They kicked 1 goal in the second half. Carlton 10-15-75 defeat Richmond 9-17-71. For the winners, Mackay and McGovern booted 2 each. Williams with the seal up. Kemp, Hayward, Pitnet, Hewitt, Lord. The wayward man was Lynch. 2 goals, 7. 2 for Lawler, 2 for Mansell, 2 for Green, and 1 to Short. In front of 74,313 fans, the Blues win by 4.
That never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
Zach Williams with a game-sealing moment for Loctite Adhesives Beyond the Bond. Our experts Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for sustainable Australian homes.
Well, I'm not sure what to make of that game, Ken. It started like a house on fire. It was just pinging around, up and back, up and back. We sort of thought it would suit Richmond a little bit more, but Carlton came out a bit harder and faster. I thought they got inside to out really well, had reasonably good control of the game. Once again, off the back of contest and clearance, their DNA, but they complemented with some good efficiency in the front half and some good overlap handball run, in particular from Smith and Cripps early on. But after half time, just trying to work out what happened. was it they choked up a little bit? Was Richmond responding? Some of the younger players, some brilliant passages of play, wasn't there? And then the last quarter was just whatever the last quarter was, just an intense, tight. Yeah, one of those quarters that really hard to dissect, really.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't sit here and clearly you're not going to sit here and say the clear winner was Carlton, because it just wasn't. It just was not Carlton. When Tom Lynch kicks 2 goals, 7, we sit back and wonder what should have been the outcome. But The reality is, in AFL football, you just need to win. You don't look back late in the year and say, how did we win in round one? We just look back and go, we had enough wins on the board. Now, that's Carlton's challenge, is to keep growing from this part of the season. Last week, I believe they played better last week than they played tonight. Now, is that just an early signal already that they feel some of that pressure? That's a question I have for everyone in the box. Do they feel the pressure clearly already in round one? And I think you might have said there's 6 or 7 different players in this team, so it's not like it should be a transfer completely of pressure.
No.
But it looks like it for the leaders.
Well, yeah, it does. And you also got to look at just where's this team at? Like, how good's this team? Is it a bottom 6, mid 6? It's not top 6. So I think the reality of the list and of this 22 players that played, 23 players, like, where do you think this team is at in terms of a performance point of view? What's their best version look like? And you got to ask yourself a question. We won't find out for a few more weeks, but the ceiling's probably not as high as a top 6 team, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a top 6 team. Yeah. And I know it's only early in the season, but at the very best, your bottom end of the 8, you're thinking if you did everything right, and potentially as low down as 13, 14, maybe.
Bottom 6, yeah. And
as you said.
That's and what they're working on whilst they're developing some new players is a different way of moving the ball in particular. And, you know, how hard did they work on that in the off-season? The defence seems to struggle on occasions. I mean, your key forward against Lynch is probably the only key forward out there, and he's had 9 shots a goal.
Yeah.
So there's some issues there with their defence. And then the same issues that they had last year, there's probably a little bit of that still there, to be honest, Ken.
Well,
but
there's going to be carryover. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we've both been there at different times when you get on any type of run, whether it's a successful one, a bad one, or somewhere in the middle, you just know that the pressure keeps coming from different angles, you know, and that's just what you've got to deal with. And Bossy's got to stand in front of them. So, boys, we got away with it, and be really honest.
A smile on the face, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it's the best time to have a drink with them, a beer with them, you know, walk in the room and say, hey, we know we didn't play anywhere near good enough to win, but I don't care, we won.
Yeah.
And a moment in time where you have to celebrate victory is now. Doesn't matter how you got it, you just got to celebrate it.
I don't think it'll be a lock-in. I think it might be just
not a lock-in, no.
Glass of red, maybe, or a couple of quiet ones. But, I mean, if you're Richmond, I mean, what do we make of them? You know, there's a year under some of those younger players' belts. And I thought the senior players let them down a little bit on occasions tonight. I mean, Lynch, what do you make of Lynch's game? You only have 9 shots. You go, well, he's had a great game. But when it's 2 goals, 7, because he was in the negative in terms of game rating halfway through the second quarter.
Yeah, I think he was clearly the reason they were going to win, but in the end, he's probably the reason we lost.
Yeah.
If you're Richmond, so it's a real challenge. But Tom's always going to bring F. He's going to make an occasional mistake, but what he does give you, he stands in front of a contest and goes hard. And look, we'd all say normally he'd get closer than 2-7.
Geez, it was fascinating. The last play, there was 2 minutes to go. There was a stoppage, and Carlton have had a deep spare behind the play, and Richmond decided with their spare to go deep and then put Broad out on the fat side. So they lose the clearance. This is the old Richmond. Lose the clearance and slingshot at the fat side, and it almost worked.
Yeah.
Which is something I've never seen.
Yeah, it's a good play and a really smart play.
Have you done something like that before?
Yeah, we used to always attack the weak side of the ground from when we're in win the game mode.
Yeah.
We'd set up the extra behind the ball for that reason to get the intercept. Because if you lose the contest, it's usually a quick kick out.
Yep.
It's normally not too pretty.
I've never done it. And it worked. They got an inside 50, and it was just a rush kick in the end, wasn't it? It fell in the wrong player's hand. So, and that's good coaching from Adam. They've gone into that mode, this young team, let's win the game mode, and they've gone straight into it. If Carlton give us a spare, we're doing this, and this. So there were some really pleasing efforts and system-based, because I was trying to work out how Richmond played tonight. I couldn't work out their style of play, but we saw some glimpses of a good organised system in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, we did. And look, Richmond, their pre-season was just very average, their performances. So I think Adam would be absolutely disappointed we lost, but, you know, looking for the good growth that's come in the team in a quick period of time, I think they'd understand exactly. Well, unlike Carlton, they know exactly where they are probably.
Yeah, well, who's got the brighter future right now? You probably lean towards Richmond with the young talent they've got. But yeah, and who's going to have the better year? It'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, by the end of the year, it will be interesting. But look, it was a close game. It was an entertaining game for lots of reasons outside of purely great football. And, the people on the ground who were that were important for Carlton. That, you know, Cripps had plenty of the ball. Smith, we said in the first quarter, he had 16. He ended up with 32 as a second game player. Walsh, I thought, worked hard all day, but his polish is just a little bit off for Sam. It should be a little bit better. Ollie Florent, you know, he gave them some drive at half-back as well. I thought Wiedering for a 9-possession game was really important, like really, really important to be able to hold. It was a strange matchup, though.
Yeah.
With Young on, Lynch, having 2 goals, 7, and Wiedering's not playing on him.
Yeah, that'll be asked post-game. And McGovern starting forward, and, you know, obviously the move to flip him with Williams late worked. So there's some things there from a coaching point of view that Vossi did well. And there'll be stuff there that they'll reflect on as a coaching group.
And Richmond would look back at theirs, and Short and Taranto, their best ball winners, and both played pretty well with their effort. Banks, I thought, was pretty solid for them. Nankervis and Pitney both ranked pretty high as ruckman, but that's because of hit-outs more often than not. Sometimes that's why some of the stats annoy me. But
what about Grill?
And Grill was really he was on fire. The Grill.
Yeah, some of the young players looked really exciting. So
he had 19 at 89.5% efficiency. That's pretty good, isn't it? And, you know, our Dusty boy, he was pretty special too and done some nice things.
Dwayne, what's the talk back going to be tomorrow, mate? What's the first phone call going to be?
Well, Gerard said it in the call right at the end. It wasn't convincing. They're not convincing anyone,
right,
Carlton. But what a difference a kick makes to this week, to tonight, to the press conferences of the two coaches.
To all the shows during the week. Although I don't
and
think we're
to
gonna
my
avoid
show
too
tomorrow at midday.
Yeah.
There's a massive difference between that win or loss for Carlton.
And they've got the bye. So had they taken the gas and lost, it not only lasts for the weekend, it would have haunted them for 2 weeks and probably for the whole season.
Yeah.
So they just had to get out alive, and then points for style later on. How you marry the first half and the second half up, though, I'm with you. I can't grasp what they're doing.
Well,
and that can't be it. So that second half will not be the way that they go about their season. But maybe it was just they just had to win tonight to lift the paralysis.
So, Gerard, the question I have for you, the questions that were asked of them last week is, once you get on top of them at stoppage, is their running capacity nowhere near where it needs to be to play the game they want to play now? That would be the question I have to ask after 2 games. They've been really strong for a half, and they seem to, and I don't want to point to it, but it just seems to, they run out of legs.
They did turn the ball over a lot. Even Walsh's last kick inside 50 was a blaze away to Richmond's outnumber waiting for that kick.
Sometimes you look like you're not fit when you're missing
No, I'm
targets.
not saying not fit. I just feel like maybe their running profile, that they're as fit as they can be. Perhaps some of the individuals is what I would maybe say. And maybe they just don't have enough of that. You know, well, one, Dwayne, that class was missing. For you know, Sam Walsh is an incredible player, works really hard. But the one you said there, the one he kicked across half back, it went like a upside down floater.
Celebrations in the rooms for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. Carlton 10-15-75 defeat Richmond 9-17-71. Oh, who won on an expected score?
Richmond. Sorry, for all those people wondering at home, they won by a mere 1 point. 86-85, Gerard.
86-85.
Who have Richmond got next week?
They have Gold Coast here on Saturday afternoon.
That'll be a bit more challenging, I think.
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, it's a strange game because we sit here now going, what was the game really like?
Well, I just thought there was just chaos, and then there was no control, and then when there was attempted control, they couldn't do it.
No.
Both teams couldn't control the ball. I saw a few glimpses late with Carlton. I reckon with 10 minutes to go, they found a way to get from half back to a deep entry unscathed. But
it's probably Williams' goal, wasn't it? Williams' goal.
There might have been one before that where it was, okay, well, they've actually transitioned the skinny side pretty well through some congestion, and it sort of feels like everyone's working on speed and overlap and run, and no one's been working on the gears you need to work through as a team throughout 120 minutes. You can't go the same way all the time. So I suspect a lot of teams will get better at controlling the speed of the game as the season evolves. So a lot of speed, and then everyone runs out of gas, and then it's like nothing for a bit, and a bit of hope kicks in at the end.
And I believe when you play football like that with different lists, it sorts itself out quicker than ever. The best get to the best, and they become really, really clear. And our ladder last year did that to us, didn't it? Our ladder had clear separation. And I think if everyone's listening and going, oh, we've got to play with speed, and you're not ready to play with speed, you're gonna open up a bigger gap than you should, I think, unnecessarily. I think you should be a little bit patient with how quickly you get to play with speed. And I know it, but you've got to understand, if the people are telling us speed is king, when they are telling us speed is king, but you've got to be at the top to do that. So do you want to separate yourself from that group too early and show that you're not capable, or do you want to stay in the fight a bit longer?
Well, Melbourne's a great example. I think what we're hearing from Melbourne is they're going to bring that. You know, when they bring the fun and excitement, and then halfway through the second quarter, they, you know, what's next if you need to just manoeuvre and change gears a little bit because, oh, well, this is not working, or we look gassed, or let's change the direction of the game, and we hold up our stupid signs. And then...
Don't you like the signs?
No, they're dumb. Like, we're AFL, we're holding up milkshake signs. Like, seriously.
It's because they won't let the runner go on the ground.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the club's fault. It never is.
Blues by 4 points. Temper Sleep Well player wins a Temper pillow. A great night's sleep with Temper. The difference is Temper. That is Mark Pitnett for us tonight. Mark, it's great to have you on AFL Nation. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
What's your overwhelming sense at the end of that?
I mean, my first thought is it wasn't a milkshake, it's actually a coffee, so the analysis is a little bit off. But, I mean, it's important to get the 4 points. Obviously, it's things we're still working on. We're still playing it through, but to grind out a win at the end, that scenario is just a positive that we can take from, and we've got 17 days to get to work.
Yeah, Mark, I think you're right. I think that, and we said that up here in the box, it's really important for you to be able to take away the victory, especially with the extended break. I think for the group and the belief that you can now go to work gives you a chance to correct a few things. What one thing would you work with first yourself if you had to correct something?
Team-wise, I mean, like anything, just making sure that, you know, when the other team kicks goals, they're not kicking too many in a row is always a good start. So that's probably the first thing we're going to work on. I'll take that if that's the first thing.
What about your game? The big nank, it was head-to-head. He kicked an early goal again. I thought you were on your way. You might win the Coleman this year the way you were going early. How did you see that matchup?
I've taken a few screenshots when I was leading the Coleman last week for about 30 seconds, so I'll keep that up my back sleeve. But no, it was a good battle, man. He's just such a unit. He follows up hard. He competes hard. He had some moments. I had some moments. Thought it was a really good head-to-head all day. Both teams just feed off the energy from both of us.
And when your backs are against the wall like it was halfway through that third quarter and you concede a goal, what's the messaging amongst the four guys in the middle? That's quite often where it all starts. I mean, remember what was going on in that phase of the game?
I mean, the first thing's the connection you guys will be able to see from up top. It's everyone getting in together and actually having that conversation is always the first start. So that's obviously a positive sign rather than head down, walking away individually. But, you know, it's having a pause, working out what the actual state of the game is, how to get our job done on the next set of bounce, and then it's just a matter of getting the scenario right.
And how did you feel that went?
Again, we did it right and we didn't do it right. We had some good passages, they had some good passages, but in that third quarter, I reckon they had 2 or 3 set of bounces we didn't quite nail. We've got to look at it, but gave them an opportunity out the front. Did a good job being able to defend it at times, but yeah, just being able to understand where the game is and get on the same page as everyone. Between the forwards, mids and backs, and that's probably our next growth, is getting it done in the midfield from a conversation point of view, but then being able to connect with all 3 lines so we're on the same page.
And Mark, with that game and the way it was played, and because of last week's result, you as a player, do you feel any extra pressure out there with the way the result's going? And clearly the result being close keeps you in the game intense-wise, but does your mind wander?
Mine doesn't. I do a lot outside of football, so I've got a fair bit of perspective. So I appreciate the fact this is a game, and, you know, all I can do is bring my best effort, put the work in during the week, and as long as my intensity's there game day to fight like hell for the jumper, then I can live with whatever happens and go out and do my best for my teammates.
And last week's review, when you went through last week's review, was there much brought up about some of that sort of stuff, the fade out or the potential of fade out, or do you just talk positively about what we did for the first 70 minutes?
I think it's the big growth from our group this year is every time we have a positive, every time we have a negative, it's getting together as a group and saying, what does this actually mean for us? You know, we can sit here and you listen, no offense to you guys, we can listen to what you guys say and let you dictate what it means for us, or we can sit here and go, this is what the first half means for us, this is what the third quarter means for us, this is the way forward from there. So it's just being able to really define that and grow. And so some of the things we got right out of that third quarter in particular last week, and some things we didn't get right. So I mean, it's always nice to get the 4 points and still have things to work on, so we'll get to work.
And for you, Mark, to come back to the first ruck role throughout this season, how did you prepare yourself? How natural does it feel to you step back into it?
Yeah, very natural. I mean, I view myself as a very good ruckman, number one ruckman in the comp. And so, yeah, it was just nice to actually get a full pre-season for the first time, probably 4 years. So that always helps. I mean, I don't know if you can hear me that well. I broke my larynx during the summer breaks. That didn't quite help me, but yes. it was a bit of high altitude training for a few weeks there when I couldn't quite breathe.
When did you get your voice back properly?
I don't think I've got it back properly. I did it about 2 weeks before I got married, so I barely got my vows out.
Sound like you're day 4 on the footy trip.
I was going to say, I don't usually last till day 4 on the footy trip, so it's pretty good.
As long as you said I do, mate.
Oh, I squeaked it out.
Good on you, Mark. Great to have you with us. Well done.
Thanks, everyone.
Mark Pitnet with us down in the Blues rooms. A great night's sleep, night after night after night. That is the difference. The difference is temper. Kenny, Simo, have a look at the categories. We'll tell the story of the game through some of those next. The Blues beat the Tigers by 4 points. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo BINGE25 at checkout.
Builders, homeowners, time to upgrade your windows? Melbourne Window Company delivers Australian-made aluminium windows and doors for new builds and replacements. Built tough, measured right, installed on time. Visit melbournewindowco.com.au. Melbourne Window Company, quality that never cracks.
March into Kia for an incredible finance deal on in-stock new and demo Tasman X Series models with Kia Finance. Approved ABN holders can get to work sooner with a 1.99 per annum interest rate. That's serious value on serious capability. Visit your nearest Kia dealership and test drive your Tasman today. Minimum $10,000 deposit, maximum finance amount $80,000. Maximum term 36 months, ends 31st of March. T's and C's, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Hyundai Capital Australia Proprietary Limited. Australian credit license 554051. Offer extended.
Kia, movement that inspires.
We've got a big summer of sport for you with ESPN on Disney+.
What an atmosphere tonight.
Featuring the NBL Finals. Hold on to your hats! And NCAA March Madness.
Championship madness!
As well as live NBA, WNBL.
Puts it up and gets the shot!
NHL. And UEFA Women's Champions League.
Extraordinary!
On ESPN on Disney+, sport is on the main stage all summer long. It's good! Stream big on Disney+.
Audio has the power to light a fire in you. It also has the power to literally put one out. You've just heard it. Now see it at Commercial Radio and Audio, CRA.au.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other, who understands that it's not just a house, it's your past, it's your focus, it's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on, Elders Real Estate.
The 2026 Toyota AFL Premiership season is here. Enjoy a blockbuster weekend at the MCG. 7:35pm Saturday, March 14. See the Magpie Army come together as Collingwood take on Adelaide. Then on Sunday, Melbourne takes on St Kilda for a great family day out at the MCG from 3:15pm. Get in on it at tickets.afl.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
Looks good, feels great, Tintercar.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit goodform@thetrots.com.au.
Every journey is guided by care, safety and compliance, protecting our drivers, our customers and everyone on the road. It's not just freight, it's responsibility. Call 134 888.
State Transport. Our people are your solution.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Thursday night footy, Carlton 10 goals, 15-75, defeat Richmond 9-17-71. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. The lines will be open shortly. John Donohoe taking over 1300 736 736. Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson on duty tonight. So let's go through some of our categories. The most flexible player for Cooper's Flexalt. Flip it with Flexalt. The Flexalt oral sheep lice treatments.
Well, you probably got to give it to McGovern, Ken. I mean, I don't know how. I might have missed it, but sending him down back and Williams forward, that flip, whenever that was done,
it was a combination flip.
Combination, yeah. He took an important intercept mark late in the game as well. So, and he started the game pretty well as a forward.
But they're the only two players that probably flipped ends too.
There wasn't a lot of strategy for the positions today.
Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Jack Ross, he ended up with 7 tackles for the game and worked really hard from inside against a big-bodied team against him. So I thought he worked his heart out for the Richmond side, and he was pretty positive for most of the night. And when you bring that much grunt to the game, it's always helpful.
49 tackles to 53. It wasn't a high tackle game when you see some games with 100.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that a bit now, though,
early in the year.
With the speed of the game particularly. I think that's what will happen a little bit.
Sure.
The category with plenty of contenders is the growth player for Nutrient Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialists.
Well, we've seen the halfback flanker, the young halfback flanker for Richmond, Sam Grills, down in the back line for the first time wearing number 24. Richmond people are going to be very, very happy to see him play football for a long period of time. The way he took on that ball on the outer side of the ground as well and prepared to try and break through the tackle. He was lucky he got caught high, but it was a great initiative by a young player to want to make the play and create the play. I love it when I see young players take the game on.
I'm trying to work out whether it's Richmond or the players they've drafted, but there's so much swagger with the young players at the Tigers. Do you see that?
Yeah, absolutely, I see that. But they were all top-end picks. You know, these are all top picks in the draft, and we've been a part of young players. Harley's got a bit of swagger.
A little bit.
Yeah, you know, Horn Francis got a little bit of swagger. So I think that's a commonplace now with the young players that get picked high in the draft. They believe in themselves better than anyone. Any group that you've ever seen come through in the recent, well, certainly this century, they're the ones who really believe in themselves. And that's what's so great about the game when you've got young players coming in with that sort of belief, and they'll take the game on.
Absolutely.
The game sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond.
Well, it was the only goal Carlton kicked, wasn't it?
Second half.
Second half.
Pretty important goal.
Yeah, so Zach Williams was, I'm not sure if he had a great night or not, and they're grooming him to be a rebounding defender, but to go forward and kick the sealer, that was a really important play, and that sealed the game.
Loctite adhesives beyond the bond. Who ran the most kilometres tonight? OMF, better sleep for better recovery at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture. That was Seth Campbell with 14.8 Ks. The unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
We didn't quite get to this. Might have been the whole last
Well, no, it was a little
missable or unmissable?
Unmissable, wasn't it?
Okay.
Or was it missable? If there was missable, we've seen a lot of missables.
Lynchy got that one, the missable.
He missed
nine times.
He missed a few.
But yeah, the unmissable, you'd think that toe poke. There was two of those tonight. Yeah.
Mainly the Campbell one early in the game. First quarter, was it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, first quarter. It was such a real deliberate play, and that's when the ones you don't want to see them.
Those little knock-ons and stuff that bring others into the game. Sometimes you don't even get a stat for it, but just opens the game right up.
All right, you ponder the votes for a tick. Here's the statistical breakdown. Carlton were plus 12 disposals, but Richmond were plus 16 inside 50s.
Wow.
Carlton plus 15 hit-outs and plus 8 clearances. Richmond plus 1 centre clearance, though. Carlton plus 11 contested possessions. The marks, Richmond plus 22. Marks inside 50. Richmond took 15 to 7. And Lynch is responsible for a fair bit of that, isn't he? The tackles, as referenced there, Carlton 53-49. And the free kick count was Richmond 21 to Carlton 18. And individually, Jagger Smith and Patrick Cripps 32 each, Sam Walsh 30. Jaden Short 29, Taranto the same, Florent 24, Banks 24, Hewitt 23, Ross 23. Let's pass the votes. 1 up to 3. Build the tension for us.
Oh, I build the tension. I found it very hard to build, Gerard, if I'm being really honest. There wasn't anyone out there tonight that clearly was worthy of the 3. So I'll start at 1.
No, there was no four-quarter player.
I'll start at 1, and I'm going to start with work rate. I know Seth Campbell run the most kilometres, but I think Sam Walsh's ability to run and keep turning up for the Carlton Football Club, probably his polish wasn't as good as it should be and needs to be, but I thought his effort to keep running and linking, if he's not there to link for him along with young Jagger Smith, I think they're probably in a bit of trouble with their link players, their outnumber players. So 1 vote, Sam Walsh, and then I moved into the Richmond team because I feels like Richmond won the game in lots of ways, but they didn't actually get the scoreboard right. But I thought out of the Richmond players, I had a couple of players who were up the top with Taranto and Short, and I ended up going with Short. I thought Short was really handy off halfback for them and played a really big role and gave them great composure. Along with all those young players, you need your senior players to stand up. I thought both those boys did pretty well, so Short with 2. And with only 9 disposals, I've gone with Jacob Wiedering down back for Carlton, because I think with 16, what did you say, Gerard, 16 more inside 50s for the game, someone had to repel a fair bit of that because Tom Lynch was getting his way and having 2 goals, 7. I think without Wiedering there, I'm absolutely certain they lose the game, and it wasn't a tidy game, it wasn't a pretty game, and plenty of people would have, I'm sure, lots of other people for 3, but when Carlton win by a small margin, the bloke who saved them the most with 16 extra entries, I'm just going to go with Wiedering and say well done.
He had 8 intercept possessions as well, so there was a period there where it was Wiedering against Richmond.
Yeah, it felt like, didn't it?
In the third quarter, so... I disagree with a couple of those there, but that's your call.
You handballed them as quick as I've ever seen anyone handball them.
That's the rookie has to do the votes.
It's like doing the coaches' votes on a Monday.
The rest of the year. Yeah, as if you did them.
3 to Wiedering, 2 to Short, and 1 to Walsh. So just give us a closing word first on Carlton, the victors tonight by 4 points.
The question will be, do they keep that glass half full? A win's a win. They've got a good break now. They can just... decompress for a couple of days, get out of the media. If it's not, up and about tomorrow, Gerard. But just get out of the front, back page sort of stuff and just enjoy what was 4 points. And that's probably all you can do. And then there's a lot of work to do. And they know that. They know that there's a lot of work to do with what they've got. So, yeah, I'd just enjoy the win for what it was and get on with the bye and get on with the next game. Who they got the next game? Melbourne. Yeah.
If you think about it, they've got the fire under control for a little bit for 2 weeks. They get to stand there and just man the fire a little bit and try and do their best to keep all us people away from whacking them.
Yeah, I think that'll still happen though. My gut feel is going to be.
Yeah, well, I think but it could have been far, far worse, Adam, is what I would say. It could have been far worse.
Spot on.
That's what I'm saying. You at least you live in the space that you get, and the space they get is not super positive, but it's way better than the alternative.
That's right. They have to go win, win, win. They get the win against Richmond. There's nothing in that win to suggest they'll beat Melbourne and North Melbourne, but we haven't seen those 2 teams yet.
And what about Richmond?
And Richmond?
Oh, we've spoken glowingly, I think, around their young players and their recruiting over the last couple of years and their direction that they're going in. They play, they make you excited by watching them, and I think that's mainly because of the youth.
Yeah.
And then Tommy Lynch created a bit of chaos for us with his position.
But so bad, wasn't he, early?
Yeah, he was. But he's ended up with 9 shots at goal.
Yeah.
Any other person who's had 9 shots at goal is nearly the best player on the ground. You know, and we're talking about he was rating negative and all that, but that was because of his mistakes.
Yeah, you wrote him off early.
Oh, mate, I've told you, I'm a big Tom Lynch fan. He knows it too. Melman Lynch, who I called him, out of Madagascar, the big giraffe. So if that's on record now, Lynchy, I'm sorry, because I was lucky to coach him at the Gold Coast when he was a boy.
Right, okay.
So,
did you teach him how to flop like he did in the first quarter?
I said to him, mate, there's one thing I don't like in the game, it's floppers. But I think Richmond are going to have a lot of positives to look forward to, and you know it's silly they lose, but there seems more positive. Carlton win and they feel a little bit more negative. But sometimes footy does that to you. Yep. You just accept your lot, cop it, move on. Michael will be happy that he's got 4 points.
Sure. He will. All right, 1300 736 736. The lines are now yours. Kenny, Simo, thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
Terrific Thursday night together. Carlton 10-15-75 defeat Richmond 9-17-71. Calls with Donners coming up next. It's time for our final break for Bendix. When it comes to breaking, Bendix are the best. Put your foot down with confidence with Bendix. Bouncing ball, McGovern's got it on the turn, on the right boot, sits it up and kicks the goal. Mackay cleared him. Kemp off the ground. It trickles and rolls and dribbles and gets there by a whisker.
It hits the deck, though. He'll kick around the body by Mansell, and it might roll all the way home. Here's some goals being scored, and some beauties at that.
Jagger's got it back, short to Cripps, inboard to Hewitt. The goal front is his.
Flyers go up, and it's been stolen by Steely Green to goal. How did he thread that through? There was 15 blokes on the goal line. He got it between 14 sets of legs.
Lobs it up for Harry. How's he going? He's marking. Elwood interfered with. Take your pick. Harry's on the snap from 12 metres out. Through she goes.
Got it to Hollands, got it to Hayward. He loves the goal. He's got the goal goggles.
Hand pass to Fogarty. Can't find the way through. Lord can. Kicks the goal. Inside the 50. Williams. The Blues have not kicked a goal in this second half yet. Zach Williams from out wide eases the paralysis right to the square. Lynch blocks by Young, blocks by Young to keep the Tigers' hopes alive. Lynch finally finds the target. It will convince no one. But Carlton get out alive. And sometimes all there is to do is survive.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream AmbiHeat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
At Choices Flooring, we know choosing the right floor or window furnishings can feel overwhelming. That's why for over 60 years, we've been more than just a retailer. We're your partner in making the right choice. From stunning carpets and sleek timber to stylish blinds and shutters, our friendly team combine personalised service with state-of-the-art technology to bring your vision to life. And we're here for you every step of the way. Visit choicesflooring.com or head to your local showroom. Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The all-new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
These deals won't wait, and neither should you. Rush into Chemist Warehouse today. Get Endura Sports Energy Gel range for $1.79 each. Build strong muscle with Vital Strength Ribs 60 capsules, just $13.49. Faction Labs 100% pure creatine monohydrate strawberry mango flavour is just $19.97. And Bondi Protein Co. Daily Protein Caramel Honeycomb 800 gram is $23.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Are you recovering from injury or managing joint or muscle pain? Keyser Physiotherapy, Rehabilitation and Strength Training programs are your first step to moving with confidence. Discover the Keyser difference at our National Open Day this Saturday, March 14 from 8 to 3. Learn how strength can support your long-term health. Try Keyser's exclusive Swiss-engineered machines and even test your strength. With 33 clinics nationwide, it's easy to get started at Keyser. Find a Keyser near you at kieser.com.au.
Don't miss round one of the Shannon Speed Series, kicking off with the Liquimoli GT Festival at Phillip Island, March 27 to 29. The 2026 championships intensify on this iconic course. General admission tickets give you unrivaled access, where you can meet the drivers with full paddock access, parking, Sunday public grid walks, and more. Tickets from $40, with free Friday entry, and kids 15 and under free with a paying adult. Shannon Speed Series, Phillip Island, March 27 to 29. Tickets at speedseries.com.au.
Visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton now and get premium home appliances at the lowest prices. We have a huge range of factory seconds, scratch and dent, X-Display and run-out models. You can save up to an incredible 70% off the biggest kitchen, bathroom and laundry brands like Bosch, AEG, Fisher & Paykel, LG and Siemens. Our consultants are home appliance experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton and get value the E&S way.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome back to the MCG. We're taking your calls on the open line right up until midnight tonight. 1300 736 736, or you can text us on 0433 98 11 16. John Donohoe with you for the next hour and a little bit. And Blues fans or Tigers fans, it is over to you. 10-15-75. Carlton get the job done by 4 points, 9-17-71 in a sloppy affair, it's fair to say, at the MCG. What do you take out of it, Blues fans? A win's a win, but it was a little bit scrappy, and probably Richmond kicked themselves out of the game. How about Tom Lynch? What a time! What a time to miss so many goals. 2 goals, 7 for Tom Lynch. He had 1-7 at one point. Happens to the best of us. I did that in year 10 once. Ended up in the back line the week after. It's remarkable how he couldn't clear his mind to kick goals late in the piece. 2 goals, 7, and probably kicked them out of an opportunity to win the game. Tigers fans, you could probably take a little bit out of that. There's positive signs, I reckon, from a Richmond perspective when it comes to the future of the footy club. It felt like a free hit. For me tonight, it felt like a free hit just watching from the outside. Win, and it's one step closer to a brighter future. Lose, and well, no one was really expecting a huge amount from you this year. So a win-win situation, really. But you would have liked the 4 points, no doubt about it. 1300 736 736. Carlton fans, will you take the win, or was that frustrating, or was it annoying for you, that victory? 4 points is 4 points. You've got to bye next week. You just had to tick that one off before you get into another phase of the season. Over to you guys, 0433 98 11 16, 1300 736 736. I reckon we've got time for Luke in Windsor before we just launch into a heap of calls. Leroy, Anthony, Razor, Mark, Muzza, and Mass. We'll get to all of you, but let's start with Luke in Windsor, who's been on the line since basically the siren. Luke, go ahead. You want to talk about Jacob Hopper?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Great game tonight. Just what did you think? Did anyone see the footage after the game? Jacob Hopper like having a good laugh with a couple of the Carlton players after the game. Anyone see that?
No, I didn't. I missed that one.
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating. I think he spent the last 8 minutes on the bench. For someone we got in from GWS with Jake, which is Taranto. Taranto's been good, and I tell you what, I think Jacob Hopper's just taken the PISS.
You don't like him smiling after a close loss.
Yeah, well, why was he on the bench for the last 6 minutes? He was on the bench, but just didn't get a kick. And then he's having a good laugh with the opposition after the game.
Yeah, well, maybe he
I'm not sure if I'm the only one that saw it, but it's very frustrating, I tell you.
Absolutely. I'm sure it would be to see a player after a tight loss smiling. But again, once the siren goes, it's sort of, they shake hands, they laugh, they move on. 18 disposals for him, 8 kicks, 10 handballs. He laid 2 tackles and 2 clearances. Wasn't a huge night by Jacob Hopper's standards. Thanks for your call, Jacob. Appreciate that. 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16. Jagger Smith again, 32 disposals for him, 3 clearances. He had 303 metres gained. At times he turned the ball over, but I thought he was brilliant tonight. I thought he was really good for Carlton. Paddy Cripps is back to his best, 32, and Sam Walsh with 30 as well. Loved the game of Sam Grill. 19 disposals on debut, 369 metres gained. And you know what? He's got a little bit of brashness about him, taking the ball on, running it across half back, trying to bite off a kick through the middle of the ground. There's a little bit of youthful arrogance there in a good way, that he's confident in his own ability to take the game on. I like what we're seeing from one of the high draft picks of last year, Sam Grill, number 24. He's going to be a very, very good player to watch for a little while. Richmond had the run on in that second half. They were the better team. That third quarter just probably cost them in the context of this game. I think they kicked 2 goals to none. And Tom Lynch, with just not his kicking boots on tonight, he is their focal point down there. And I know they've got Harry Armstrong as well, but it just, at some point, you've got to kick one of those. Had he kicked one of those, scores go level or Richmond go up by a goal, and it's a whole different ball game. As we were talking about in the box here, if Richmond got themselves in front, it was hard to see them losing the game. It was hard to see them giving the lead back, but they just fought so hard to try and get in front that they just weren't able to get over the line. And Zach Williams, what a finish it was from him in the pocket at the punt road end to ice the game. And did anyone else think that Dustin Martin was out there tonight? Because the number 4 was back, and Sam Lawler with 2 goals and 16 disposals to his name. Every time he burst out of the middle, I had flashbacks. I just had flashbacks of Dusty doing what he does best here at the MCG. And he is a carbon copy. The shaved head, the big broad shoulders, the number 4, obviously, and the way that he goes about it. He kicked a brilliant goal at the punt road end, running into the goal, I think in the second quarter. And it just had all the hallmarks of Dustin Martin about it. So he is one to like, and a fit Sam Lawler is an important Sam Lawler for Richmond. 1300 736 736. The phone lines are yours. Leroy, Mark, Mass and Muzzer, you're up after the break. Someone said Grill. Any chance of getting his surname right? That's what the club told us it was. So you tell us, 923. But more calls on the other side of this.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 and sauce.
The wait is over. 4 and 20 season is back.
If saving money feels good, you're about to feel great with the list of offers you'll be saving on today at Chemist Warehouse. Like Nivea Regenerating Micellar Water 400ml.